Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the semi-finals of the KeSPA Cup. Proudly brought to you by SK Telecom, CAS, Logitech, Chizik, and Powerful X. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf. Again, we had Jikla for a couple of days. Shout-outs to him. Thank you so much for stepping in. Wolf, how you doing? I know you're not feeling too crash hot at the moment.
Yeah, I did an event in Busan, and I traveled early this morning to come back to CAS KeSPA Cup, so feeling a little bit under the weather. It's a lot colder here in Seoul than it is in Busan, but if you guys hear my voice, like, it sounds not great, but I don't actually feel that bad. I just have a bit of a cold, so please bear with me on that one. It is kind of unfortunate that, like, most of what I'm doing is talking, and so you have to listen to me while I have this, but I promise you that I'm healthy. I'm not going to get max sick. Everything's fine.
I think we're all good. And you just sound a little bit more mature, you know? Like, it's just a little bit more dulcet tones, and we like that. It's now time to dive in, though, because we have two best of threes for you today. One of them is going to be Bro taking on Life eSports. That is going to be up first, and then Gen.G versus DK. The winners of both of these matches will then be playing tomorrow for all of those metaphorical marbles. And by marbles, I mean money, because there's a fair bit on the line for all of these teams, as well as $2 grand for the MVP of the final. But in order to win that, you need to actually get there and then play the best out of the 10 players on the Rift, and theoretically out of the 5 players on your team if you manage to win. I think we can now dive into what this bracket is going to look like. I think we do have some of that, unless we're going to be playing for stakes first. But here we go. This is what the Swiss stage looked like. We did have a little bit of a wild ride, Wolf. As you can see, there's a lot of HLE.
There's a lot of HLE. They had to kind of run it through. I think when you look at how this bracket shook up, the biggest one is Bro beating D+. Like, that's the one that really stands out to me. Like, they were able to win that really major match after losing to Gen.G, so made it to top 4. D+ also looking pretty strong, and Life a little bit inconsistent at times.
Yeah, I'm thinking the inconsistency thing is a little bit contagious, and Chinese Taipei and KT definitely caught that.
Yeah.
That's a reason why they are no longer with us. There were some pretty decent games, and, you know, their match together, the second time that we saw them, was absolutely out of control. But definitely the consistency was a bit of a problem, and I think there's a few teams that have kind of figured that out. I think DK are getting better and better as the tournament goes on. I think HLE have kind of reached a ceiling as far as this amalgamation of LCK/Challenger is concerned. I'd be a little bit worried about DK, and Gen.G weren't. They actually chose DK. We did mention, I think, at the end of the Swiss stage that Gen.G were going to be choosing their opposition. They have chosen DK instead of HLE. They couldn't choose Bro. Bro qualified second. And so, therefore, they are automatically assigned the other matchup, right? So, DK versus Gen.G is an interesting one. But we had a discussion about this. I don't necessarily know who the best one to choose is in that instance.
Yeah, it's really tough to say. I think for me, I would have been more worried about Life eSports just because I think the strong parts of their roster are overall stronger than D+. But D+ obviously is the full package, right? It's the full LCK roster, barrel shenanigans, which is always a scary thing. And also, when you think about it from an LCK perspective, because these are some of our teams that are mainly LCK players, right? These two teams have always played crazy series against each other, and Gen.G has often not enjoyed playing against D+, even when they were massive favorites in the LCK playoffs. So there's definitely a lot of, like, storylines and history there. I do think this is the right choice, though. I think that playing against D+ here is probably a better bet than trying to go up against Viper, for example, because maybe that's where you know, your rookie bottom lane can actually struggle, and you might have some problems down there. You may have to face them, though, in the finals either way. So, and I think that Life is definitely favored to beat Bro if we get the best version of Life today, that is to say, because we don't know. It's been up and down.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, I think Bro are another team that have kind of been on the upward ebb. I don't necessarily know what the ceiling looks like. We might have already met it. But I do think that Life eSports should be favored in that one. They came from the group of death after all. 3 of our teams here did come from Group B, which definitely looked like the scarier side of things. And Bro sort of dominating their side of the group, even though they did have a 4-way tie for first place coming out of that. They did win the fastest, okay? So they're first place.
Another thing to mention, which you guys have probably already noticed and you see on your screen, is their best of 3s today. And that's like the first time we're really going to get a series in this tournament.
Yeah.
Because, you know, before best of 1s, like leading up to this, you don't get to adapt after you lose that game. So you kind of have to, okay, let's reset. We have another team in that round robin format in the Swiss Interstage. It was kind of about being super flexible and being able to on the fly adapt to the meta, which has been pretty rigid. I think we can pretty safely say for this tournament before we move into our next patch at the LCK Cup. But now you have the ability to change your bans and go into game 2 with a different idea, different concept. So I'm hoping that we see in some of these game 2s and potentially game 3s, hopefully we get some game 3s, some pretty unique drafts that are a little bit different than what we saw from most of the kind of cookie cutter style that we saw for most of this tournament.
And I wonder whether side selection is actually given over to the higher seed team. I assume it is.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure about that.
Yeah, we can see here that Bro and Gen.G are on the left-hand side of your screen. If either of these teams start off on red side, then we'll get our answer. Because red side has been winning a whole lot more. There's quite a few teams, Bro included, 100% win rate on red side. Half of the blue side matches were a loss. But here we are in V-Space. This is, of course, offline for the KeSPA Cup. And we will be introducing Bro, making their way out this dope corridor into the stadium. This is actually really, really cool because, of course, you know, Challenger is still an offline gameplay experience, but not quite like this. You can see, like, there's a decent little turnout that we got here.
Yeah, no, it's a different vibe, you know. Some of these players haven't really played outside of the CL arena. You know, playing in the V space is going to a new location. It's where KeSPA Cup has often historically been held as well over the years. The last time you and I commentated it was here. So very cool to see these players now getting the opportunity to be on stage. Some of them obviously have been on many stages in the past.
Yeah.
In fact, most of them. But
one of them being on a world stage.
Yeah. So we'll see how they perform today. I think big underdogs here in Bro. This is Bro as an organization's highest placing finish of all time here in KeSPA Cup at top 4, and they could go to the finals. So never seen this team find this much success, so it must feel great for the Bros to actually be able to say, look, I'm in a semifinals.
Yeah, and it also must feel great as Edgar to be like, I put together a roster that's actually capable of doing some winning, even if it is in its infancy, even if it isn't necessarily against purely LCK teams. They are performing very, very well, and I think that there's a lot of room to grow for a lot of these players. But speaking of which, Rooster and Grizzly making their way out here alongside, yeah, some decently talented players towards the end there, Zeka, Viper, and Delight. And yeah, I think Rooster and Grizzly have been a bit of a happy surprise. Yeah. I think the G-Riz probably standing out more than Rooster so far, but I think that this team has actually gelled quite well together.
I think Rooster has done a great job of absorbing the pressure a lot of the time. Like, he hasn't often been the focal point, but when he ends up getting the Renekton pick, for example, he's had some big games there as well, showing that he can kind of do both. So it's really exciting to see that this isn't even the final form of Honda Life Esports, but it's yet still finding so much success. And right now, I think if you look at Peanut and Zeus, who will be on the main LCK roster when we do LCK Cup, this roster is definitely by far the strongest team on paper moving into 2025.
Oh, yeah.
And they're doing it at 3/5 right now, potentially going to the finals. It's a good thing to see. The Hanwha Life org, we might be moving into a new era of Hanwha dominance if that continues.
I think that they are looking like the strongest on-paper roster that we have by a decent margin. I think that we were pretty confident that Gen.G were going to look the strongest heading into 2024. I think that that was proven correct, outside of them, you know, not necessarily being able to overcome the Cinderella story at the very end. One thing I do want to go back to real quick was a cute little high five between Morgan and Delight. Both of them are formerly Gigads together. And I think that that's what witnessed on the screen. I only caught a bit of a glimpse, but I did want to bring it up because it's really cute that there's so much overlap between so many of these players and teams at this point in time, because everyone seems to be swapping around. We're still trying to figure out exactly what the best synergistic roster is going to be coming out of Korea. And so much reshuffling happens that a lot of these players have just played with so many others, especially after their careers have gone on for a few years. So really cute to see that, you know, Delight and Morgan still able to have a bit of a high five heading into the game. As we have a look at some of the stats here, Wolf. The red side situation rears its ugly head.
Both of these teams, 100% win rate on red side. You could see the gold difference at 15, very dominant for Bro. Like you mentioned, fastest game time in the tournament, 29-17. So at 15 minutes, they're usually the game has kind of been decided for them. And I think that when you consider that Hanwha Life eSports though had a pretty tough group, you know, they came out of what we were calling the group of death. So that does make a lot of sense that they're not as dominant there. The red side win rate is so crazy because I remember when we were casting one of the last days of the group stage, I was like, wow, like everyone won red side except like one team today. And I think the power of it is really around those early objectives and the fact that you can get counterpick for either top or support, and sometimes even mid has been used here. Because like a lot of this year it was just like a support counterpick is R5 every single time, but I feel like you can utilize it quite well in this meta in a lot of different ways, especially because the meta is pretty solved. So if you do have a hidden pick, that R5 is so useful. And moving to the best of threes as we are today, I do think that is going to be quite nice. As Closer and Zeka is going to be the key player matchup. Two players I feel like who had a very similar playstyle, right? You know, people did eventually start calling Closer budget Zeka. Zeka kind of like grew and matured as a player and widened his champion pool. But I still think that Closer on his best day absolutely still has it in him to outperform Zeka.
I'm just looking at these stats and I'm kind of distracted because that's almost 900 DPM on average from Closer. And yeah, it's not the hugest sample size, but it's not tiny. Nor is the difference between this vote. Man, the Giga Chad fans really coming out. And I know I'm saying that to the team that lost out as far as the fan prediction is concerned, but I don't know the last time I saw a fan prediction against, you know, one of our big teams here in the LCK that got even close to a 60-40. Like, what?
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, the bros voters are out there. I think so many people are ready to see this team find great success in a tournament like this. I mean, just in a big offline environment as well. That's the hype for me. Like, we've been commentating this tournament for the last week basically, and now to actually see Edgar on stage, see the players on stage with fans. You can see the fans there at the bottom of your screen and one that walked through your screen. They're actually finally getting to support these players directly because it is cool that we have such good infrastructure here that we can have players in a team house where it feels like you're with them because you have great camera shots. You can see the coach walking from frame to frame, and stuff like that. But this is like it's just one step away from the LCK. You're on the stage, you got those fans cheering for you. The pressure's on. You've got no double elimination. It is single elimination top 4 here. One best of 3 to decide if you go to a finals or not. If Bro go to the finals, how crazy would that be? I mean,
that'd be so awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of a bit of a Bro fan at this point in time, as we do have a slight update when it comes to the pick and ban graphic, as well as we dive right in there. The Corki and the Viego already taken off the board, as there goes the Skana and the Crocodile with a follow-up Rumble ban. I find that a little bit interesting. I wonder what Morgan has cooking for us towards that top side.
Yeah, that is interesting.
The Aurora probably needs to be banned, Wolf. What do you think?
That one's going to get banned in this final spot. And the Rumble ban almost makes me feel like Morgan wants to first pick Cassante here.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think it's necessarily a good idea.
Oh, Ambessa, maybe.
Ambessa could be as well. And
do they even just first pick it?
They might. Like, they could, or if you don't, then you give the Ambessa over to Rooster, and he's enjoyed playing the champion, but looks like they're going to take it. I was going to say the other option is to go Varus, of course.
Well, I mean, if you're not going to pick Aurora, who's left up, but I don't think if you're Bro, you need to pick it, right? Because Zeka's not going to play it. It didn't look very good when Hanwha Life eSports were trying it.
Yeah, that's the read here, I think, is that they're going to let Zeka do something else. Now, he ends up getting Yone Sejuani, which is very strong.
Yeah, good God.
And so the trade-off here is quite heavy. Looks like we are going to see Aurora Nocturne, though, to come through here. And well, I say that.
No, Humbug needs to do his Diana hover before he picks something real.
So this kind of puts us in a unique position where we don't have any 80 carries locked in for the blue side team after first rotation, which is quite unusual, which means picks like the Varus and the Ashe should be taken off the board here in the second phase. Question becomes, what will Hanwha Life's top lane pick be? And it looks like it's just going to be Cassante.
Yeah, and I'm a bit concerned, right? I mean, Rumble is banned, so you're not going to have a lot of damage profile fixing available, but something like a Cannon I think could have still been good, because now
Ziggs gets banned 100%.
Yeah, Ziggs and Kai'Sa are just almost automatically banned.
Yeah.
And so then what are you supposed to do?
Yeah,
I guess Viper just plays AP Cogmore again.
That could happen. That game was a little bit. I wasn't the biggest fan of how that turned out.
No.
It was a little bit tough to actually pilot the Kog'Maw. Not that I don't think it's viable, but it's just really hard to play at the highest level because teams are so good at playing around it. It wasn't like Viper played it poorly. Kai'Sa's gone first. I think Ziggs will likely be in that final spot unless they have a different read. Like, they could ban the Kog'Maw, but I don't think they need to. And I think this will be an Ashe ban, very likely.
Yeah.
Yep. So this meta just feels so solved, doesn't it? I mean, the first part of this draft was pretty unique and pretty weird because we had so many OP picks open, but once they're all locked in, we're like, yeah, I know how this goes.
Yeah, this is, I mean, they were sort of priced into it, right? Like everyone, unless the Kalista gets banned away instead. So now Viper can just lock away the Ziggs if he would like to. It's not likely that Ziggs is going to get picked away from him. So if they have a priority support in mind, they can just like grab a Leona, for example.
Yeah, I think that would be wise. I think that is wise.
Or Rakan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Rakan, Ziggs, though, into Nocturne does sound a little bit dangerous. Also, the Aurora ultimate will limit somewhat his mobility in team fights, depending on how he wants to play it. And if he gets Nocturne ulted, or just if the Nocturne ult goes off, it becomes very difficult to pilot. Such a squishy engaged champion. As look at this, it's been a while since we've seen Hype Zeri.
Yeah,
he's a very good Zeri player.
He is, but Zeri really has not been a champion for quite some time. I think she did get a few changes patch to patch moving towards the KeSPA Cup, but I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I have not checked it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have like that exact idea of what was changed, but I know some numbers were moved around, and I think she got a little bit buffed as of late to try to bring her back into the relevancy, because the meta kind of really shifted down to this very thin AD carry pool. And part of that's the itemization. We'll talk about that when we see what Hype is building here, but the Nautilus is going to come through, so they deny. The supporters are. Wait, what?
Okay, so it is just.
No, Alice, no!
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it as much as I normally do, just because Xayah Rakan is a lot more powerful together, right? And you can see a Zeri on the other side. And so you can also, it's like the only champion that can pop a Nautilus ultimate, the depth charge. So Featherstorm gets a lot of extra guaranteed value in team fights. Like, I understand it for that. Does mean that range is going to be a huge problem, but we're not really seeing much represented on the other side outside of closer. And I think so much of this game is going to come down to the performance of the Aurora and how well he's going to be able to keep down Zekka's Yone in the mid lane, which is a tall order for anyone.
Yeah, that is going to be very difficult. But I also think that even though Xayah has that escape with her ultimate, you're still dealing with Nocturne, Ambessa, Nautilus, Aurora. Like, you only get one ult button. This is the trap I think a lot of people fall into when they think, oh, Xayah's great into this type of heavy CC/dive composition because she can get back and get away from that. Well, eventually there's just too many things to run away from, so I think they need to be winning this game early and have a lot of control. Zekka needs to have a lot of agency. And then if Viper has free reign in the backline to do that damage, it's hard to even call it backline with Xayah, you know what I mean? She's practically melee. But if he can auto attack freely and maybe get a really nice feather pull, call those feathers back and set up some roots. Like there is an angle here for Hanwha Life eSports. I don't think anything on the bro side is so particularly tanky that the lack of magic damage makes this Hanwha Life comp unplayable by any means. I just think you really need to maintain control and get it early around some mid-game fights, or you really are going to struggle to get value in the Xayah late game.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how Viper and the Delight are going to be able to play it out, because we know Delight, phenomenal Rakan player, and Viper as well, just fantastic in general. But here we are, on to the Rift for our very first game of the semi-finals. Bro taking on HLE, and I say it in that order because Bro qualified first. They are the highest seed, and we still think that HLE are probably favored, but this is a great team. Unfortunately, we do need to let you guys know that we cannot hear anything. We have no game sound, we have no music, and so the haze are going to have to wait until we fix that.
Yeah.
Which is
you guys can write them in the chat, but we won't be able to hear them.
Yeah, if you guys could put some haze out there, I'd really appreciate it. I can see Jay in chat there. Thank you so much for that one. Really appreciate it.
So if we
do need you to take care of it for us.
If we're talking over the music and stuff as well, we do apologize because we just don't know the timing of it and stuff. We have a bit of a tech issue that's being resolved, hopefully, soon.
Yep. So if something sounds really obvious to you guys because you heard it happening off screen,
just know that we can't.
Just know that we like I might not even catch a paranoia, you know, because my eyesight's not great, you know, and the lights might be off, but I'm like, oh, it's just I think there's some glare on my screen because I hear the Nocturne laugh and I'm like, oh, it's time.
Yep, same.
There's a bit of a grand entrance from Delight. In the meantime, though, there's some smiting from Grizzly.
It's actually kind of, it's funny because Humbug, I think, wanted to start this aggression on the Raptors because at level 1, Closer's going to have range advantage over Zeka and we'll have that prio, but he didn't come over and help him out, and now he just spent a lot of time trying to take Raptors and finds himself further behind in the jungle, and that's going to delay his level 6, which is when he becomes relevant. So I think Humbug is going to be pretty frustrated. It's not the end of the world or anything like that, but it's definitely a big L for the Nocturne in this case.
Yeah, and I also think that tempo for a Nocturne is really important.
Yes.
Being able to get to that level 6 and at least threaten the ultimate is like a big part of being good on the Nocturne. So being put behind a camp, I think actually could be something to worry about, but we'll just have to see as we get further down the line. It could be that Humbug can just sort of get around the map the right way, clear things out, and he'll be all right.
He's jungling against a Sejuani, so the pacing is pretty good for him.
Yeah, should still be able to grab his full clearers. Speaking of which, speaking of grabbing at least, as Closer is going to take a bit of damage here from Zeka. It does just take the long way out though, as Grizzly is rotating over.
Yeah, he has Electrocute in this lane, so is trying to put as much pressure on as possible. Grizzly just kind of getting that drive-by there, pulls him out of the lane, but doesn't have to waste his flash. He reacted quickly, used his W quite nicely. As we're going to take another look up here in the top lane. Very even in CS. I think this matchup is getting a little bit more solved as of late. We saw it a little bit wacky, like in the early first few days. Wow, Closer's going to eat that.
Yeah, Closer actually like playing that really nicely though. Zeka kind of getting bamboozled by Closer.
Yeah, I think it could have definitely gone worse for Closer there. A little bit more of that lands.
Yeah,
walks up there, uses his W quite nicely. Yeah, the Ambessa Cassante matchup, though, going back to it very briefly, it was super volatile. Now it feels like it's a matchup that just goes pretty even.
Yeah.
Most of the time. Okay, this is a potential problem.
Oh no, I've seen this one before, as Hype is going to get off the wall. And sometimes you haven't casted Zeri for a while, and you think that maybe she's in danger. How silly of me.
Well, she is in danger of having her back stopped here. Looks like she will channel it fully and get away, but this is very awkward for Palu, who now can't really catch this experience and will have to walk away. So even though she's not dead, a lot is being lost here right now for Hype. So really nice gank from Grizzly's flash.
Yeah, there's the flash in from Closer, actually looking for an angle there, but not actually able to get any value. So just throws the flash away, and that might mean that Zeka has an opportunity later in this game. Of course, he is behind by a little bit of farm as far as Zeka is concerned, but still going to be able to go back to base, grab that first buy, and feel pretty good about that Summoner spell being on cooldown. Oh, Hook going to come on through here, though. As Extendo Beam not going to find the mark. Viper throwing some feathers around as Polo going to have to flash to get himself out as well. And so far, Bro have a slight gold advantage, but they are losing their Summoner spells all over the place.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. And I think Closer isn't really going to be able to get any advantage out of that attempt on Zeka's life there, because Zeka had TP, didn't have to flash. So he basically traded his flash for health that is meaningless because Zeka was kind of back soon anyways. He didn't have enough mana to then be able to like launch a few abilities and then TP back and get some sort of health advantage here in the lane. So you can see in the CS, like Zeka's still a little bit behind here, but not too significant.
Yeah.
Closer picked up a Dark Seal though, and you can see he still is trading effectively and proccing that Electrocute as much as he can. And this is exactly what you need to be doing in this early game.
Yeah,
the Aurora.
I love as well that he went for a Dark Seal instead of just completing a Lost Chapter. He's got like the bits.
Yeah.
And then Dark Seal. Like he has that dedication to the stacking. And I think that's absolutely fantastic. Grizzly going to be heading towards this Cloud Drake, starting that one up. That will mean that Humbug gets his hands on the grubs. And HLE, I think, are okay with going for this trade at this point in time. Probably just going to do their very best to keep Bro away from the turrets. And I don't think either team really is sort of split pushing outside of HLE. So I think it's fine to give up grubs here if you are in HLE's position.
Yeah, no, I think it's definitely okay. Dragon more valuable. You don't want to be giving Bro the opportunity to skip out on a big major fight later on.
Yep.
And we'll see if the grubs end up being impactful here for Bro. With this composition, though, I don't think they will too much. This stage could obviously be important later on. If you see a team fight win, that extra damage could sometimes be the difference between getting a turret or not, especially after a dive. Viper is landing incredibly well down here in the bottom side. We haven't watched it that much, but it's going very well.
Ooh, but there is a hook coming on down. There's a flash out from Zeka. He still had that one available. Closer going to miss some of these buttons as Grizzly's flashing forward. Zeka in a little bit of trouble. Does get himself the shield. Duskbringer going to come on through, and you can see Bro getting taken down relatively low, but this time it's HLE that has to trade 2 summoner spells for the one of Humbuck and his ultimate.
Yeah, double flash.
All right, here's Polu actually finding a decent answer here to Delight, who has to get himself out. That's Ignite ticking down for quite some time there as Viper was looking to try and turn the fight around, but it doesn't quite work out there, and Bro actually finding some salvos back in.
Yeah, really nice start for them here in this early game. Paulo just making this happen with a Hex Flash. Like, he's pre-6. I think Hanwha Life Esports didn't expect that type of aggression out of him there, and he's able to get that lockdown. No flashes have to be used for Delight or Viper, but Barrier did get popped for Viper, and you know, it's just going to continue to have that pressure there, feeling really stable in that lane. And I feel like for Hanwha Life Esports, we're really going to start to have a conversation about how this comp's going to work on the Herald, the second Dragon fight, if they can actually muster up a fight there, because when Yone gets his first item and when he has his ultimate available and he can actually team fight incredibly well here, that's when you can start to snowball this game out of control. Also, before Zeri really comes online, even though Zaya's low range, she can actually be quite powerful in those early fights. So she scales really well too, but she does really help set up this skirmishing composition because she can apply her feathers. You know, you have the Rakan as well, which is really strong at team fighting. So as long as Hanwha Life can set up some fights here and really kind of entice Bro to take them and get ahead, maybe get a few kills on the Yone, I think this comp buys itself a lot more time. Not to say this comp completely fails in the late game, but I think against what Bro have, it is going to really struggle if they don't have a lead.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see how the mid game is going to go, because I understand how both of these compositions are going to try and play the game. It's just who has the best way of stopping the other one from doing it. As speaking of which, Polo is just dead. There's not going to be any way out, and that is going to be First Blood going over to Zeka's Yone. And I don't think anyone needs to be told that that's a negative piece of news for the Giga Chads.
Yeah, they're not feeling positive about it. There's no positivity on this one. So
no,
this is the kind of play I want to see Hanwha Life Esports making. Try to play around aggressive vision, control ward setups. They have, you know, as you can see here, Paulo is trying to do the same. He's trying to set up some vision here, and he feels relatively safe because he's a Nihilist, right? He can buffer a lot of CC and get away. Unfortunately for him, everybody shows up, right? And there's just a lot of lockdown here, so he ends up getting punished.
Oh.
Zeka punished in return.
Okay. So immediately some revenge does come on through. You can see the 3 grubs being put to use immediately, as some plates are going to be taken as well. So immediately the game sort of just evens itself out. And you can see we're back to like the Bro 400 gold lead.
We will probably get a replay of that. You can see Closer did ult. So
I think it was another Paranoia, I would assume.
Yep. And Zeka here just not having any tools to get out of that one. That's about as like basic as it gets. Nocturne gank.
Yep. Is Unbound Soul on cooldown? If yes, press R's.
Yep. And they did. And he did. So that's a lot of money. That's what I was talking about. Like, sometimes if you win a team fight, you get a kill with those 3 grubs. Or the composition that doesn't care necessarily about grubs. You're like, well, I care about it right now because that's 2 plates plus a kill. And that's significant money here to Closer.
Oh, 100%. And one of the interesting things, I imagine some people would have been a little bit confused as to why I'd say like a team that is pretty well set up to split push wouldn't care too much about grubs. You do care a lot about dragons. That's kind of the point. If you have a dragon buffer as a team that is trying to play the map a whole lot more, you want to have that extra leeway in the tempo. And so that's really going to be helping. Now they're able to go over. They deny the 6 grubs because they were able to take that dragon, and they should be able to get over and actually be in position to at least fight for this mountain that's going to be coming up in a few moments' time.
Yeah, this kind of works out pretty well for Hanwha Life because they get to get these grubs without utilizing any of their team fight utility. Like, they didn't have to Zeka ult or look for a Feather Storm or anything like that. They kind of just earned this one vanilla, and they have enough time to regroup now with all of those tools for a team fight. So Huge to deny the 6 grubs, but they even it out now, and now we're going to come over here and start to fight for some prio on this dragon. Rooster was getting proxied, but he can, now have a little bit of extra leeway to rotate up. Teleport available for Zeka, who's on the top side of the map, so he can join here as well. On Hanwha Life Esports are also happy to continue to put the pressure on. They don't need to start the dragon. They just need to entice Bro into a fight here. And as long as they can win this fight, maybe get another kill on the Zeka, I really feel like they have a good chance here. But they're, in fact, going to rotate Viper up top side. Looks like they're just going to give this up.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit... I'm not a big fan of this decision, necessarily.
I mean, maybe you've identified the fact that there are a few items that have come through for Bro. There's now Closer taking a little bit of damage, but is otherwise able to slink his way up. This stealth has been a little bit frustrating here for HLE, and the way that Closer has been utilizing it has been fantastic. I think the only other player to use it that well in this tournament was Maple. A little bit earlier on, where he was just bamboozling people, aiming, walking up mid lane, and then being dead. Was not great.
The stealth element is definitely being very well used, as that's going to whiff.
Yep, that's a direction it could have been thrown in.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Yep, nice little knock up here from Zeka, able to actually land the combo this time. Probably not going to find an anchor.
Wouldn't have mattered too much anyway, since he would have just gone back, but been a little bit of extra damage to go through. I'm a little bit, so I agree with you in that, the items are coming through here for Bro. Like the first item is done for Closer, so now that he has that Malignance, that's a really big spike for him in a team fight. And you're looking at a fight where if you mess this up, the game is probably over. But I also think, okay, well, Closer has an item now. You need to actually somehow snowball this, maybe to look for some chain CC and actually lock somebody down and kill them, or bait out the ultimate from the Ambessa, bait out the Nocturnal, then regroup and then fight again. It's a really tough fight, to be honest, to take for Hanwha Life. They didn't have prio because they were focused on getting the grubs first, but they had enough time to rotate down. But they give this away, which means this is basically just guaranteed Bro gets 5 extra minutes in this game to get this Ambessa online. And when she is in a side, as we've seen so much this tournament, her burst damage is crazy. Even a Yone just isn't going to be able to necessarily compete with her if she plays it well. And Closer so far this game has been playing the champion incredibly well. Again, just dodging, bamboozling Zeka.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good here for Bro. That being said, we've seen Bro navigate an earlier stage of the game very well many times before as, oh god, I've seen this movie before. Hype actually not caught window shopping, though. I think saw when that ward died. Throws down his control ward. Notices that there's nothing there now, but isn't going to die for his trouble. As Grizzly starting off this ripped out, full vision available here for Bro.
I think Bro should be willing to give this up. This is not looking like a favorable angle for them. Viper's positioned really well. It's going to be tough to punish. They're going in, though.
Yep, ulti comes through from Closer. Just misses a bunch of buttons, though, as Polo's going to land that anchor. Nice knock up onto Viper as the paranoia comes through. Teleport from Morgan, looking for that backline. They dive onto Viper, but he finds a decent recall. It's just not decent enough as another Glacial Prison goes to Azkaban. And Bro, they're looking to take this one over. Rooster having to flash his way out of there, and HLE, they know that this one's done.
Man, Closer's weirding there did so much damage as Hanwha Life were retreating. And, one of the things I didn't really consider in this fight itself was the fact that Hanwha Life still had they hadn't really gotten through that much of the Herald health bar, so it was really just kind of a fight or flight situation. Like, do we actually try to hunker down and hold this control point? You can't just rush the Herald and get out. So they kind of like back off the Herald and then go up into their tri-brush to escape. And then that's when Closer does massive damage. Closer did not hesitate in this fight. I really thought there was going to need to be a little bit more setup here. I thought we were going to have to see Morgan show up before this fight goes up. But look at the weirding damage.
Oh my god.
It's insane. And they're trapped here. And then when the paranoia goes down, they actually don't have vision. The teleport angle here from Morgan is fantastic. And like I said, you only have one R button as Viper here. So eventually when everyone's on top, you are just dead. Zeka's like dueling Humbug on the other side of the fight, can really do nothing but try to help his team slow this down. And the Rooster kind of opts into showing up to flash away.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he didn't really end up making an impact here in this fight. So good teleport from Morgan. They had that ward preset. Really good fight for Bro overall. Bro looking really good in this first game. And I feel like I almost wrote them off coming into this series because I was like, look, it's Hanwha Life, it's Zeka, it's Viper. But the draft, I think, is much better for them. Remember, Hanwha Life not only gave Aurora, they left it up for B1, and they didn't take it when they had an opportunity to and left it go into the second rotation here for Bros. It's pretty insane the value this aura is getting. Speaking of.
Yep, Closer going to be able to utilize it, get himself out of there, as there's the ulti from Zeka. Closer gets permafrosted, knocked up, but flashes away. He's now able to offer some damage back. Humbug gets his feared tether broken, but now Hype, he can skate into the battle. Delight trying to get himself out of there is going to be able to do so with the grand entrance. And bro, they keep Closer alive, using that ultimate just gorgeously to make sure that he can live it.
That was really well played by Closer. Also just knowing, like, a lot of players might have panicked there and flashed early. He's like, no, I can use my ult. It's better than a flash. Uses flash at the last possible second, dodges Delight's engage, is able to live there and offers so much damage that Hunter can't pick anything out. We were a little bit behind the bro 15-minute gold lead, but now we're kind of starting to hit it. We're 2,000 gold ahead at 17, so
yeah.
They're kind of starting to go and hit their stride, as we've seen them do quite a lot with early advantages. The composition that you and I are kind of favoring if Hanwha Life don't get ahead, and they're certainly not ahead right now.
Yeah, and the thing that's really cool about how this draft worked is that you look at it from Hanwha Life eSports' side, you understand why they picked the champions that they did.
Yeah.
It's just that Bro are playing this early game really, really well with an AD carry that we haven't seen in this tournament so far, right?
Yeah.
It is going to be Earth, Wind, and Fire as well.
Wow.
Which is Ultimate Dragons.
Love it.
And we'll just see whether we get a dragon fight here at the same time as Closer rotating over. He can weird his way into the back of this pit if he would like to, as well as Bro. Not going to give this one up without a fight. Humbug should be able to get himself in there. Does have that paranoia as he dives in. Closer is going to get immediately CC'd, though, and this time it does not work out for the Bro mid laner in this one. Still, they are able to grab the outer turret in mid lane, so gold is going to be just fine. This could be a big opportunity, though, for HLE.
I think Bro tried to accomplish too much in this fight, utilizing the Herald, but not actually getting pry out from it. If they had just dropped Dragon and decided to hard push mid, maybe they could have gotten actually something more out of this. But they failed to get the Dragon. They end up losing Closer. So this is a huge win here for the side of Hanwha Life eSports. Zeka being very aggressive, is backed up here by Grizzly and Delight. So
yeah, the whole gang seems to be here to take care of the mid laner. So Zeka able to play with reckless abandon. Must feel fantastic, says Morgan, who is getting it done by himself down here. But it does mean a lot of resources are going to be put in as Bro are able to very calmly clear things out elsewhere. One item done here for Viper, and one and a bit done for Hype as well. It's a lot of daggers that he has alongside his static ship.
He shoots real fast.
Oh, yeah.
Morgan staving off that pressure there, having really good game sense, didn't have vision around the river, so just kind of playing under turret, doesn't get caught. So like you said, a lot of resources committed to, and now on the top side.
Yeah, Delight not going to be going down or anything like that, as Closer taking so much damage. As you can see there, the Blade of the Ruin King completed, and therefore things are really problematic. Ulti does have to be invested, though, from Zeka to get himself out, as Closer is just going to be able to shove this wave in and head back home, get that health bar back up to something that feels a little bit better, and possibly get a little bit closer to that Shadow Flame as well. Another important thing was that Closer was building up some stacks in his on his Dark Seal, so that's all gone now, as he was sort of shut down in that last fight. So I think a lot of momentum has sort of been taken out of the Bro sails, which we do see all the time in the LCK, right? With this team.
Yeah.
Not this roster. Let's hope that this version of Bro has the tenacity to get through some undulation in the game.
Yeah.
You know, instead of doing that ultra collapse that's been there for the last, 3 years, Wolf?
Like, it really
it's
has.
insane.
It's the early game that Bros dominate. The Bros have dominated, but then have not been able to translate always into wins. Although in this tournament has been relatively successful with the early leads they've gotten. I think how this game is going to be played out really is whether or not HLE can wrestle control away from the side lanes. And it's going to require big group ups like we saw in the bottom lane earlier, or picks. I mean, Hype is really, he is playing fast and loose here. He's making himself a juicy target. He does have cleanse, so if he got ulted by Grizzly, he'd be fine, but he is really hanging out on the edge over there as an AD carry. But he is Zarya, of course, so wants to keep putting this pressure on. Uh-oh.
Cute little hook is going to come on through there. Of course, Delight can just battle dance away. And Closer just taking more and more here. This Blade of the Ruined King spike has been absolutely gigantic. Going to be the shield bow to come through next, as now Polo could be in trouble unless the savior arrives, and that's going to be Humbug, and he is immediately dead. Ulti, though, from Closer. Can they get enough? Yes, they can! Double kill instantly here from Hype as Zeka. He's getting out of there. He is done with this battle, as there's the all-out now. Hype finds himself in an uncomfortable spot, but he's Zeri. He can just skate his way through as many walls as he would like, and now Morgan is going to turn up to get his vengeance. 2 solo laners against 1, and Bro likes those odds. Morgan doesn't even get an assist. That was very rude. You have to pay taxes to your lord, Closer. What is going on? That's why they have paused this game, because taxes must be levied.
So this fight initially looks like it's really bad for Bro. Paulo's caught, right? But when this Nocturne ult goes off, it actually allows a lot of repositioning to happen here. And yes, Nocturne just instantly dies, but look at how much damage Morgan is able to do when he closes the gap, tosses his ultimate down here. And then Hype, by the way, this is why this player was one of the most heavily sought after AD carries in the offseason from challengers, because his kiting is so good, his positioning is so good. Yes, he does ultimately get slowed, obviously, by the Glacial here, and it will eventually go down from the Frozen Fist. But he kites it so well, buys so much time, the rest of the team can rotate up. You could just see his mechanics on display there. I don't think the fight was really about him. It was more about Hambak's sacrifice, where he ulted, bought time for Palu, and then Closer was able to really do the big damage there. But still, Hype's mechanics on display, always a fun thing to see. We'll let you guys know once we know what is going on.
Yeah, not entirely sure what that pause was about. I assume a peripheral issue when it is first game of the day. It's often what we run into. And so we'll just have to see. Yeah, it looks like something happened with Viper's computer. And it looks like they're just swapping something out. So we'll see what it is going to be. It looks like it might be is that a mouse problem, or are we connecting
I think it might be earbuds
else?
Or something. I don't know.
Audio. Okay.
I'm not sure, though, actually. No, I thought those were earbuds, but it looks like a USB, so maybe keyboard?
Could be USB earphones.
Could be.
We've just replaced a cable. So we don't know what the cable is replacing, but it's replacing a cable for something. And we'll just have to get back into the game as soon as possible, and hopefully everything is sorted out.
This is a huge win, though, for Bro.
Massive. And I want to go back to what you were talking about, which was, celebrating Hype. And I think that's one of the coolest things about KeSPA Cup, right?
Yeah.
Like, we are here so that we can see, get a bit of a sneak preview of what some of these LCK teams are going to look like, what some of these challenger players are actually capable of against better opposition. And Hype is someone that we've been talking about for 2 years, 2.5 years, something like that. It's been a long time that we've been excited about this guy. He really was absolutely massive for KT. And even though I feel like it was a bit of a slower rise in 2023, he was still such a great player to watch. And then 2024 is where he really blossomed, and now he's here. Yeah. To really get Bro off the ground. It'd be really awesome. It is awesome seeing him be so good here in this tournament.
There are also people don't necessarily know this, but he's actually a KT roster player, even though he's playing for Bro. He's actually on loan.
He's alone.
So he's on I believe 3-year contract now with KT roster. So he's going to be a big prospect for them in the future. Obviously he could be bought out and sent elsewhere, follow his footsteps of the former KT AD carry Noah, for example. That could happen. Looks like the issue is resolved. But I just think this guy.
Are you saying that he's going to go to Fnatic? No, thank you. That's not allowed.
I mean, I'm just saying we don't know what his future is going to hold, but I think it's quite bright. It's looking very good for him right now, and he's someone that people definitely should have their eye on, and it's one of the reasons why Bro, I think, is a lot scarier than people are giving them credit for moving into the 2025 season.
Yep, not to mention Humbug as well, who was on exactly the same team and who was, I think it was unanimous when people were voting for the best jungler to come out of Challenger. I don't think that there was anybody else you'd even think about.
Yeah.
The entire top 50% of what good junglers look like in Challenger, it was just Humbug.
In 2023, there were times of the year where I actually thought he was much stronger than Lucid. In fact, obviously Lucid ended up.
Even when they were competing against each other, that sometimes happened. But he was struggling with consistency until this year, where he was just good.
Yeah, he's
it's kind of crazy.
Really, really talented.
Something about KT and junglers as well, starting off with Score and then Cuz. eventually making his way in there. Of course, was developed more on Longju and things like that. But, like, you know what I mean? I feel like there have been some really, really good junglers on KT just in general. This is a battle for a dragon.
Flank angle for Morgan is really good. Paranoia is out.
It is going to come through. The Paranoia actually hit our screens as well, but we are now back into it, and the ultimate come through, not enough from Closer, but Morgan is in that backline, able to take down Viper for now. Hype trying to dance away from the team fight though, and Morgan is taking down another. Can he do more here is the question. The answer is maybe, never. What the heck? That was so cool, but it is not cool enough. He was just running around with 1 HP for quite some time. Hype and Humbug do keep themselves alive, but they're unable to go back and grab themselves that dragon. So HLE, they should be able to get themselves to Soul Point here, which is a huge deal for this squad.
Yeah, so let's watch this fight again because you and I lost the feed during this, so not entirely sure exactly how this all went down. Okay, the ult comes through here, the Paranoia straight into the backline, and it's layered on, or the ult from Closer is layered on top. Apollo gets taken out first. And the Hype actually isn't able to get access to the team fight. I think a lot of this fight is really just based on the fact that Rooster is a brick wall, denying Hype the ability to actually impact the rest of this fight. He's not able to offer the damage here to these melees that then just kind of split, divide, and conquer. So, you know, I feel like we're definitely having a little bit of like, okay, one team fight goes one way, and we're like, oh, it's looking really good for Bro, and then the next team fight goes really well for Hanwha. It's been these Dragon fights in particular where we knew this comp was going to be really strong in the mid game, where Hanwha Life is pulling ahead. And now I really feel like they have hit the breaking points here. 2 items done for the Xayah, 2 items done here for Zeka, where you're feeling really comfortable about how you're going to transition into the late game.
Yeah, I would agree. I do think that if Closer can get himself together in some of these fights, it will look a lot different. I think the Aurora is really important, but so is having Humbug alive, who is able to do some spell shielding here, but is still going to fall eventually. It's Delight that locks that one down, and Bro, they're just all over the place. Humbug's now dead, and that should just be Baron going over to HLE. And all of a sudden, it feels like Hanwha have a whole bunch of control.
Let's see what Closer can get done in this fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of information now given over to Bro. We'll see whether they can actually keep themselves up here, as no knockup's going to connect there, as a decent hook does come through. Rooster able to absorb some of this. Will be going down very, very quickly, though, as Hype. He's able to lock down that kill, and now the Zeri's unchecked. This time, it's working as Viper just gets eliminated. Yes, they're able to grab themselves the Baron, but at what cost? The answer is 2 champions, and so probably still kind of all right.
It's definitely okay, but it was looking like it was not going to be okay. You know, Grizzly went super low there. He is barely able to survive. But this is just a really well-placed ultimate here from Closer. Look at it, basically trapping all of the members of Hanwha Life here, and it's hard to actually take him out because there's no way to get access, and Hype is just free-firing here. Grizzly is incredibly low. It's actually crazy that he survives here. One more Shiv proc, and he is donezo, and Hype's not going to chase over the wall, because that would have probably been the end of him. But he had Flash. Like, he definitely thought about it. But at the end of the day, like you said, it's still worth it for Hanwha Life eSports here because they were able to secure the Baron. They keep it alive on some critical members here. It's just really the gold going back towards Bro, who are, in fact, going to be the ones to take a turret off the map here first.
Yeah, able to grab the outer ring. And so as long as they can keep minions away from their inner turrets, they're probably going to be okay. Towards the end of this one, you can see already that the Baron power play is non-existent, being negative 300, in fact, there towards the top side of your screen. Of course, there is a lot more in it. But speaking of things being in it, I mean, this is way closer than I was expecting it to be. I kind of thought this was going to be a bit of a Hanwha Life eSports blowout. And yes, they have been able to get themselves back into this game, but I didn't think that they'd have to get themselves back into a game in this series.
No, absolutely not. I think their draft made it not impossible, but challenging, right? Like, it's a draft that's very difficult, has a lot of things that can go wrong, but now that they've really hit those breaking points, it gets a little bit easier. Closer on the flank.
Yeah, turns off some wards, as now Delight able to spot that flank. Unbound Soul now coming in as Morgan, standing on a control ward, knows about it. We'll be able to take that one down for the minute, as HLE with 2 siege minions. It is Hype that's able to deal with those, but this turret is not long for the world. I expect Bro's not going to go all in trying to defend an outer turret in mid lane, but I've seen crazier things from this team in the past, so maybe we shouldn't put it past them. As Closer dancing into the middle of this battle, doesn't find too much there. Wants to throw down the ulti as Zeka was thinking about adding a little bit of pressure elsewhere, and the turret finally does go down. Enough distraction here by HLE to guarantee that that one does fall, but doesn't really do that much as far as putting money into their pockets is concerned, like Baron power plays we've seen reach up to 6,000 gold. This is sitting at 500.
The thing about this too is like if the Baron was enough to not necessarily knock out like inner turrets, but set up a lot of deep vision around Dragon, for example,
good point.
It would feel a lot better. Or if you could set up maybe some traps, because yes, they get wards around the Dragon, like those four wards there, and then the control ward in the river. That's a lot of information. That's a lot of control. If they were still here, but they're not, because they had to back and reset. So like all of that time was spent. That is now going to kind of be washed away here by Bro. We'll see if any of those wards remain, because it could be a nice flank ward for Rooster, for example, behind that Dragon pit. But now Bro have Prio on this Dragon. This Dragon is Hanwha Life really putting the final nail in the coffin, and really giving themselves that oomph going into the late game. And it's a 3-item spike here for Zeka as well. This is a fight they absolutely want to commit to. They absolutely need to win.
Oh, it's a nice little bit of value there as Polo goes down a little bit lower, but still Zeka is going to take a bit of damage back. Morgan does need to be respected. Speaking of 3 items, he also has his, and he is on a champion that was released later. And so that means that he's way more powerful.
Viper, Flash, and Ult as well available here. Difficult to lock him down.
Yeah. Closer is waiting for a bit of an angle here. Doesn't have teleport, but is just in the mid lane, as we can see. There's now Morgan dancing around, looking to try and keep Delight out of their backline. Difficult to do that when it is a Rakan and there's a Xayah in the game. That battle dance distance is very, very high, as now an ulti comes through from Closer, looking to try and lock down that front line. As into the back line goes Humbug. Some ultis flying every which way as Rooster just carries Polu out of there. And it's the Yone that's beginning to pop off. Decent hook there to try and buy some space from Polu, but it is not enough to find any value. And once again, Morgan is in trouble. Delight and Rooster chasing after them. That is going to be the Infernal Soul, and HLE really taking control.
Yeah, I mean, that is likely the fight to win the game. Watch Zeka in this fight. Is able to go back to his soul. Gets out of the ultimate here from Closer. And then when Hype slides in, he just says, not on my watch. Instantly deletes him. I think if Hype gets just a few more seconds of time there, then this fight could look completely different, because everyone was starting to get pretty low on the side of Hanwha Life eSports. Closer setup was fantastic. He did a ton of damage early on, but they needed that cleanup from the Zeri. This Zeri Aurora combo seems so incredibly strong, because you kind of just walk up, press R, drop your weirding, and everyone's half health, and Zeri's like, all right, it's my time to shine. Yep. And even the tanks, the front line, are nicely played. Closer.
Nicely done.
That's actually huge, you know, at this point with the global buff. But I think if they don't instantly kill Hype, like, he is able to even like deal with Rooster in the front line so well, because he's so mobile. He just kind of kites back and no one else can really get on top of him, but you kind of have to instantly delete him. And that's kind of always been the thing about Zeri. Like, can you catch her? Can you lock her down? It's so difficult to do so. I think he was a little bit haphazard with how he slid in there, and Zeka just instantly said, no, not going to happen. I'm taking out this AD carry. We're winning this fight. And he really grabbed the fight by the horns, and that was all Zeka all the time on that one.
Yep, really was. And I think another benefactor of this whole thing is Rooster. 4 kills for the Cassante, and now has 3 items built up, 3.5. And that means that it's so hard for Morgan and Hype to do any damage. They focus down Closer, and then who kills Rooster? I think no one, as the Baron comes back available once again.
Yeah. Hype just needs a lot of time to kill Rooster. Like, he can do it. It just takes so long.
Yeah.
And so if he's firing at Rooster, it means Viper's hurting somebody else. You know what I mean? Zeka's got a lot more agency. They're going to try to control this choke point here.
Yeah, both going to connect, but the CC is mitigated there by Rooster. The Baron going down relatively low. In fact, down to 4K. As let's see, Paranoia comes on through. That's going to be Viper locking that one down. And oh dear, where was Polu? He immediately just explodes as now Closer trying to fight this one out, but Hype was dead before the fight even started. But Morgan trying to take matters into his own hands. They take down the Zeri yet again. The bottom lane falls. But that's what Viper and Delight have been doing all game. It's this guy in the mid lane. It's the guy on the top side that really have been taking this game into their own hands. And it once again happens in this fight, as with a Baron, this should mean HLE are going to really start doing some damage.
I'm about going to drop that smite and get a little bit of gold here, as he's looking for one more fear. And actually, I think he dies. Yep, pretty sure he dies, no matter what, when Zeka rebinds. Watch this fight again. Like, the question always becomes, like, what happens to Hype? Like, how does he die? Because Viper actually is able to get on top of him and punish him. This time it's the kill that goes over to Viper, and you can see Delight setting it up easy peasy. If you can lock down Hype, who again I think he's been playing, I don't want to call it lazy, but he's super greedy with how he's done these team fights, where he just kind of gets in the middle of everybody and doesn't play it slowly enough. They wanted to win the fight faster. He ends up once again getting focused down. So this Zeri has a lot of gold. This Zeri is huge, but if he instantly dies at the beginning of the fights because of these nice engaged Zeka to light in this case, and Viper focusing him down, then the fight becomes so difficult to win long term because Closer can do a lot of damage, but you still need that cleanup.
Yeah, and with the amount of beefiness on the side of HLE, with the fact that you've got a 2-0-11 Grizzly, this is the same guy that was throwing ultimates to Narnia for the entire early game. He is deathless in this one, has built up a Thornmail and a Randuin's. Like, Hype's not doing damage to him. That's just not happening. There's a second Thornmail on Rooster. We were talking about his large amassing of items that he's grabbed for himself. His Randuin's is going to be done so incredibly soon. And so that means, like, your Infinity Edge is for naught, right? Like, it's going to be so hard for Bro. And Closer has gone a very squishy kill-oriented build. Yeah. And so you're not getting through any of these high-health tanks with a build like this.
It's just really not.
It's not
going to happen. You can get maybe like 30% of their health with your initial opening combo, but then Hype has to get the work done. He actually has his LDR now. Just picked that one up right as you were talking about his IE. So he at least does have something he can use to cut through those health bars, but this Baron is a significant power play, unlike the other one that we had. He actually... You really see how much the Infernal Soul also helps with that. Just really amplifies your wave clear, makes it really difficult for Bro to defend. So no inhibitor is going to go down off of this one, and Bro getting those exit kills at least bought them, a little bit of lease. They got one more lease on life. Like, they're not in a good position in this game by any means, but at least like the Nexus didn't explode. They didn't lose any inhibitors after this. So it still ended up being a relatively successful catch on some of those Hanwha Life eSports members. But the real problem now is this Elder. They have to win this fight somehow. And if Hype gets killed again early on, as he has in the last two team fights, then it just doesn't matter. I mean, we've been singing his praises, and I think he's an incredible AD carry player, but you will have to play a little bit more conservatively here. But if you play too conservatively, then that Elder just goes away. You have to really walk that tightrope as Bro here. You want to hard engage, but, the Zeri slides in too early and dies, then you lose it. So...
You also can't hesitate, though, right? You need to get so much done in the Paranoia window. I think Hype has been playing correctly there, but maybe, like, not quite understanding exactly positioning. But it is so hard. Like, it is very, very difficult, especially when you start falling behind. And there are these massive tanks that also randomly do damage, such as Life versing Cassante, and then Zeka exists. So it's a tough ask, right? I think it's a tough one for Hype, but... He's playing it out to the best of his ability. It's just not quite enough at this stage, as we've got to teleport in. Let's see whether Morgan can find a flank angle to actually get a win here, because whoever gets this Elder, I think, is just going to win the game. Right now, HLE, they're the ones on it. And we'll see whether Polo can find that flank angle, whether Morgan can stay unseen. Right now, standing on top of a ward, as Zeka and Grizzly move over to him immediately. They get the information that that ward is, in fact, there as Hype. Just trying to stand in front, get as much value as he possibly can, as Polo gets found out on that ward. Closer off to the side as well as the Paranoia comes in. That's not going to be the steal, though. The Dragon is for HLE. And we'll see whether it's actually going to be enough, because so far the fight is looking good for Bro. Another Narnian ultimate is going to come on through, but Rooster, with the power of a Dragon, is able to lock down a Nautilus. Still a 3 for 2?
Yeah,
we take those, right?
The craziest thing is Bro win another fight while losing the objective, but this time they win it significantly enough. I mean, we're 37 minutes into the game. They can get some significant damage done to Hanwha Life eSports' base. Bounties are up, by the way, at 36 minutes in this game, so they can actually get in here and pick up a significant amount of gold. Now, they cannot end the game, I don't think, unless...
Well, they're going to try and take down Grizzly here. If they can stagger some kills, it could be a huge deal. As Morgan tanking up the turret, it should mean that this inhibitor is going to go down. That's going to buy them a whole bunch of space. And it wasn't on my bingo card that they'd lose Elder, but then take an inhibitor and be the first team in this game to take an inhibitor after losing 2 Barons?
Yeah, and Viper is the one who secures the Dragon as it goes down incredibly low. It's chaotic, right? Paranoia is out. The ultimate comes through here from Closer. And this is the first fight where Hype is uncontested. This is the first fight where he actually gets to pop off and help clear things up. Closer's ultimate allows him to do so because the focus for Hanwha Life eSports was the Elder itself, whereas Bro, we're kind of poised to, if they get the Elder right, if they win that Smite fight, amazing, right? But they're actually actually looking to win the fight, and that's kind of been their MO for all of these last few objectives. Unfortunately for Bro, the Elder fight win was not with Baron up. So now Hanwha Life eSports, after the respawns come through, will have prio on this. Is this probably the final fight of the game?
Yep, teleport is going to come in. Paranoia up and available here for Humbug. Let's see whether he can get in. The answer is no. He was going for an optimistic Duskbringer there, as the ulti is massive from Closer as Humbug gets into that backline. I don't know about that one, but Morgan is going to join him. The all-out brings him immediately out of there. And speaking of out of there, Hype is going to get over the wall, takes down 2 already. Viper is first target, so much of the damage mitigated, and another electric bolt to the noggin. That should just be the game off the back of this young 80 carry.
Bro is gonna make it happen here. 3 Barons down, Elder down, Infernal Soul, it doesn't matter. Hype is finally going to find his stride in these last 2 major team fights and win it for his team. Bro, taking game 1, Atlas. What a series this could turn out to be.
Oh my god, this is not what I was expecting. This was neck and neck. HLE looked like they were just systematically bringing it back under their control, and then some Giga Chad magic took over the rift, and the little bros managed to get it done.
Oh,
this was an incredible game, though.
Everybody looking like they are pretty happy about how this one went. I think there were a few team fights that didn't go their way, right? There were a few mistakes that let Hanwha Life back into the game, but they never lost focus on the team fights that mattered. And their whole game plan was win fights on objectives around the Aurora ult. And they were also willing to say, let's not hard force the 50-50 on the objective. Let's focus on winning the team fight afterwards, because you don't get to use the Dragon, the Elder, if you're dead. And yeah, they won that last fight also with Elder buff applied to multiple champions there, because it was still active during the Baron fight, and still won that fight. So basically won 2 fights versus Elder. Sure, not every player had the Elder buff on that in that moment, but still some of those buffs or debuffs, whichever one you call it, were applied to Bro. Still won that fight. Closer rocking a casual 46,000 damage.
In a 39-minute game, so that is over 1,000 DPM, he already had an average of 870 or something so far in the entire tournament. So that's going to go up to 900 or something like that after a game like this.
Yeah.
And he was doing so much damage in that last fight as well. I'm wondering, did he just complete Void stuff or like something big to allow him to get some through some of these beefier members of HLE? Because it looked like he was doing way more in that last one.
I mean, the other thing, I don't want to take anything away from Hype and Closer's performances here, but I do think Hanwha Life will definitely be going back to the drawing board a little bit on this draft. The fact that they were able to give over Ambessa, Nocturne, and Aurora here. And
it's a decent first round of picks.
And like Hype ends up playing Zeri. We weren't 100% sure about how strong she was going to be in this composition, but after seeing it in practice, it looks really powerful with Aurora. So yeah, I mean, Hype's a great player too. So I think that this draft gave Bro a lot of outs that I think they won't necessarily have in the next one.
I don't think so either, but I'm very interested to see how it is going to go. One thing that we do know is that Xayah is still a trap. Like, let's just not do that. I was willing to give it 1 game. You, I think, had already written it off. But now it is time for us to head to a short break. When we get back, game number 2, we'll see whether Bro can make it a 2-0 and whether HLE are going to find a way back into the series. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup semifinals. We've had one game of Bro versus HLE, and it was a certified banger. And now, HLE going to try and fight back against the Giga Chads that managed to take that game from their firm grip, right? Three Barons and an Elder were not enough to take down Bro.
Yeah. Bro didn't even have all of their LED pixels working on their side of the stage either, and they still won.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that this series is going to be pretty legit, man. I think this is going 3. I think Hano will bounce back. They'll have a better draft. We'll see what side they pick here.
Yeah, that's the really interesting part. Like, is it that like teams are just defaulting to blue and they think that that's actually good despite like what's been happening in the tournament?
Yeah.
Or is it that red side is just going to be the pick because they just lost on red, right?
Yeah.
Like, so what does it even mean? Is it just time to switch it up?
My theory is the blue side power of what you get in the early parts of the draft is often stronger than the counter pick that you get at the end, and even the 2-to-1 that you get on R1, R2 doesn't necessarily budget you enough power with some of the strong picks that we have in a very solved meta, because then they get their 2 and 3, and then they have 3 really strong picks as well. Like we saw last time, you really have to ban some of those top tier picks. The Aurora needs to be looked at here, and Hano Life will choose blue side here.
Okay.
This aligned with what I was thinking. I wasn't very confident about it, to be honest with you, Alice, but I would have theorized they do this, and there's the Aurora ban. But on blue side.
Yeah, they're banning Skana and Aurora on blue side. So they're on blue side, but they're banning red side bans, which is crazy. It's sort of off the wall here. It's Corki and the Rumble going to be banned first up.
Okay, so they banned all... or 2 of the big problems they had in the last game, and they banned all the really strong blue side high prio picks like the Skarner. It's a bit bizarre.
God. This is crazy. They leave up Yone. And
I think they feel confident they can deal with it after what happened last game, maybe.
I guess so. I mean, I think Zeka was still a huge problem, but what does this give Bro? That's my big question now is the Ashe worth it? Is getting like something like an Ashe Sejuani on the next rotation actually worthwhile? Because we knew this was going to happen, but it's a big gamble that Bro are going for here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, they could try to pick away Sejuani and go like Sejuani Ashe. I feel like that would be a really strong rotation here, just because of the synergy between those 2 champions and just denying that permafrost synergy, which ended up being not as valuable as I thought it would be in the last game, just because the lane went so well for closer. But the Vi was left open. That was banned last game around, and they will just go ahead and lock it. Hambug's still going to hover Diana.
Yep, has to. It's just one of those things. Closer might be thinking about like some Vi Ahri shenanigans, something like that, but it's likely we see something like a Cassante prioritized here for Morgan, just because you don't need to worry about mid lane, right?
Yeah.
There's already a Yone there, so...
Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah, I think the Vi Sante seems to be a decent idea here. Gives them a powerful core, a lot of flexibility in what you can build, and now that the Ambassador is banned away, the next most ridiculous champion on the top side of the map is just Cassante, as it sort of has been.
And like the only thing that you'd feel good about playing into the Cassante, like you really feel like you had a power pick, was the Rumble that they actually banned already as well. So like you're feeling really comfortable if you're Morgan right now in this situation. Now, this is what I was kind of afraid of, Atlas, is that we would end up seeing Grizzly try to go back to a little bit of comfort, because while he did have a large KP in that last game, his individual performance was a little bit weak. His ultimates were not very good.
This is how they add some magic damage.
Okay.
I guess.
I guess so. A weird one here. I'm liking Bro's draft way better again. Like, I feel like they already have a ton more synergy in these first rotational picks. And yes, Grizzly may be a little bit more comfortable on this Viego, but doesn't make it fit this composition any stronger. And when you have a comp that has like, Yone, Viego in it, and you're trying to like set up fights and snowball them, it really relies on having an even bigger lead than I felt like they really needed to have in the last game, because otherwise it's paper man. Like Viego just isn't that tanky. He isn't going to give you that big front line that you need. He's vulnerable to Ahri. He's vulnerable to Vi if he gets caught out.
Yeah, and I think Vi is really strong into Viego as well. One of the biggest problems with Viego is you can't lock him down that easily, and then he starts to reset and you just lose the fight, right? As soon as someone dies, it becomes a massive liability. But what you can do is you can just choose to press R on Viego, and then he dies, and then you're the ones with a reset situation with the Ahri that they have here. Like, Ahri Vi was a huge synergy for so incredibly long for a reason, and it's because that single target lockdown is so powerful. We're going to see that one utilized yet again.
It's one of Closer's best picks, too. So, you know, it really just makes sense here. Also, Vi was one of the picks that Hambach really put his name on the map with well. So
that's why we are liking him to Lucid so much.
Yeah, I just really look at the situation here for Bro, and it feels like they're getting everything they want a second time here. Hanwha Life kind of like trying to patch holes in terms of their players' preferences. Now, we're banning supports here instead of AD carry, so a lot is left open. Okay, with the exception of this Kalista.
Huh. So
this
Varus
is just a free
and Ash
Varus. Yeah, I don't
traded. I guess.
I have to say, Atlas, I really feel like Hanwha Life Esports' drafting has been quite weak in this series. Like, if you're going to ban anything, you got to ban the Varus because they get pick priority, and they still have counters pick for support as well. So they get to say, okay, you have no Ashe Renata, which is, by the way, Renata incredibly strong into Bro's comp because it's kind of dive focused. Now they have follow-up damage here, follow-up CC.
Oh, wow, we going all in on the dive.
This is crazy.
This is giving them a lot of extra magic damage back. Of course, I was kind of memeing a little bit when I was saying that Maokai was going to mitigate that because he just won't. He's going to be building full tank coming from the top side. So this does give you that AP carry coming from the bottom side of the map, even if it is in a more unorthodox way. Delight going to be considering what he wants to take here towards the bot side, and something like a Rel could be just fine, or a Leona, just anything that is just going to be able to provide that go button so they can get that dive happening.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right. Like, the Nautilus could have been an option as well, but I like Leona's long-range engage opportunities a lot more. Playing Alistair into this doesn't inspire joy necessarily, but it is going to be kind of a deterrent to some of these engages that we're going to see from Hanwha Life Esports. So both teams really have kind of dive-heavy styles, right? Like the Ahri Vi singles out a single target. It's really cool that they have hype to follow up, though, on that CC from long range. So, you know, if Closer gets that charm after the Vi ultimate goes off and then sets out his combo, procs Electrocute, and then hype just from like a screen away launches that arrow through, then somebody dies. And, you know, with the exception of maybe the Leona and the Maokai here are going to be a lot tankier. Everyone else is relatively squishy here. And I think that for Hanwha Life Esports, this draft is going to rely on having a lot of prio on objectives. It's going to rely on being able to shoot first, so to speak. Though whoever engages first will often be the winner of these fights. But what Bro have that Hanwha Life don't have, I feel like, is a really strong backline and some consistent damage that you can utilize around objectives. Like in the old days when AP Kaisa was a lot more meta, was a lot stronger, you'd be like, oh yeah, Poke War goes to Hanwha here. They've got Saplings, you know, they've got Kaisa's Void Seekers. But in this meta, I think Varus is going to always out-damage, always be able to sit behind Cassante and pull Hanwha Life Esports towards their objectives. Then the Vi ult hits, then the charm goes through. I think back-to-back for me, I like Bro's draft a lot more. You know, and I'm worried for Hanwha in this one.
Yeah, I am too. And actually, I like what you bring up with the Poke War not necessarily being all Varus favored. We often talk about it like that. This time around, the mid-game almost 100% goes to Bro, though, and that's where so much of this composition is geared towards. And then in the late game, you've got Morgan joining in, being a massive threat. So time to get onto the Rift and see whether Hanwha Life can bring us to a deciding game in this best-of-3 semi-final and give them an opportunity to make it further forward, or whether the highest seed in Bro is going to take it.
Game sounds are back for us. Yay!
Yeah, sort of. I can barely hear them, but I can maybe turn it up, and then maybe I'll be all right. Okay, I was turning it down, so maybe I'll do the other direction.
Yeah, the box is upside down, so you gotta turn it like down to turn it up.
Upside down box situation.
Yeah.
It didn't work, so.
Well, we'll have a little chat with the people behind the scenes to get it turned up a little bit.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
I gotta say, one of the other things, when you compare the impact that Maokai can make versus Cassante in these team fights, like obviously Maokai can be a great enabler. Like he can set up, you know, a single target that gets locked down, then the Solar Flare comes from a really long distance away. Like he doesn't have to commit to actually then set up that follow-up engage from Delight, so that can like control basically an entire objective worth of space. On the other side, though, of things, once he uses his ultimate, he's a pretty binary champion, you know? Like, he's like, oh, I used my utility, and now I'm tanky, but I don't actually impact the fight, whereas Cassante is going to be a backline threat. He's going to be tanky, but also trying to kill Viper. He can duel with Zeka as well. He's very difficult to deal with. So you need to make your Maokai ults count. You need to be able to lock somebody down, as we are going to have a bit of a lane swap situation here.
Yeah. Bro actually sending their bottom lane into the bottom lane. And it's going to be HLE that are looking to dodge. And of course, when you have a low-range carry like the Kaisa, does make sense to want to just avoid those early levels, as we've seen many, many times. Zeka taking a little bit of damage here in mid, but it is just a wave that's going to be pushed forward and will crash towards this outer turret. So far, lane swap just regular, as we've been seeing all throughout this tournament. Polu just happily headbutting away Rooster over and over again. As Morgan thinking about coming down, we'll see whether it is going to be a dive attempt. Right now, Humbug is on that bottom side of the map, but it looks like it is just going to be this minion wave taken down and a little bit.
They just try to push a plate.
Yeah.
And, it'll be a lot of split gold, so not too significant.
We're going to be able to find that knock up there with the Q. Avoids the Orbit Deception damage there as well.
Here we go.
Yeah, nicely played as we do have the chain CC. Brilliant Vault Breaker there from Humbug, demonstrating why this Vi gets banned away so often. 4 seconds before Rooster can teleport back. We'll see how many more of these minions are going to go down.
Let's see if he can teleport back. Delight's going to try to come over here and escort him, but he might actually just get dove a second time.
Yeah, Delight looking to make his way in. Polu might be able to just headbutt the Leona away. There's the flash forward as the Pulverize is an odd decision because that means he picks up turret aggro and dies. As Zeka going to find another knockup. This time the charm is going to be there in response. These health bars are very, very low. 1 for 1 in the end, though, as we can see.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Polu, I think. Just, I think, a automatic, like, muscle memory reaction there to a Leona engage. But, yeah, you're under the turret, so unfortunately, you will end up picking up the aggro. A kill actually going over to Rooster as well, so he is very happy with how that turned out. Looked really rough for him. And a great play from Delight as well, knowing that without him being there, it's just not safe to teleport. But once the Leona shows up, it gets a little bit easier. It becomes very much a win for you there. And because of Polu's mistake, actually, Life could get that 300 gold back.
Yep.
Well, about 450 really, but yeah.
Still locking down a couple of plates there for Bro. Means that they are ahead by still 100 gold, something like that. As the dust settles, Grizzly going to find Humbug here. Humbug not able to secure his own chickens. Does punch the remainder of the little ones, though, so he should be all right. Hype and Polu sticking to it here towards this bottom side of the map. As you can see, Morgan headed back up towards the top lane. And it is now just going to be regular laning that will ensue.
Yeah. As regular as you can get for a Kai'Sa laning into a Varus. A little bit tough, but
yep, true.
To get through the earlier parts, fine. Tears picked up here for Hype. Starting to stack that one up. And everything else a little bit quiet here on the Rift, obviously. We didn't see any solo kills or anything like that down in mid. Zeka was having some trouble really pushing the advantage on closer, but you can see here just setting up 1 Q3 is often enough to win you those trades. Both players still with their summoners, well, their flashes available.
Yep, it is actually just 1 minion, the difference between the two players in mid lane. Probably the Yone the most happy about the whole situation, going exceptionally even and actually a little bit ahead against an Ahri is probably something you're going to be pretty happy about. But I think that Bro really want to aim for, level 6s, hitting that mid game, finding some of these big skirmishes for them to really sink their claws into the game. And we'll see whether that is what is going to occur. As once again, Hype finds himself alone. There might be yet another plate. There's Humbug and Polu on this first Infernal Drake. Wonder whether we'll have our first Chemtech Drake of the day, Wolf.
Yeah, it could be. I don't wish for it, but
oh, here is. Moving on over. That is going to be a Vault Breaker. Try and bring Humbug out of this one. Zeka and Delight moving down, though, as we can see.
Yeah, this is them just kind of taking the dragon and saying thank you for the leash.
Yeah, and with the fact that our closer was making his way back, a little bit of a greedy move there from Humbug, going to get punished immediately. That is Grizzly locking that one down. So now the Grub's just about to spawn. There is that plate going over to Hype, but with the Kai'Sa towards the top side, Viper hitting level 5 now already. These Grubs are going to spawn. Grizzly is going to get down here, and Delight already in position to stop Polu from getting forward. Let's see whether they can actually still line something up, though, because there is a Vi making her way in, only level 4.
Yeah, I don't think that they can set up a dive here, to be honest with you, Atlas. I don't actually think this is going to necessarily work. They don't have the numbers, like Humbug's level 4. Now they're in trouble.
Zeka's already roaming down as there's the ulti flash out from Polu to avoid that damage, as Hype is just doing his very best to try and kill Zeka. Polu going to be the one that's taken down, though, is now Rooster taking so much damage. It's one more auto, and that's Hype taking that kill. He's completely out of mana, so no more piercing arrows as Humbug looking for an angle. Still level 4 to the level 6 of Zeka, but there is the Spirit Rush from Closer, and they lock down a few more revenge kills.
You know, this is like giving me some really, I know it's gonna sound a little bit crazy because it's been a while, but this is giving me some like old like 2023 like Live Sandbox vibes. Like the way that this team is playing, they're just so aggressive. And when Closer is empowered to play like this and to make these roams happen, it works out incredibly well. Now, this fight is all hype, by the way. And knows exactly where he wants to put the damage. Look at his positioning here. He stays on the right side, knowing Zeka's coming over, so he's just not going to be a viable dive target here. He's not going to be a viable ult target. And he just layers all this damage and takes Zeka so long to get that kill onto Palu. He ends up getting the kill here. Puts so much damage and just constantly pumping it in. And the Hanbok comes over here, and then Closer is there to flash follow up. Gets the final auto there with the ult coming through and clean up that second kill. So massive win here for Bro.
Yeah, really nicely done. Means that there's only one plate remaining on that bottom side as well. You can see it's Closer that's now set up down there. And that is a large reason why so much of this gold has gone over to Bro in this early stage. And I want to reiterate, early gold is really important for this team composition, right? You want to be able to start getting that snowball rolling as quickly as possible, because once again, they're potentially going to run into a situation where the late game control of HLE is just going to be a little bit too much. You know, trying to avoid these Viego resets and things like that are going to be a tough one. And if they can keep this RE damage relevant, if they can make the chain CC equal a kill every time, then this is exactly where Bro want the game to land. So we'll see whether that is going to continue or whether HLE are going to slow things down and just get to a point where they have the item spikes they're looking for.
Yeah, and the next few fights here are going to be pretty telling as to like which direction we're going to. Is it going to be like On Life kind of making the way back in, starting to hit that mid-game power with Zeka, starting to get some kills online? Because we saw last game with a similar composition for Hanwha Life, it kind of went 50-50 on the fights, and some of the messier fights where Hype was caught ended up bringing Hanwha back into the forefront, kept them alive, kept them relevant, and then they were able to win some big objectives later. Maybe Bro actually ends up hitting the better end of this this time around in this mid-game with the lead that they have right now, and how flexible this composition is in terms of both its poke and its dive properties. I really, really like what Bro put together here. I really favor them going into, for example, this next Dragon fight. It's not a Chemtech Soul, so might end up being like a really relevant Soul here, coming through like a Hextech Soul.
Oh, that'd
we'll have to wait and see. Because that would be like, okay, 2 Dragon lead with that as the Soul, with your advantages there. Feels really rough for Hanwha Life, but we'll have to wait and see. 90 seconds away from that Dragon spawning.
Yeah, Morgan almost tanking up a turret shot there as he really wants to be able to grab first brick. And that's against the flow of the game as well. As you can see, the 3 grubs already going over to HLE. They grabbed the first dragon as well. Like, their control of neutrals was actually fantastic. As now with level 6, Hanbok was thinking about going for an angle. Instead, he's just going to go back home and just get a little bit of a reset in the minute before we do have this Chemtech Drake spawning. It is going to be some grubs coming up pretty soon as well, so I could imagine that Bro do want to get over there and try and target that one, especially with the advantage that they can feel they have.
Yeah. See the Void Seeker there, and a little bit of damage at this stage in the game, but not going to be able to win out in a side versus Closer here.
And Swifty's done as well here for Hype, so he's going to be pretty maneuverable. Zeka clearing out vision where he can.
Viper also, because he's been spending a lot of time solo in these lanes with the lane swaps and him going up top side here, he is level 8 actually, so he's even with both Closer and Zeka right now, so he is quite a force to be reckoned with in these early fights.
Yeah, Polo actually showing himself here. They are very sure that there's no vision in this brush as the control ward finally does go down. Delight could be in a little bit of trouble here, as keeping an eye on when that Chains of Corruption is going to come out. I think Hype setting up for some of these fights, you know, you can Chains of Corruption and then Headbutt Pulve really does help you get multiple people that will get rooted afterwards if it's hit on a few there. And with all of these buttons up and available, looks like HLE not wanting to risk it against Bro. So it is going to be even as far as that grub trade, but it could just go over. The Drake could just go over to HLE as a result. So it is like a 1-for-1, but benefiting from the fact that they got both neutrals last time.
It looks like they're going to try to dive Zeka, though, in return. They're not just going to go, okay, well, you have the Dragon. You didn't get anything out of this. They're pushing mid hard as well. But a really nice clear here coming through from Zeka, meaning that they're not actually going to pull this dive off unless they get another wave here. Zeka's playing very respectfully here. Drops the control ward over the wall so he gets full vision. Knows that he will be in danger when that next wave comes up. Not going to be able to steal that Gromp away, unfortunately for him. But You know, with the plate gold that Closer's going to look to grab here, I mean, this is significant. They do have those 3 grubs. So just helps him wear that last one down, so he does end up getting something back here, even though the Dragon did go over. Ocean Soul, actually quite significant into this Varus composition.
Yeah, I guess so.
Actually ends up being not like the best soul it could have been here, but still very valuable on the life that they have the 2 Dragon lead.
Yeah, Morgan now here towards his bottom side, really still wanting to take this turret down. It is very close to being able to grab not only the first turret blow, but also the extra plate in the next 2 minutes before that one does dissipate. I think already Bro have grabbed quite a few extra plates from this map, as you can see. 1 down in mid lane, a couple in bot lane, and 1 in top lane for HLE. Yeah. And there's only 1 remaining in the bottom side of the map. So a little bit of an advantage. I think HLE is spreading the love a little bit more when it comes to taking down those plates. So not as badly as I thought that they were doing. That might be a reason as to why this game is still very, very close, especially considering the Dragons in favor of HLE right now.
Yeah, it's 4 plates to 5, I think, in total, technically, with Bro having the 5, but very, very close. The big issue, though, is that a lot of the money, a lot of the plate gold went to Hype, who has a 102 kill line right now, has been given some extra time in the mid lane as well to keep farming it up. He's even on CS, but I think he's obviously in the early game going to utilize that lethality stat a lot better than like what Kai'Sa's going to be able to do with this Shiv, which is really just going to help control mid-prio a little bit, but isn't necessarily going to be the combat stats. They're going to be game changers in these upcoming team fights. We'll see what happens when she gets the 2 items and then can start getting that poke online. This is a turret going down. Morgan should be able to get this and the final plate.
Exactly. 30 seconds on the clock, so he was able to do it a little bit early. Absolutely beautifully done here. And so that's going to funnel a bunch of extra gold into Bro. About a 2,000 gold lead moving into 14 minutes. And that is something that they're going to be pretty happy with. Could be better, could be worse. But honestly, this is not a bad place to be for a composition like this. They're going to have to keep it up, though. And this is about the time where Bro kind of lose control. Last time around, it did happen. And they were able to wrestle it back eventually. This time we'll see how cleanly they can play out this mid-game, as it has been a bit of a point of a pain point, perhaps, here for Bro.
Yeah.
We are just going to be fighting, though, Wolf. So we're going to find out whether it is, in fact, a pain point. As Closer, dashing in already, but the ulti going to catch him there from Zeka. Should be able to close that gap, but Diego goes down first. It's exactly what we were talking about. It's what the composition does. It kills Grizzly. And it's going to work out here. Should get them a Herald as well.
Just not that tanky, unfortunately. This is without the Ahri, layering CC on top. Like, this is with no charm. This is with no orb coming through. He's just trying to get away from Zeka. Throughout that entire exchange, that entire sequence is really just, they catch onto Grizzly, the control of that choke point. Is Delight's looking for a turn here, but won't be able to stop him. He can Vault Breaker over the wall. He's totally fine here. If you watch this fight again, which I'm sure we will in the replay, keep an eye on Zeka in this moment too, because I just want to reiterate that he wasn't involved in this initial exchange. It's the layering damage coming here. Closer on the top side here barely gets ulted. Really nice placement there from Zeka, but he charms and then has to run away. So he's just not a part of this. That flash was also very bizarre from Closer.
Yeah, that was an odd one.
I wanted to point that one out as well. But either way, if they're winning this decisively when they have Prio on an objective, even without the Ahri, basically, imagine what happens when he's actually there to put that damage in too. And I'm starting to get a little bit concerned here for Hanwha Life.
I definitely am too, Wolf. I think that this is looking like the game is firmly in Bro's control for now. That was something that did happen in the last game, so we do need to take that into account. But so far, so good here for the Giga Chads, and they already had the momentum of the victory in last game. And it must feel great here for them. And now I'm starting to think maybe Gen.G should have chosen HLE, but we'll just have to see what happens in the next series. I might be getting ahead of myself. But Bro, certainly looking powerful. Of course, they're not a choice that Gen.G could have chosen, but right now it feels like they should. They deserve to be unchoosable, but because who in their right mind would actually want to go up against this gargantuan terror that is the Giga Chads of Bro?
I think and it's one of these topics that, I always have to be careful about how I say this, but we might have to hold our thoughts on this one, though, because we might have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah, a little bit. Control War going to be taken down first. Rooster in that front line does have the Nature's Grasp up and available.
I was just going to say, for players like Zeka, Viper, Delight, who have accomplished so much already, like world champions here, right? this win would be just like one more for the trophy chest. But for Bro, this means so much, right? This is a team that hasn't accomplished anything. And, you know, some of these players like Morgan have been so close to greatness. But they have Pio on this Dragon right now. Closer on the flank.
Yeah, going to be the first one here for Bro if they're able to lock it down. Could be Soul Point if there is a steal away opportunity. And they're going to go in, looking for Hype there in that backline. He's going to flash away, Chains of Corruption going to connect, and now the Varus should be safe, but no one else is. As the ulti dives forward from Morgan, he's able to take down the Leona, but they haven't stopped the resets. Grizzlies at full health, and they lose one. But Bro lose two, unfortunately, and so that should mean control of this Drake, especially with Humbug lying on the floor.
Yeah, Hype's not even going to tease looking for a few more arrows there. Rooster is tanky enough to where it would take more than one to take him out, and that's going to be the third objective of the third Dragon, going over to Hanwha Life eSports here. And this time they were able to actually control the front line, and the timeout there on Morgan's ultimate is there at the end, so he can't really get anything done. It's just a beautiful engage. Even without the Maokai ultimate, they push Hype back here, and he kites over, right? And they're still able to turn on to the light here. It looks like, okay, like the fight is kind of like winnable, maybe the front to back, but no, it's just too snowbally with Grizzly getting these resets. You just don't actually have time to sit back and kite back and break through that Leona. Like I said, whoever shoots first in these fights pretty much always is going to win, right? Because you just get such an advantage from having that engage first and setting up your team fight the way you want it. And these fights just happen so fast. Yeah, they might extend, but ultimately that fight was decided basically the moment that Hype had to flash away. Because he's just not able to offer any more damage back, and then it's over.
And, you know, it is technically a double reset comp here for Bro as well. The big reset, I think, that we're all going to be looking out for is Grizzly and being able to possess people over and over again. But you do get a little bit after a kill for the Varus, and you definitely do for Closer as well. As you can see right here, would like to be able to pick up more Essence, but only has one charge left of that ultimate that he did just have to use there towards the top lane. Making his way back out now. A little bit of a defensive posturing here from Bro, still with a 2,000 gold lead, but staring down 3 dragons rotating around HLE. That is the real danger here for Bro. They have to be able to contest on the map in order to keep themselves in this without going for another miracle play like they achieved in the last game.
Yeah. Morgan may be in trouble here, actually. Like, long-term, he's going to feel a bit in danger, but also Viper's coming over.
Yep, Nature's Grasp comes down. It's now Morgan looking for a little bit of an angle, but he actually is just looking for a safe place to die because there was no way out. Viper going to now be able to grab a turret back as well, and HLE closing the distance as far as that money is concerned almost completely. Rift Herald going to try and save it here for Bro. It's now Grizzly getting ulted on here. Hype getting ulted on here by Grizzly. Nice little stun to come through, but the only person backing him up was Delight, who does have, I guess, Ignite off cooldown. But HLE going to be taking an inner turret in the bottom lane, so they're still going to be feeling very happy about this as... Okay, Shelly just going to get
that was a bit
ran into a wall for no reason.
There's a lot of weird shenanigans happening in this game right now. Like, I don't feel like Morgan should have died there. Like, he could have just played a lot more respectfully, especially around the fact that, you know, as Kazante, sometimes your health is your biggest resource, because if you're fairly healthy, when an exchange like that happens, you can kind of hold your ground, but he was significantly far behind on health. Now, Rooster continues to fight like that. That's when you should be able to identify, okay, Kai'Sa's missing, something is happening. And he ends up dying. They lose the turret. Then they end up, you know, pushing them into the inner as well. And on the other side, like the charge happened there for the Rift Herald, but then they tried to back it off and like sync us another wave, and then just ended up being super weird. Not entirely sure what the plan was there on the top side for that one, but it means that Hanwha Life is back in this game. I mean, it's only a 300 gold lead now that Bro holds.
Yeah. Grizzly trying to get a little bit of poke damage before he runs the heck away from Paulu, who was joining with some friends to see who is lurking in the banana brush. Baron has just spawned about a minute ago. I don't think anyone's really capable of getting in here as Vision given over. Vault Breaker going to come on through there as once again the mid laners are going to be fighting. Grizzly just sitting in camouflage. Delight taking a lot of damage here as he does get on top of Hype. But is it actually going to be enough as the Nature's Grasp comes down? Great piercing arrow comes through, but there's Zeka getting into the backline. He brings Viper with him. The Flash Pulverize is there, and they do manage to take down Viper at least. Sorry, Zeka at least. Viper still alive, though. Is now Closer bouncing around the team fight. Viper goes in a little bit too far, and now it's a 2 versus 2. The meatballs doing battle, but here are the resets. And Grizzly has so much damage. Rooster able to get underneath this turret, will be okay for the moment, but a 3 for 3 is the result.
Wild fight there, and all throughout it, Morgan doesn't actually ult on the Cassante, waiting for a better opportunity, maybe a wall he could utilize a little bit better, but he just doesn't end up finding one. So this fight starts off really weird because they're, really indexing on trying to kill this Leona, which is super hard to do, and that means the Hype is out of position. Fantastic ultimate from Viper, takes the 80 carry out of the fight, so Closer has some serious heavy lifting he needs to do, and that play right there from Morgan that pushes Viper into range is why Viper does finally go down, because if he lives, this is actually a huge win for Hanwha Life, and they could actually get further advantages out of this. So that was actually really big that Morgan was able to push him a little bit closer there, get a little bit of extra alone time with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
And down he goes. But, I mean, this game is still anyone's to take at this point. I mean, it's incredibly close. This Dragon is Ocean Soul for Hanwha here at 22.5 minutes if they can secure it.
And 3 items are so close for both of these 80 carries. Means a little bit more for Viper as he does want to hit these evolutions, and Nash's Tooth is so powerful. But HLE getting pushed out of this Dragon Pit. And remember, they don't need to go all in for this strike. They can give away 1 Ocean. As Rooster in that front line exactly where he wants to be. Viper can be absolutely anywhere at any time is what it feels like, especially with the amount of CC that can be dealt out here by HLE. Trying to keep Bro honest here as they do start off the Dragon. Voidseeker going to be collected by Morgan. Delight looking to wrap around. We'll see where the Grizzly can get in for a smite. If he does, it could be huge, but Humbug's able to lock that one down. Meanwhile, Delight getting into the back line. Zeka going to join him, but immediately goes back out again. But it's Closer that goes down first. Morgan wanting to find a bit of an angle, but he flashes, gets himself out of there. The 3-man pulverize, gigantic as Zeka finds Hype. Hype has to flash to get himself out of the way. Polo in trouble now as Zeka just decides that it's his turn to die. Humbug going to get out. Hype as well going to survive, but that is going to be at least the Drake secured by Bro, but another team fight win for HLE. And now Morgan going to be the next one on the chopping block.
Yeah, this is going to make it even better here.
Unless he can do some Cassante things, but he's not able to land the Q, so he's dead.
Yeah, I think he dies there, but it was close, like you say. I look at this fight, and it's once again just the setup here. Whoever strikes first ends up getting an inherent advantage because Zeka is now completely unlocked in this fight. The positioning of Hype in this fight, by the way, amazing. He's so difficult to lock down. Zeka can't get to him for so long here. And if he actually is not able to do all of this damage during this moment, and Palu buying him some space as well, then this looks way more Hanwha Life eSports favored. He kites back here, but now there's just not really a front line for him, and he's just not going to be able to deal with that, a very aggressive Grizzly Viego running towards him, so he does have to vacate. But like you said, they get the Dragon. It's still only a 200 gold lead. It's swinging towards Hanwha. It is a win for them, I think, basically factually. But it's still like, it feels like we're going back to square one again. Bro, buy an extra Drake's worth of time, and now we're moving to the next objective. This is going to be another team fight here. Yeah,
we'll see whether HLE are going to start something on this Baron. Of course, Viper with a lot of Baron damage. Alongside Zeka and Grizzly that still have some DPS themselves. Viper going to utilize that DPS in order to take down this outer turret in the top lane. As Bro just clearing vision where they can, but not a lot they can do about this turret for now. As speaking of turrets, Hype actually going to be able to try and answer here in this mid lane. It is going to be the Edge of Night shield now broken. Voidseeker going to find Humbug as they do manage to take down this turret. Humbug goes in. The rest of the team are looking to try and get themselves out. As now Morgan has found Zeka in that backline. Delight could be going down without too much else of an answer as that charm was extraordinary. Zeka having to flash to get himself out of the way, and now Closer has found him yet again. This is what happens if the Ahri is unleashed, and another 2-man pulverized. Viper is going to be the recipient of that one as now Hype just needs to charge up another arrow, but Viper gets himself out of the way, and Bro fancy themselves the Baron.
Yeah, Hype doesn't have the arrow cooldown just yet to charge it up. I thought perhaps he was going to get the snipe there onto Viper. He's unable to do so. Bro not feeling confident enough with some of these members, going with low health, and then could rejoin, not feeling confident enough to actually start up the Baron.
I fancied the Baron for them, but they didn't.
I fancied it for them a little bit as well, but really just trying to I mean, I think it's kind of weirdly enough a very confident move by Bro to say, you know what, let's not just risk this Baron here. We just had a huge win in a team fight. We got a lot of control out of it. Let's reset, and we'll win it again in the next fight, right? This is just well-coordinated play here by Bro, because Viper and Yone are being, or not Yone, Zeka are being like really corralled by Morgan, so it's hard for them to kind of sandwich in and collapse. And Closer's hitting amazing charms, right? The damage from Hype is real. I think if Hype actually takes that Blast Cone a little bit better, I think they kind of messed up the Blast Cone there. They wanted to all go together, but he went a little bit north. He probably does get that kill onto Zeka, but still, a huge win here for Bro. Really well set up on the fight. Now we're looking at a, arm guard here for Closer, so he's going to have some extra safety and some extra, depth he can dive to without really worrying about what the consequences might be. Death's Dance not quite ready for Zeka. He doesn't get the same amount of boon from that medallion that builds into it, right? Like, he's not actually going to be looking at this fight going, I got this half item that's really good, whereas the arm guard is actually, on the other side, extremely valuable. So, I mean, Bro can just kind of camp this Baron and say, come at me. We have the vision control. We have also single target blow up. So it gets really tricky for players like Grizzly in this situation. If Bro start that objective and look to go for a turn, your approach angle is so tough. And if you just ult as Rooster, you better hope you can follow up on it, because once that's down, it's all Bro. Like, they can do whatever they want. So every single player on Hanwha Life has a big role to play in how they're going to set up trying to deny this Baron here from Bro. And so far, they got one control ward up, right? They denied some of that vision, but Bro definitely still maintaining control at the moment. Morgan doesn't have TP, so he's going to have to walk his way over. But yeah, I really love this vision toggle here by our observing team, because you can see Hanwha Life really just can't quite cross the line here. It's just too dangerous.
Yeah, but they do still have that cheeky ward in the pit, as Closer even goes over and checks it, but it isn't actually an opportunity to take that one down. So Dragon going to be coming up in 8 seconds' time. HLE do have a clear path to get over there. Rooster also pushing that minion wave in. Feels great here for them. Viper going to get tagged, though, and these piercing arrows really do hurt. Humbug getting into the back of the pit for now, as now Rooster, headbutt pulverized to engage onto just the tank. Suboptimal, perhaps, but we'll see whether Grizzly can get over here. If he steals this one away, it could give HLE a whole bunch of permanent power in this game, as Viper tagged yet again. Hype really does have a scope on his bow, I'm pretty sure. As into the backline they go. Grizzly actually has to ult very early in this fight. Delight actually in range, does get the Shield of Daybreak. They just take down the Ahri immediately, and now Hype, the next target. They're just going one after the other. It's the cow that goes down first. The Vi is going to hit the deck, and Hype realizes there's nothing he can do. That's Soul, and that is 4 lying on the ground. HLE, they do not want out yet, and they're going to keep themselves alive here at KeSPA Cup.
And I think they do have eyes for the Baron Atlas as well. They're going to come over here and take this. The Ocean Soul means that Viper is going to heal back up to full instantly here. That and the Honey Fruit is going to help him out significantly here. And Bro, I think they are probably staring down the barrel of a Game 3 here right now, with the amount of control Hanwha Life get off of this team fight into Baron with so many dead. It's just really easy to start pushing these turrets out. They'll have a wave here, so a bit of overextension there to try to get that catch. But if they do get the flash, would have been valuable. But we'll watch this fight one more time. Grizzly here on the side looks like a great target, but he's actually able to heartbreak over the wall, and then everyone is way over-indexed into the fight. And then this flash play here from Delight to lock down Closer takes out so much of the damage, and Hype is on the wrong side of the fight. I really feel like this is the main part of this whole fight, is like, they're like, oh, Grizzly, Paperman, we got him, we'll get the Viego, and then he just heartbreaks his way. They're like, oh, we're on the wrong side of this dragon fight.
And Closer just walked into Delight. I didn't realize that, I thought Delight was being sneaky, right? But he walked right through a ward to get into the banana brush. And so Closer knew that he was just right there. And instead, he died, set up the killer instinct for Viper. And you can see it's the 80 carries that are doing most of the damage. But I think that it's the rest of the squads that really are holding this together for now. As I think it's about who manages to strike first, like you say, strike first, but also get that first key lockdown onto a priority target. And this time, killing Closer first up was exactly the recipe that they needed. As this inner turret, not long for the world already, 1,500 on that Baron power play. We still have over a minute and a half left, though, of this one. And it could be even more money into the pockets of HLE. And we mentioned already that, Bro, they really wanted to be able to snowball this game. This is not how you do it. No. Losing fights in the mid-game is not really what you want. And now we're moving towards a later stage, as Elder going to be spawning in 4 minutes' time as well. There is so much. Bro just really wanting to find an avenue back It's so hard
to siege these turrets with the composition of Hanwha Life eSports, but what it is simple to do is to constantly threaten the backline. You know, Viper is constantly sending out Void Seekers. You see Zeka rip his soul out and try to actually get into that backline, harassing people. That just means waves get escorted in. Valkyrie out here just to try to get this turret.
Yeah, Humbug in so much trouble here. Assault and Battery not quite working out there, or Cease and Desist, depending on what you want to call it, as Polo's ultimate is not as unbreakable as it wants to be. The ulti just a gap close here from Zeka. The Pulverize actually used beautifully here by Grizzly, as Closer not able to find that fadeaway charm. And it is just a pick off onto Humbug and to Polo. All of HLE staying alive, and their Ocean Soul getting to work here, making sure that these health bars are as high as possible. 3-11 for Rooster as well on this tank, and they are not slowing down. More stuns flying forward. Morgan not as tanky as he wants to be, as it's Viper that locks down that kill. Closer going golden, but it is just to watch his Nexus explode. And they'll even kill him in the meantime as well. HLE with a beautiful revenge game are able to take down the Nexus and bring us to a game number 3.
And they did what wasn't possible in Game 1 to win those critical late-game team fights around objectives. Because in Game 1, they were behind. They fought their way back through. They started up some Barons. They started up the Elder. But they weren't able to follow through and win those fights when it mattered most. They got the objective. They lost the fights. They gave the game to Bro. This time, a lot more consistent play for them, starting in the mid-game, taking back control of the map, and then turning those fights into successful ones around objectives. I do think that Delight was a really critical part as to why they were able to get those fights to work, to get those first picks, to get those first engages off. But it was really just great target selection in general here for Hanwha Life. I didn't have a lot of faith in this composition, but Hanwha Life really knew how to pilot it well.
Yep, they made it work. And the fact that Viper eked out this much damage from this Kai'Sa as well is, I think, a large reason why it worked. I think that we have seen some Kai'Sas be left a little bit wanting, not being able to really get amongst it, not utilize the killer instinct effectively enough in the right moments of a fight to find value. And Viper had a bit of a stinker in game number 1, so being able to make this sort of comeback play really helped out. Hats off to Hype as well, doing the most damage in the game, but of course, he is Lethality Varus. He kept himself alive in a lot of these fights pretty nicely, but it just wasn't enough to get them over the line. And so, Bro, back to the drawing board now. They do get side selection moving into game number 3, and we'll see whether they can make the most of it.
Yeah, I really think Bro are playing well. You know, I think that if they can find that consistency in the mid-game, this team absolutely can win the series. They absolutely can go to the finals. They had control over this game. Hype was playing phenomenally. There was some really big moments from Palu as well. Maybe not the one where he got turret aggroed and died bottom side. Like, I know people will focus on those mistakes, right? But some of his really critical plays and some of the peel that he showed was really important, and why Bro got some of those big leads in the first place. Their dives were super well coordinated. Maybe Bro indexing even harder on an early game composition could be the way.
Yeah, well, we'll just have to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the deciding game between Bro and HLE. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup, where we have an entirely tied-up semi-final. One of these teams going to be able to make it to the final against one of either DK or Gen.G. Before that, they need to take down one another as HLE and Bro make their way out onto the Rift once again. And this time, it is Bro with side selection. We'll see whether they head towards the blue or the red side this time, as there has been a little bit of contention as to which side is stronger. If you take the results as an indicator, then we'd say that red is stronger, but I don't know whether that is necessarily the case. HLE just coming out on top on blue, and we'll see whether this is going to be the case yet again as we head into the draft for the third and final game of this series.
Yeah, I'm gonna lean towards blue side again. You know, they had the side selection in game one, I believe, because they were the higher seed coming this. We don't have hard confirmation on that, but I think that is the case.
Yep, Bro did. Yep.
So I think you know, the strong picks that you can grab on blue side just feel so powerful right now, even if red side has had quite a strong win rate here in this tournament. Bro also, I think, you know, the last time they were on blue side, they had a very strong draft. I don't think they will necessarily get this time. But both games, I did feel like the draft edge was Bro's, slightly in the game two. But in game one, it seemed to me like there was just way more outs for Bro.
Yep.
But that doesn't necessarily translate to wins. As we saw, Unauthorized eSports could take a draft that's really tricky and difficult to pilot and play it incredibly well. When Grizzly's uncovered, sometimes maybe that's actually the way to do it. That maybe it's not scholastically the best draft you could have had, and the priority was a little bit weird. But if Grizzly is just an amazing Viego player, and we all know that he is, then maybe you draft for that. So Unauthorized have just kind of taken things into their own hands and playing their own style, which will again be tough when they face off against either Gen.G or D+ if they win this game. But, you know, with part of your roster being mixed.
Vietnamese Bro fan.
Yeah, we have a lot of Vietnamese fans for Bro, by the way. They're very popular, especially because Morgan loves Vietnam and has been there a lot. And I'd say Morgan might be one of the most popular players in Vietnam right now.
That is actually so cool. He's also the most popular player in my house.
There you go.
Yeah, which is mainly me that's responsible for that. But now, let's dive into the draft here for game number 3. The decider, where we are heading back towards the same bans-ish from game number 1. It is going to be the Viego taken away. There goes the Yone as well, as Aurora is actually going to be banned this time. So feeling a little bit more honest here in this particular round of bans. No more like random Azias being taken away, things like that, as there's the Ambessa gone as well. And now Morgan going to be locking away the Vi for Humbug yet again. This time, no Viego for Grizzly to head towards in response.
Yeah, no Yone either for Zeka. So we'll see a very different draft here for Unauthorized eSports than the last two that we had.
Yep, expecting something like an Ash
That's what I'm
or something
thinking,
like that. But we'll see what they do decide to go with. Sejuani up and available still. Cassante up and available still. There are a few things that they can head towards if they want to sort of hedge their bets when it comes to the AD carry position. But Grizzly on Sejuani into Vi doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, it
just in
rough.
general.
It feels really rough. Tough matchup. He didn't have a great performance on the Sejuani in game 1. Again, having a high kill participation, but again, felt like when you watched with the eye test, you could see there were some struggles there. Definitely a lack of comfort, even though we've seen him play it pretty well in the past. So, I mean, all eyes on him. Ooh. Zyra going to get locked in.
Yeah, interesting one. I actually really like this. Just go for clear speed, right? And make sure that Humbug is on the back foot because of that, because Grizzly won't need to worry about any of the camps being up and available because he'll kill them next to instantly. That is going to be an Azir being considered. Not a huge fan of Vi Azir just in general, but
Talia, though, much better choice.
Talia Vi feels pretty good. Not a whole lot of dashes being represented from the jungle, but Cassante does definitely like to dash around a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a really strong combo, especially because the enemy jungler is so squishy, you know, that it's so easy to punish Grizzly. And then if you build the Andres, you could deal with the Cassante as well relatively easily. And we'll see if a Prio AD carry pick comes through here, or if it's going to be a top lane. It's going to be the Renekton to come through. Now, Corki, interestingly, is available here. And with the Zyra jungle, I think that's probably where they're going to go. And we'll lock that one away. That one seemed a little bit predictable. And it could still be a flex, but I think it's likely because of the Zyra pick going to be utilized in the mid lane this time.
Yeah, I actually think that this rounds it out quite nicely, but we do need to go back to the Renekton. It is the Morgan Renekton out yet again. double Shurima here in the solo lanes for OK Man Bro. So as far as the topside core, I don't think it feels necessarily as overpowered as their first game's topside draft, but definitely a lot of synergy, a lot of early game power to come through, and I don't mind it at all. Certainly a lot of insurance, though, being built up here by Hanwha Life Esports. With that Corki's consistent damage in the late game, same can be said for Zyra, and then the tankiness in the front line provided by Rooster's Cassante already. The Kalista going to be taken away, as well as the Kai'Sa here from Bro.
I really like the Kalista ban this time around. They've done it against Hype every game. He's an incredible Kalista player, but what you consider this draft already has so much oomph and power in its early skirmishes with the Taliyah roam ability. Early Renekton quite powerful, obviously, and the squishy jungler that Grizzly is piloting here means that you really don't want to give them also a win in the bottom lane, and then you could have to be forced into lane swaps, which could be a little bit uncomfortable in this early game as well for Hanwha Life, so taking that one off the board is huge. They also will ban the Ashe, and they have pick priority, so maybe a Varus ban actually is what goes in this slot here for Bro. The Hype could end up playing something like an Ezreal or something like that, because I think if you do not ban Varus now as Bro, Viper will just lock it up. I mean, he's an incredible player there on that pick. But they will instead ban Poppy, so leaving it a little open-ended here.
Means they must have an answer for this Varus, in theory. I think they still need an engage. Oh, never mind. It's just going to be an Ezreal.
That is a bold choice.
It is. I mean, double Trinity Force does make a lot of sense, right? Like, gives you power at a relatively similar time for both the Corki and the Ezreal. But giving Hype this champion where he was just demonstrating such phenomenal positioning in the last game, I think is a bit of a gamble that HLE have taken. Still, I mean, it forms a pretty terrifying composition as there is a Rakan lock-in, actually. Just giving Hype a little bit more time here. I wouldn't mind it if it was still the Varus they're going to lock away, and that is looking likely here. So I love Rakan just with the fact that you can pop the quickness and then follow Vi to wherever she's going. You almost guarantee lockdown on someone, and you can take their friends along with them. We'll be able to provide a lot of single target lockdown as well as being able to then spread that to the rest of the team. But you're picking Rakan into Delight. Yeah. And Delight is the Rakan guy.
He certainly is. They took the Poppy away. This ends up being a Leona angle, I think. Oh, or, okay, this is the more common these days into the Rakan is the support Maokai for Delight. I don't really like what this looks like in the laning phase, but I think that they will probably lane swap and try not to deal with it. Obviously, eventually, though, you will run into this Varus as the Ezreal. When you have Cassante in a comp like this, part of why we talked about Cassante being such a strong blind pick and why he's so commonly picked early in drafts compared to other top laners is because he also gives you that stability when you do lane swap, because he's difficult to dive, he's very tanky, he does just kind of sit down there, grab as much experience as he can, and then he can teleport back up later. Very safe later when you do have that lane swap coming through. So I imagine that we will see Hanwha Life lock that away once we get into the Rift. I think Viper and Delight will try to avoid this Varus that they blinded the Ezreal into without banning it, right? We knew it was likely that that was going to be the answer. If they try to 2v2 lane it, I'm a little bit worried about what this early game is going to look like here for Hanwha Life, but I don't think they will.
Yeah, I'm very interested in how this early game is going to go, but I'm a little bit worried, like, I agree with you, but I'm worried about Hanbok versus Grizzly, because I think that Zyra, with the amount of speed she has getting from camp to camp, even if there is a lane swap, overloading a lane is going to come so much faster for Hanwha. So if they can move Grizzly around and really act on the extra tempo that you're provided by this Zyra, it could mean that dives are prevented, or you've got overloading on the top side that's actually going to allow for dives here for Hanwha Life Esports instead. Certainly a lot of mix-ups in what we've been seeing previously. Viego and Sejuani, not the quickest of clears, and then Zyra is actually just going to speed through everything. But here we are, onto the Rift for the final game of this best of 3 to see who will face off in the final tomorrow. Hey. Hey, actually managed to hear it that time around. I couldn't hear the haze last time. And so now finally we've got our first haze of the day. Oh, man. Thank you so much for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen. We did see the haze in the last game, and we vastly appreciate it. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, guys. So, unexpected, or completely expected, by the way, not unexpected Viper going top side here. And you mentioned the Zyra. Got plant set up here on the top side of the jungle. See Paulo return to lane after eating a little bit of damage from Viper moments ago. Let's see how Hanwha Life eSports utilized this Zyra in the early game. Like you mentioned, the speed can really allow for some really nice plays around top side, trying to get the Ezreal a plate or two, or trying to force the enemy top laner out. We'll see what the lane setup is going to look like here at the end of the day. As Hanwha Life also going to come over here and try to mess with the clear of Hambak.
Yeah, Hambak actually wanting to immediately get out of here. Full information of this lane swap is going to ensue as the Merkwolves do get a little bit confused. Will run off home. Morgan actually using this opportunity, though, to get some early experience. As Rooster trying to do the same thing, as in goes Delight looking for Hambak. The Ignite actually going down as well, as Grizzly going to move over. That is going to be the big wolf taken here by Hambak. He invests everything to make sure that that one happens, as Rooster also gambling for experience. It's what this whole early game has come down to with these lane swaps.
To be honest, like this, on some levels, like this is huge for Hanwha because they push Hambak out, they get his flash, but he still is able to get that smite, he still gets level 2. And Morgan got so much before they actually sent Delight back up to deal with him. So yeah, he's going to lose a lot of his health bar here, but he picked up 8 CS, got all of that experience, hits level 2 here. You can see on the other side of things, Rooster is actually just slowly walking back to lane. Potentially could have teleported there because I don't think they can dive him at the stage because he has that Cassandra, but he's going to play it better safe than sorry. And they're going to try to zone him as Morgan going in.
Yeah, he's going aggressive. Has built up that Fury a lot here as he slices and dices his way out. We always trust Morgan in knowing what the output of a Renekton is going to be in these situations. But it did look a little bit worrisome. Just wanted to make sure that he got Grizzly low enough so that he isn't at risk of too much of a dive. As he comes up, there is a cannon tanking up the turret, and that is going to be Morgan even getting that money and, most importantly, the experience for it. And so going to be able to survive the first crash. That is certainly good news.
Yeah, and he's going to be hitting level 3. Just got it, actually. So a Viper isn't obviously going to be picking up a lot of plate gold necessarily, even with Ezreal's W. Paulo coming up here. They're trying to bait this.
Yeah, Morgan actually going down very, very low. Paulo not able to offer too much there. As Hambak finishes clearing off this bottom side, moves over towards the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of just totally fine, actually. They didn't really slow him down that much. Like, the fact that he got that big wolf was so massive. And the fact that he doesn't have flash isn't really punishable at this moment in time. It weakens a potential dive onto this Cassandra, but I don't think they were planning on doing that anyways, for the reasons we've been talking about so much since draft. I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about the fact that Morgan is getting money, though, and Rooster is not. You know, we're looking at basically they're both at similar levels of experience. Rooster losing a little bit when he had to go for that earlier back. But this is actually a pretty significant advantage here for Bro in terms of how this lane swap worked out.
Yeah, it's working really well, mainly because you saw Hambak left up his red buff and his Krugs. So now Grizzly has an empty jungle, and this Vi is actually going to be able to get a slight advantage. Actually, no, just evening things out alongside Grizzly on this Zyra. So it's not often that you see a moment in a game where a Zyra is actually even with a Vi, but it's just how it sort of worked out as far as this lane swap is concerned. Keeping the Vi in it alongside the Zyra is certainly feeling good. Making his way back out now. Do have the respawns coming on in. As down towards the bottom side goes Grizzly.
Yeah.
Let's see whether he can actually find anything here as
he's going to be
arrows
seen.
charged.
And we'll be seen on that ward, so they know he's there.
Viper going a little bit aggressive here. Is no one able to hit him with any buttons?
Okay, this is a big opportunity here if they can land the skill shots. Blozer, meanwhile.
Yep, speaking of skill shots, he's going to be able to connect that one as he has to flash away from Zeka. He's not going to go too far in as Hambak's making his way down. Is he going to get here in time, though? That's the question. Hail of arrows, a fair bit of value as he flashes. Delight picks up the turret aggro, and it's Viper that's in trouble. The auto attack, it comes through, and now Delight is going to get taken down as well, unless that Bramble Smash is going to be enough. It looks like he knows that he's just dead regardless. Can't die to the minions this time, as it is going to be Hambak that ends up locking down a solo kill onto the tree. 2 for nothing here for Bro on the bottom side of the map. Exactly the start they were looking for.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to dive here. The Delight obviously has to be the one to start this up, but when you go for that twisted advance, you put yourself in turret aggro. He gets knocked up by Paulo, so takes that extra shot. Then Viper here isn't able to do quite enough damage because he's on the other side to where Delight is. If Delight is able to like actually get a few autos off there or get a smash off off, onto the Varus, then they end up getting that kill. But instead, it's both Delight and Viper who go down here. So what looked like a maybe promising dive setup there with the amount of damage they were starting to put off here ends up backfiring in a big way. It's just tough to use Maokai to secure those kills, and it was really well played by Hype. Paulo getting that knock up as well, guaranteeing that extra turret shot goes off on the turret aggroed Maokai was really important. So once again, like 3 for 3. Bros early game. It's their lead.
Yeah, it's gorgeously done. Oh, Paulo's even able to steal away the shellfish, and that means that Grizzly is still even with Humbug? This is crazy.
That's like almost hard to believe that occurred.
Right? And Humbug's also, in the meantime, locking down these grubs. So 3 of them going over to Bro this time around. Wave crashes into that mid lane as well. So as far as like where this game is sitting, Bro are just having the greatest of times. Of course, still early days in this game, and there is a lot of power in like item spikes and things like that will come on through for HLE. But right now, Bro have them exactly where they want them.
Yeah, this is a really, really good game state for them. I mean, Viper's CS lead isn't that significant when you consider the kill went over, obviously, the Hype in that last exchange. The lead that Renekton has in terms of farm isn't really going to make... you're not going to be able to see it show up in the items right now, but it is actually going to be effective when we come to these first few fights. Like this Dragon fight that's upcoming here, if he does end up participating in that one. Likely will not be this one, but the next one, where that Renekton makes that big impact because they got the grubs for free in the top side of the map. So Hanwha Life really don't have an anchor in this game. I think they're going to have to really look for an aggressive fight here, but at this point, obviously without your 2-item spikes on your Ezreal, your Corki this early on, you can't have them. They're just not as powerful as a Varus that's accelerated, that has a serrated Dirk, whose lethality stats are going to really be worth their weight in gold in this first fight.
Well, right now, Humbug's going to be able to secure the big Raptor. What the heck is this? As now they're looking to try and turn this. The wall comes down. Zeka gets over it, though, and for the moment, it was an HLE win, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 in the end, but make it a 1-for-2. Nicely evened out here for HLE. Their response just that little bit faster.
A little bit faster here, and really quick to come over for the punish. A lot of cooldowns kind of wasted here for the side of Bro. It's Delight's wraparound here that really does it. Humbug hits level 6, but Delight is just kind of waiting, biding his time here. And he comes over and actually ends up blowing Closer up. The Closer actually gets a little bit more time, a little bit more damage off in this fight. I think it ends up probably being an even trade. But Delight really, taking flanking to the next level on that one with the Blast Cone. Really cool to see.
Yeah, looked really good doing it. And so we'll see whether this Maokai is going to continue to find value. This is 2 games in a row, 2 different players, but the champion working out very effectively, and we know Nature's Grasp is the biggest thing. It is 1 level away from getting towards the Rift, and that is going to really allow them to fight for a lot of these objectives that are coming up. This first Dragon hasn't been looked at yet as we move towards 10 minutes, and Bro do have some vision in the area. Managed to grab that Rift Scuttler as well, so that will be irremovable for the moment. As Polo moving back towards the mid lane, going to join his AD carry. And we've got a little bit of a switch up as far as these lane assignments are concerned. Renekton into Ezreal does not feel fantastic, though.
It's also, I mean, the Sheen is done. He's got 2 long swords on top of it, even though the Renekton is having a good time in terms of his lead over the Cassante. Those stats aren't really going to be valuable because he's not going to be able to hit Ezreal, so won't really matter. Closer having a good time down here as well.
Ooh, nice little
really good time. It's half the health of the Cassante.
And that means that even though the teleport's up and available, teleporting in at 50% health not going to be as much of a thing that you want to be doing. So it might mean that HLE going to have to be a little bit careful if they do want to fight for the next round of grubs that are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Bro also getting the denial of this Mountain Dragon to the Cassante, to this tanky frontline with the Maokai. It's a big win. Closer's just stacking gold here in a favorable matchup. And while they now put Corki in the top lane and Morgan is kind of falling behind there, I feel like the lane assignment is working pretty well for Bro right now while they're getting objectives. It's otherwise even, but they're utilizing it quite well.
Not to mention, yikes. It's the fact that Morgan is still able to farm, even though he is, getting harassed and things like that by these Trinity Force AD carries that don't quite have that item just yet. Yeah, Morgan's still just kind of weathering the storm and doing okay, whereas Rooster is really struggling to find anything at all. He's going to be teleporting into this grub fight now. Had to go back to base, recharge that health bar, but now he is at full power moving into this. And Hype versus Viper here is not necessarily looking that great for Viper, down to 50% health right now as Morgan trying to get this wraparound, and HLE, they sense it. And they realize they're going to have to give away 6 grubs to start this game off.
Yeah, Power Trough is like a thing that we usually associate with Caitlyn, but in a matchup like this, into the serrated dirt, the Varus that's ahead here in this neutral in the mid lane where he can actually continue to use his poker. Hold up.
Oh dear, Seismic Shove going to be absorbed. That's nicely done.
Well played.
Yeah, standing in this brush. Was thinking about a cheeky little punch. As Hex Flash here from Delight gets him in underneath this turret. There is no one to gank, except for the turret itself, but they might actually opt to try and take that one down. Vault Breaker does come on through here as Closer. The only one with any real damage. They're right in underneath the turret. The all-out does come on through. Great quickness. And that is going to be the kill lockdown. Closer tanking up the turret for a little while as now Morgan going to try and turn this one if he can. He just kills the tree. It's taken down and Morgan's still alive for the moment. The plants are eventually going to be out to get him, but a 1-for-1 on one side and a kill on the other. Bro are happy again.
And Hype actually getting, again, the better of Viper in the mid lane. They get the whole turret here faster on the top side, obviously with no Cassante to slow that down. Zeka will also pick up this turret gold. This is going to take a little bit longer here. Should be able to get it before those minions do fade away. So pick up 425. Now you watch this on the top side here. The only bad news, which is like such a small piece of bad news, is that the kill does go over to Palu in this moment, and not Ambak, who was the other one who's trying to compete for that. And then down here, it's just, once again, Maokai kind of gets stuck. He gets stunned, obviously, by Morgan. It takes so long to kill Morgan that Grizzly almost dies as well. And it just takes them so much longer to take out the turret as a result. So first brick goes to Bro. Very successful top side. And once again, we're looking at, okay, as we get to 15 minutes, it's at least a 1,000 gold lead here for Bro. And Viper is also just kind of having a rough time here. Ghostblade is done now as well for Hype. This is just what happens in this matchup. A lot of the time with Ezreal, you kind of just free farm in the mid lane before you get your 2-item spikes, so you're not vulnerable. But into the Varus specifically, you can't lane swap your way out of the mid lane. You need to be there to get that farm and stack your tier. And we have seen some players in like Team Vietnam will like to do some weird lane swaps and put their AD carry elsewhere. But traditionally, the AD carry always wants to be mid outside the laning phase to get the most of the farm. And Hype in this matchup, when it's just isolated 1v1 and the rest of the teams are fighting and trading turrets, Viper is the biggest loser because he's the one who's getting shoved out and doesn't have any assistance.
Yeah, doesn't have too much of an opportunity. So far, 8 plates picked up by Bro as well. As you can see, I believe it is... Oh, no, it's actually very even. It's 7 plates on the other side. So HLA have actually done a pretty good job. I was about to sing the praises of 6 grubs, but it equated to 1 extra plate. So well done there by HLE. Try and stay in that one as Rift Herald going to be spawned and then immediately attempted to be taken. It looks like it is going to go over as Grizzly just going to trade for the bottom side of the map. Could be an inner turret opportunity here for Zeka as well. As you do see, Bro, not with too many down here to try and pick this one up. It is just Closer, pretty wary of where this lane is going. Seismic Shove to start this one off as now Polo going to get in, tries to get Grizzly out of there. Stranglethorns is down as well. True Shot Barrage does not land though, and that is going to allow Closer to stay alive for the moment. Rift Herald going to be taken here in response. And so just 1 ultimate missing, meaning that HLE do trade down pretty largely as far as that one is concerned.
I think that was a really nice attempt, though, from Hanwha Life. I don't really blame them. And also, if that True Shot Barrage connects, I think it's probably the kill to go over there. And they had the root set up. It's a little bit unfortunate that Viper isn't able to lock that one down because he would have made a huge impact from, you know, a decent distance away. Zed has to just kind of come over here. Doesn't have his True Shot to clear this wave. And we'll lose some of this farm as a result, not too much of it. But yeah, he's just really having a tough time into this Varus alone at 1v1 because his team is trying to make plays elsewhere and not able to punish this Varus. And you know that's why Hype knows, like when those resets happen after those trades of turrets, after those attempted dives bottom side, he knows like, okay, well I know where everyone else is. Now I'm going to push my advantage. Now I'm going to look for these arrows. Now I'm going to shove this wave all the way up to the turret and even auto the turret a few times. And in all of these exchanges, the fact that mid prio goes over makes it so easy to go, okay, well, we're taking the top objective. We're taking the bottom objective. Now we have both dragons. It's Hextech Soul. They have 2 Drakes to lead.
A bit of a fight on the top side, but also here in mid is Polo trying to set up for Hype here as they get the charge. That should be this turret falling down as Morgan slicing, dicing, solo kill for the Lord in the top lane. And there's more happening here in mid at the same time. Bro are not going quietly. They're going to the finals. That's what they're putting up right now.
That's what it's looking like. I mean, that's half of the inner turret gone. Viper eats another arrow. And by the way, Morgan gets that solo kill and Zeka's flash. Zeka had flash advantage. Morgan didn't even have flash available. Still wins out the 1v1, gets the solo kill. And man, Hanwha Life eSports in a lot of trouble now because they had some elements of coming back in this game. You're really leaning on and relying on that 2-item spike, which will come for both of the 80 carries here. This is just a Zeka move. We've seen it on Corki before. A little bit of an early Valkyrie in and not respecting the damage, going straight into melee range. Morgan's like, well, cool, thanks very much for putting yourself right where I'm going to be looking to do damage.
Did he Valkyrie just into the open maw of a crocodile? Is that what just happened?
He did definitely do that.
Huh. That is not where a Corgi is supposed to go.
Oftentimes when you are fighting, when you're extremely ahead on a Corki, or you're fighting against another melee champion that isn't going to be able to do that much damage or have a stun, you can kind of Valkyrie into them and still space it and make sure that you're in range with your Gatling gun. But in this case, he just went straight into Morgan's, cleaver Renekton here and just got cleaved.
Yeah.
Simple as it is. And now we're going to see another turret go down on the bottom side. Man, Hanwha Life eSports really on the back foot here. It's going to take a lot to come back in this one.
Absolutely is. There's not to mention the fact that 2 dragons did go over to Bro at the same time. I want to say Humbug has been really impressive. You can see totally even on farm with a Zyra. Like what it says on the tin of Zyra, by the way, is has more farm than opponent by a big number. And that is it's not doing what it said on the tin. That is that's a warranty claim.
Yeah, it's refundable for sure.
100%.
Yeah.
As Viper now could be in a little bit of trouble. Hail of Arrows does come down as there is a cease and desist. Chains of Corruption do go wide, but look at that piercing arrow. That is going to be the Vault Breaker to lock down the kill, and now even more as Closer could be in trouble here. Zeka trying to get that damage through as they do take out Polu. Great seismic shove. The poke is raining in. HLE kind of standing their ground here as the top lane is also doing battle. Polu for Viper is the trade though, so a lot less damage now available on the side of HLE, but not really anything to fight for either.
This Ezreal pick, I was really skeptical about it. I was like, yeah, they're going to lane swap, they'll avoid something, but it's just so fragile. Before it hits the 2-item spike, you see Viper just goes down so easily here. And it's a composition that has Vi ult, so no matter what, even though you're like, oh, I'm Ezreal, I got Flash, I got Arcane Shift, I can get out of a lot of sticky situations, you don't get out of this one, and he's just eating so much damage from this accelerated Varus. He was losing lane, so gave a lot of map control over, and yeah, just see the level lead?
Yeah. it's kind of ridiculous.
2 levels up.
2 levels up, 40 CS, he has a full item and a bit.
And Cleaver is quite good into Cassante, as it turns out.
Yeah, I've heard if you build armor and then they build Black Cleaver, it is less fun to play into. They can have 2 of those, by the way. Humbug getting towards his, 1 step at a time. And yeah, Morgan just continuing to keep up the pressure here as his famous Renekton.
And by the way, this is Viper's Ezreal. This is one of his most iconic picks. This was his most iconic pick this year.
Yeah.
But it's a bad matchup, right? And when you look at the composition of Hanwha Life as a 5-man team, it looks amazing. Like, it's a solid S-tier comp, really. But then when you look at what the other pieces are on the other side, the Talia into this Cassante feels great. Obviously, the value of Varus into Ezreal is always going to be there in lane. And when you... Oh, already has the Arcane Shift back. When you're in the mid lane, shoving in and outranging him, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of Ezreal. They opted into this.
Oh, Humbug going for it. Cease and desist is going to connect, but the Arcane Shift is good. Humbug now finds himself 1v3 as he looks to get himself out of there. The Stranglethorns to try and lock them down, and Rooster is going to be able to crash into the Vi. An overextension here for Humbug as Bro are now on the run. Hype still trying to get that poke in there as HLE, maybe an opportunity for a dragon. Humbug was not the one you wanted to die in that moment if you're a Bro fan, as Polo looking to try and get himself out of here. Morgan doing the same thing. And HLE, they will look for their first dragon of the game.
Yeah, this ended up being a huge win. A big overextension there from Bro is punished. They went very deep, and I think they were hoping to get a pick and then set up that inner turret and that lead that into rushing down and grabbing this dragon. Some damage did get taken here by Hanwha Life eSports, but I think they very comfortably should be able to start this dragon, like you say, and they will. So a little bit concerned when I saw the light back in there, but he just wants to go home and get his health bar back. As we're getting closer to 2-item spikes here for Viper, but he's, again, so far behind in this game, just to where he would normally like to be. Like, I mean, he's not like he's not a dead Ezreal. He's not worthless, but you can see he's just constantly pushed out. I think he might have the item ready to buy now since he's trying to back, but he's denied. Zeka has his. He's sitting on 2 items, picks up his Merc Treads as well. So Unauthorized eSports, with that one small win, are able to get just a little bit of reprieve here. They get that one dragon. Now the 2 item spikes are there for the next objective fight. It's not over till it's over, and they've had some good comebacks. We saw it in game 2. But I am not optimistic right now. But at least they still had that extra leash on life. They were able to get that kill. They're hanging on.
Yeah, slowly but surely. And, you know, it's one Hextech Dragon at a time, right? And then you get that incredibly powerful soul. As Closer is very thankful that he has a Seraphs, but maybe it's not going to be enough as the rocket is almost there to kill him. If that was another version of Corki, he would be very dead. Not this time around. And so Closer is going to limp his way back. Humbug looking for some shellfish here as Delight getting tankier and tankier. Does have that locket now complete. As Hype do a bit of damage onto Grizzly. He'll get it.
I'm just so amazed with like our challengers players at this tournament, man. Like I feel like everyone is really delivering, you know. And I do think that we will. I'll probably mention it 1 or 2 more times because it's so important. But I think Unauthorized once again risky draft, playing the Ezreal with the Varus open. Like it wasn't. It was blind, the Ezreal, right? But they didn't protect it with the Varus ban, and I think they're really starting to feel the consequences of that. He's up on farm, sure. But he's 0-2 in this game. He still hasn't hit that 2 item spike. We're at 22, about to be 22-22. You know, the Wolf double item spike rule.
Yeah.
I think if you have it by 22 or 22-22, if you're really trying to be like, okay, I'll give you 22 extra seconds. He got it just in time. And he does have it here. There's still a chance. They're not that far behind in gold. It's 4,000, which is significant, but it's not unplayable. It's just these next few fights have to be so critical. The next few engages have to be so perfect. And Grizzly Zyra, you know, is where a lot of this gold is. He needs to make sure that engage is good. He needs to get plant setups on these objectives. They need to try to bait Bro into an awkward fight for them. They just don't have enough control for it right now. It's going to be slow, methodical play here that Hanwha wins in a late game if they're going to win it. But one more mistake, one more wash of a team fight, one more wipe, Bro gets Baron, it is basically donezo. So you have to be so cautious with how you fight these next few objectives. And you can see Bro is so indexed into getting the deep vision around this Baron. It's so difficult for Viper to even rotate anywhere near it.
Yeah, you can see Humbug actually wrapping around here as Delight and Grizzly on vision for now. Hype going to be moving in here as now the Weaver's Wall comes through. Cease and desist going to connect. Zeka is over the wall, but Grizzly is just dead. And now Morgan dives on top of Zeka. He's going to get taken down there as well. They are being surgical as they tear Unauthorized eSports apart. And Bro, just keep their men alive. They're sitting there with about 100 health as Morgan is now just trying to get himself out these piercing arrows. You cannot walk towards this Varus. And Bro fancy themselves a Baron.
And this is the more experienced team in Hanwha Life who kind of walk into this jungle without vision and get caught by a flanking Varus, you know, just hiding in there. They have a really nice setup of engage. Okay, this Baron is not a guarantee.
Yeah.
Follow on the flank.
Does have full vision of HLE wrapping around here. Grand Entrance going to connect onto Roosters. There's the flash forward from Delight, but where's the follower? True Shot Barrage takes down Hype. It's a 1-for-1, but now it's Viper against the world. Polu likely to go down the seismic shot, but the arcade shift comes in, and it's the punch from Humbug that's able to take him down. Now Zeka at full health is someone they do not want to contend with, as in goes Grizzly, Stranglethorns, and that's enough to take down the Talia. Bro just took a little bit too long.
Yeah, that was a beautiful set of plays from Viper, to be totally honest. Like dodging with the arcade shift, flashing over the wall there, but he still does ultimately go down. But it means that the rest of the team took so much damage that when Zeka does respawn, they are going to have to get out of there. There's a really huge True Shot Barrage here as well. His second one that happens moments later on the Baron is really what does in Hype, and why Bro can't actually end up taking the Baron and why they have to walk away. But this is just a really, really nice setup for Bro, playing around vision incredibly well. And then Unauthorized eSports kind of walking in thinking, well, I mean, you don't know where Varus is. He's not the kind of guy you think you're going to see when you walk into a brush, you know, towards the later part of the mid game. And then this play here, watch it again. So much damage for Viper in this ensuing follow-up. True Shot Barrage, fantastic there. This time he's able to link it up, what he wasn't able to do earlier in the bottom lane. And then Arcane shifts out of the shove. Over the wall here with the flash. Still gets caught barely by Humbug, but at least burns another flash there. So I think he played that about as well as he could have. And now no Baron for Bro. Still a massive lead for the Bros. Don't get me wrong. Unauthorized, it's still that one thread they're hanging on. And that thread is Viper's Ezreal. Sometimes you just trust.
Yeah, and The lead is shrinking. That is not the direction that Bro want that lead to be going. As now Closer putting some rocks down. Delight Hex flashing through the wall, wanting to find that flank angle, get those roots in the right place. As here's the Weaver's Wall, looking to try and lock up this dragon. You can see Morgan, he's wrapping around. There's the Nature's Grasp. Humbug actually just going to be standing away from it. Separated now from his team is now the dominant stuff. Crocodile is walking into the back line. Just trying to buy some space here as Delight's in the pit, unable to lock it down, and Morgan keeps himself alive. The quickness comes through, great absorption there of the CC from Rooster, but down goes Zeka. Grizzly trying to kite this one out. Viper as well, looking for a target, but look at this. They are all so far away from this Ezreal. As Rooster diving in there. They look for the priority target, and Viper is dead. Morgan, he sets the trap, and he takes him down.
Beautiful play from Morgan there. He's so low. And Viper, he doesn't have flash. He just walks right into the waiting arms of the Crocodile. Morgan, I wish he flashed his emote after that because it's definitely one of those moments you deserve.
Hands, dude.
Yeah, because his hands were not shaky here. No mom spaghetti. I look at this situation for Viper, and you're like, oh, okay, he's super low. But if Viper doesn't really have any space, like he doesn't have nowhere he can go. He doesn't have flash, doesn't have that extra mobility because he utilized it in that last fight we were talking about around Baron. And I think this should be a pretty safe take of the Baron here, but health bars are low. That Leandri's damage is a worry.
Yeah, and you don't want to take it in front of the Zyra there either.
Yeah, Bro
it's a bit dangerous.
Are like, I'm just not going to risk this. Like, I think if they finesse it, maybe they get it, but it also could be just them throwing the game back to Unauthorized eSports. Morgan does so much work, but so does Rooster. Rooster actually keeps him zoned out for a lot of this fight. Delight doesn't have smite, so there's nothing he can do there. Things get a little bit messy when Hambak goes in because they didn't realize, I think, that Zonios was available there for Grizzly. But look at how much Rooster gets done. And then Blast goes there, and then Viper's like, okay, we got to chase, we got to get something done. Morgan has on this control ward, and like everyone goes in at the same time. Like it's not just Morgan. They utilize the Hex Tech gate. Hype is there for the follow-up. That's the kind of stuff that you can't really shot call, you know, because it's too many things you have to all be thinking about correctly at the same time together. You just have to be a good team unit, which this is a new roster, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's impressive they already have that down, but really well collapsed on there. Morgan was probably like, we go on Viper, and everyone knows exactly what that means. That was clean.
Hambak can get over this wall, or Polu can get over this wall, sorry, and clear this ward out. It is replaced immediately. Seismic shove here from Closer, and now it really feels like something has tweaked in Bro, right? Like this is where they really get to step forward. Speaking of stepping forward, Delight going to get a flash out from Closer. Seismic shove going to get flash there from Zeka as well. It's a fair bit of damage here, but not enough for the Talia as Hambak gets into that backline, bypasses the tree, and says, now you are dead, sir. Polu moving over, looks for the knockup, gets it gorgeously. That series of play was wonderful from Polu. And Humbug now sidestepping. Grizzly just not able to do enough. Viper as well, chasing after them. The Mystic shots, some of them were landing, but two are on the floor.
Yeah, there's just no follow-up here. There's no way to keep chasing. If Viper gets into melee range there, you know, yeah, he's got his flash back up. Like, if you end up chasing too far, you end up getting caught by Hype, who does have Chains of Corruption available, then you are just going to be dead. And if that happens, that's the guarantee of the Baron this time around. So I don't want to chase any further there. He's not able to actually get the punish off. That was just a really good set of plays from both Hambak, but mostly Polu there on the top side into Zeka. Zeka also kind of botches how this beginning of this fight starts off because he goes straight into the rocks on the ground, the unraveled earth, and then has to flash the shove. So very awkward for him. I think if he does a little bit more damage there and actually can trade better there with Closer, then he might be able to also get out alive. But going in with the Valkyrie, trying to do it so quickly and gets punished for it is Bro setting up vision now around this dragon. Morgan has teleport, but so does Rooster here. So both top laners in this side will be able to join. They can get just a moment's space away from their opposition.
Yeah. Vision going over here as well as HLE wanting to try and find an avenue towards the Baron. Sapling's going to help them out there as Hype versus Viper continues in this mid lane. Humbug gets over the wall. Rest of the team are moving over. Closer as well can just wall his way in. His plants being frustrating. Viper trying to do the same here as he gets over that wall. Polu now in a lot of trouble, actually. But just taking control where he can find it as Hype not tagged by the W. The Essence Flux could have actually meant that he'd have to go home on the back end of that one, but instead, Just a little bit of softening up of the bros before they are sent home. Now, 35 seconds on a Hextech Soul opportunity here for Bro. Double stack to be picked up potentially for HLE as well. But that Soul is so dangerous. And Bro really must have that in their minds. They've been trying to set up for A objective this whole time. And HLE have been pretty good at playing defensively outside of some of these fights that haven't worked out. They haven't lost a Baron, though, against them yet.
That's true.
And this Drake is going to be possibly an avenue for Bro to be able to guarantee themselves one of these Barons.
They need to be cautious about this, though, because it's also potentially a way back into this game for HLE. I think the Weaver's Wall for Closer is going to be so important. You see the angle he's taking here. He's wrapped around. He's going to push mid and can rejoin the fight from a distance. Hype is the primary target here, though, for Unauthorized eSports, and he is walking that tightrope so well, offering so much damage here potentially into this roster, hitting mostly at Cassante for now as the Weaver's Wall comes out.
Yeah, they're looking to try and trap them in here, looking for the fight as Morgan finds a bit of an angle, just gets the Valkyrie out from Zeka and then moves himself away. They are just testing the waters here for HLE.
Viper down flash after that shove.
Grizzly in trouble as well. More damage on the jungler feels absolutely fantastic here for the bros. True Shot Barrage. Fair bit of work, though, from Viper on the other side. And as we say it, Humbuck is getting to work on this Dragon. The rest of HLE should be able to get in here, though, as Delight could be in a little bit of trouble. Poke coming down on both sides, as now the quickness from Polu doing absolutely nothing. And there's a big one off to the back end, but Delight is going to go down first. There's a cease and desist. He finds the Corki in the back line, as now Viper could possibly find Humbuck and does manage to take him down, but the rest of HLE are lying on the floor. Viper trying to kite it out as the Lord says, not this day, sir.
Cleanse?
And Viper says maybe yes indeed, this day. It's there goes Polu, and he'll be able to take him down. Yes, he sacrifices himself, but there is a Hextech Soul, and there's also Bro just marching up the bottom lane.
There's some damn good League of Legends from Bro tonight, Atlas. I am getting pretty hyped for this team going to the finals, because I think they are well and truly on their way, walking down the bottom lane, taking out this inhibitor. Bro, clean League of Legends, and Delight tries to catch the wave, tries to stop the push.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to, though. He's going to get shoved back, and maybe shoved back into taking some time off before we head to the season of 2025. Bro will be able to take down the Nexus. Closer just shoving Grizzly towards it. And the Nexus will go down. Hype throws up the emote, and congratulations to Bro. You mentioned that already a top 4 finish would be the best that they've ever got. What about a top 2?
Yeah, first finals ever for the main LCK roster of Bro. This is so cool to see, and it's a new roster, but it still maintains, you know, some of the core pieces. Palu still on this roster, right? A rookie player that really kind of earned his stripes, I think, a lot of this year. You've got Morgan, who needs no introduction, who had a fantastic game of Renekton. We've got a solo kill on Zeka there. Played that extremely well against Viper, too, who ends up cleansing. They have Paulu coming through. It feels like each and every person on this Bro roster is all on the same page. Like, you really see this team, the coordination that we're seeing from it is like something that feels like they've been playing together for a year.
Yeah.
And they obviously haven't, right? Like, this roster was formed really about a month ago, and I'm really watching this and going, okay, I'm kind of a believer. You know, I get it. Yeah, it's not Hanwha's full roster. It's early days. It's KeSPA Cup. It's a stale meta where, like, not everything that happens in this tournament will give us the best information. But you know what? I'm ready to trust what I'm seeing with my eyes a little bit. I'm looking at this team going, maybe they can make the Legend group. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm crazy because this team's making the finals of KeSPA Cup. And
maybe that means something.
I'm watching these team fights and stuff, too, and I'm like, they're just going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in the world, literal world champions on the other side.
Yeah. This Bro roster just seems to be gelling. Maybe they just found some of that secret sauce. And the thing that is the most important for me is that they make the same mishaps that they do in the mid-game, but this time around, they don't mentally collapse at that point. They then rally. They then keep trying to figure it out, and then they get the answer and they make it happen. I think Closer is a perfect example of what this Bro team has been playing like just as a player himself. It is sometimes you take too much of a risk, and Humbuck doing that as well. Like, him and Closer are both just absolutely crazy, but it makes this team so incredibly fun to watch. It reminds me of, like, the Live sandbox of old, of, like, Croco and Closer when they were just doing insane stuff all the time. And Bro are now going to be playing again tomorrow in a best-of-5 against either DK or Gen.G. And we'll find out which one of those teams it's going to be right after this break.
(2024) 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파컵 4강 첫 번째 매치에서 승리를 거두고 결승에 가장 먼저 진출한 OK저축은행 브리온 선수 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 모건 선수 먼저 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 승리 소감 좀 부탁드립니다.
어떻게 보면 3세트까지 접전 끝에 좀 극적으로 좀 이긴 것 같아가지고 더 기분이 좋은 것 같아요.
말씀하셨듯이 정말 3세트까지 가면서 한 세트도 접전이 아니었던 세트가 없었습니다. 오늘 경기 총평을 좀 해주신다면 어떻게 얘기할 수 있을까요?
물론 매 경기마다 저희 팀이 이제 각자 목표했던 거를 잘 해내기도 했는데 잘 안 됐던 것도 있어가지고 그런 부분들을 잘 더 고쳐야 될 것 같습니다.
결승에는 더 나은 모습을 보여주겠다. 네. 좋습니다. 어느덧 이제 결승만 앞두고 있는데요. 시즌 전에 이렇게 새로운 멤버들과 함께 합을 맞춰보는 기회가 굉장히 좋을 것 같습니다. 합 어느 정도 맞았다고 생각하시나요?
일단 아직도 맞춰가고 있다고 생각을 하고요. 그래도 이 시즌 전에 이렇게 맞춰보는 경험이 되게 좋다고 생각해서 저희 팀 다 같이 열심히 결승전에도 좋은 모습 보여줬으면 좋겠습니다.
근데 오늘 경기 보니까 제가 과거보다 확실히 OK저축은행 브리온의 색깔이 공격적이어진 것 같거든요. 어떤 변화가 좀 있었나요?
아무래도 저희 팀 새로운 선수들도 들어오기도 했고 그런 들어온 선수들의 스타일 그런 것들이 각자 좀 싸우는 걸 너무 좋아하기도 하고 그래서 아직도 맞춰가고 있지만은 되게 적극적으로 받아들이고 있습니다.
네, 마지막으로 결승을 향한 각오 들어보겠습니다.
네, 결승전에도 저희가 아직 호흡을 맞춰가고 있다는 것에 대해 중점을 두면서 연습을 할 거고 최대한 좋은 경기력으로 결승전도 꼭 이기겠습니다.
네, 기대해보도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 한박 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 소감 부탁드립니다. 한박 선수.
1군에서 뭔가 정식적인 대회는 처음 하는 것 같은데 생각보다 별로 안 떨리기도 했고 결국은 결승까지 가게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 2025년에 LCK의 데뷔에 앞서서 미리 캐스파컵을 경험하고 계신데요. 대회는 좀 어떠신 것 같나요?
아직 정규 시즌 들어가면 또 다르긴 하겠지만 캐스파컵부터 뭔가 좋은 성적 내고 있는 것 같아서 앞으로도 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
앞으로도 더 잘할 수 있을 것 같다. 오늘 내내 활약을 해주셨지만 특히 1세트 녹턴 승리에 굉장히 중요한 역할을 했던 것 같습니다. 오늘 승리에 본인의 역할 몇 % 정도 기여했다고 생각하시나요?
오늘 솔직히 잘했다는 모먼트도 몇 개 있긴 했지만 엄청 좀 이상한 플레이가 나왔다고도 생각을 했어서 그런 점들 고쳐서 이제 다음 경기 잘 준비하면 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 그러면 이제 온라인으로 펼쳐지던 경기가 오늘은 오프라인으로 이렇게 팬분들 앞에서 펼쳐졌잖아요. 팬분들께 앞으로의 각오 좀 들려주시죠.
지금 제가 제일 못하는 시즌이라고 생각을 하고 앞으로 갈수록 서머 때는 훨씬 더 잘하는 정글이 돼가지고 캐리할 수 있는 정글러가 되도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 응원하겠습니다. 이어서 클로저 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 클로저 선수, 저는 아직도 초록색 유니폼을 입은 클로저 선수가 낯섭니다. 적응 몇 % 정도 되셨다고 생각하시나요?
네?
팀의 적응 몇 % 정도 되셨을까요?
적응이요? 지금 팀에 좀 다 잘해줘가지고 적응도 많이 하고 있고 저도 제 옷 색깔이 바뀐 게 어색한데 그래도 너무 잘해주셔가지고 열심히 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다.
네, 쭉 경기가 이어지다가 어제 이제 쉬셨잖아요. 쉬시는 동안 시간 어떻게 보내셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 경기 보면서 좀 분석도 했고 스크림도 하면서 이제 잘해보자 얘기했던 것 같습니다.
이번 캐스파컵에서 한박 선수, 하이프 선수가 정말 멋진 활약을 보여주고 있습니다. 이제 선배시잖아요.
네.
바라본 후배들의 모습 어떤가요?
일단 좀 놀라울 정도로 되게 시원시원하고요. 저만큼 이제 공격성이 강한 선수들이랑 같이 하는데 되게 재밌는 것 같습니다.
좋습니다. 그럼 이런 후배들과 함께 또 동료들과 함께 하는 결승 각오 부탁드립니다.
사실 결승 올 줄은 정말 생각도 못했는데 어떻게 여기까지 잘 올라가게 됐으니까 다 같이 또 이제 우승하면 너무 좋을 것 같습니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하드립니다. 이어서 하이프 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 하이프 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 승리 소감 부탁드립니다. 승리 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단은 이겨서 되게 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 활약 진짜 대단했습니다. 오늘 본인의 경기력 몇 점 정도 줄 수 있을까요?
10으로 치면 한 6 정도로 하겠습니다.
앞으로 7, 8, 9, 10까지 가는 하이프 선수 어떤 모습을 보여줄지 기대가 되는데요. 오늘 브리온 팀 합이 굉장히 좋다 느끼긴 했지만 상대도 워낙 강팀이었기 때문에 까다로운 점이 있었을 것 같습니다. 어떤 점이 좀 상대할 때 까다로우셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 상대 원딜 닉네임이 좀 의식을 안 하려고 해도 이게 되는 것 같기도 하고 그리고 이게 2세트 할 때도 이제 바이퍼 선수가 그냥 카이사를 하셨는데 이게 포스가 좀 남다르신 것 같아서 그런 게 좀 많이 힘들었던 것 같습니다.
닉네임이 가장 힘들었다 이런 이야기를 해주셨는데요. 결승 때는 어떤 플레이 보여주고 싶으신지 목표와 각오 부탁드립니다.
결승 때는 좀 더 침착하고 좀 상황을 좀 더 잘 읽을 수 있는 그런 플레이가 좀 더 많이 나왔으면 좋을 것 같습니다.
네, 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 폴로 선수 만나보겠습니다. 폴로 선수 승리 소감 부탁드립니다.
이렇게 시즌 전에 이제 새로운 선수들과 이제 새롭게 이제 결승까지 가고 해가지고 너무 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
이 캐스파컵 LCK와는 어떤 점이 다른가요?
뭔가 되게 경기장 뭔가 그 환경이나 뭐 그런 것도 다르고 뭐 선수들도 이제 합이 좀 완벽하게 맞춰지진 않은 상태이기 때문에 좀 팀원들과 좀 이렇게 한 발짝 빨리 합을 맞추시는 게 좀 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 1, 2, 3세트 모두 치열했는데 승리를 하는 데 있어서 가장 중요했던 순간 언제라고 보시는지 궁금합니다.
좀 매 경기 좀 순간순간마다 좀 다 달랐던 것 같은데 3경기는 이제 모건 선수 이제 레넥톤이 이제 코르키를 솔킬 땄을 때가 좀 되게 인상 깊었던 것 같습니다.
좋습니다. 지금 너무 바로 뒤에 있긴 한데요. 이제 이어지는 경기에서 젠지와 디플러스 기아 중에 이긴 팀이 OK저축은행 브리온의 결승에서 만나게 됩니다. 두 팀 중에 조금 더 만나고 싶은 팀 어딜까요? 잠시 귀를 막아주시고.
뭐 딱히 그런 것보다 일단 저희 거 더 잘해가지고 그냥 결승 잘 이길 수 있도록 준비하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 멋진 활약 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 승리 다시 한번 축하드립니다. OK저축은행 브리온이었습니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
오늘의 두 번째 매치입니다. 스위스 인터스테이지 자 2일차고요. 타이페이 올스타와 맞서는 KT의 대결 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
이렇게 빅웨이브 쌓고 나서 또 다이브 각을 볼지 아니면 상대 전기 쪽으로 들어가면서 압박을 할지 그런 선택지가 이제
네.
타이페이 쪽에 먼저 있는 건데
영재가
근데 우디가 지금 한 턴 좀 깊게 나왔어요.
먼저 물었죠.
그래서
타이밍
우디
좋은데요?
쪽
만약에
우디를 와 근데
우디는
속박이
당연히
너무 잘
잡아야 되는
들어갔어요.
거고.
전멸 쓰면서
이거 영재가 오히려 좀
와!
위험한
타이페이 올스타 이게
세라핀이 빠지는
네.
와중에 속박을 2인으로 맞춰서
꼭 끝난 게 아니에요.
그렇죠.
네, 끝난 게 아니에요. 끝난 게 아니에요.
끊임없이 등장 찍히면 뭐 설마 죽진 않겠죠?
애쉬가 따라서
세주도 왔고요.
카이팅을 하면 뭐 2명을 밀어내면은 이게 정글이 턴이 남잖아요.
이러면서 지금 공활충 쪽에 타이페이 올스타가 턴을 잡은 것 같은데
네.
지금 당장은 원딜 간의 DPS 차이가 좀 많이 나는
맞습니다.
상황이어서 아이템 보시면
지브랑 갔다 와가지고.
그래서 바루스가 먼저 내려온 턴에 한번 보나요?
근데 세주가 전멸이 있어서 이거 깊게 들어가면 좀 빨려 들어갈 수 있고요. 저는 KT 롤스터 입장에서는 이거 유튜브 쪽에 한 마리 내지 두 마리 빨리 먹고 그냥 뒤쪽으로 빠지는 게 나을 것 같아요.
카사도 견제를 좀 하기로 했으니까요. 칩니다.
레넥톤이 지금 순간이동 오면서 KT는 이거 3개 다 먹겠다라고 생각을 하고
거기 한번 싸우면 대기하고 있고요.
근데
싸우자.
앞에서도 붙었고
부패사들.
근데 붙으면서 이거 뒤쪽으로 한 번 빠진 다음에 하면은
메인
요네
쪽.
쪽 요네
들어간
쪽
상황에서 이거 다
분명
싸먹히지 않나요?
빨렸는데요 이거
네,
너무?
다 싸먹히는 그림이에요.
메이플도 살아나갔고요
예. 아니 왜 KT만 죽어요? 진이도
아.
1위치가 죽는 거죠. 와.
타이페이
타이페이
올스타
와 이거 KT 롤스터 완전 망했습니다.
6분의 5대1.
이런 식으로 카사가 카정 들어가서 영재의 위치가 걸리는 건 좀 뼈아플 수 있는데 이런 움직임을 어떻게든 피해가지고 영재 쪽에 기댈 수밖에 없는 게
요거
현재 KT 롤스터
먹고
입장이거든요.
아니, 안
강타 1분 직전.
안배사가 먼저 와요.
서로
카사가 영리하게 강타 쓰고 빠져나가고요 안배사가 턴이 있는 그 상황을 잘 활용한 거죠 또 카사가
그럼 유출까지 내주내는 겁니까?
이거 제가 볼 때는 들어가기 좀 힘들 것 같아요.
네.
네, 알리스타가 몸을 대야 되는
텔로, 백스.
승부 보려는 거예요
예.
KT.
5레벨이라서
어차피 여기서 더 가봤자
근데
비켜!
알리스타 5레벨이라서 이거 그냥 먼저
녹았어요.
갔어요.
살살 녹았죠
심지어
소고기가
요네 궁이 남아있는 상태라서 이거 한 번 더 봐야 됩니다. 잘 빠져야 돼요.
이거 다 빠져야 될 것
잘
같아요
빠져야
견적이
돼요.
견적이 안 나와요 KT 쪽에서
불렸어요.
이거 이미
그러면
불렸고.
진이도 터졌고 캐스팅도
캐스 크루가
테러가
어떡하라고
테러가
지금.
없어요
이게 상대
네,
집입니다.
와 8대1.
타이페이
타이페이 롤스터 와.
거의 일보 직전 같은데요 한쪽 무릎 꿇고
예.
있는 것 같습니다
아니, 해설자에
예.
따라서 이미 다운 소리
그쵸.
나왔을 수도 있어요.
그쵸. 관점에 따라서는 이미
예.
KT 롤스터 피나고 있어.
아이고.
피나면 지는 거잖아요
그렇죠. 코피 터지면 뭐
네.
어떻게 그런 일 없게 바랍니다만 반대쪽.
뒤태가
그래서
반대쪽.
KT는 멈출 수가 없어요
가보자!
네.
세주한테
더!
빨리 잡으면서
포커싱 잘했는데요
한 번에 냈고요. 요게
네.
오브젝트까지 연결되면 좋겠고요.
그래서 킬은 정말 잘 냈지만 저희가 냉정하게 바라봤을 때 손해입니다.
그렇죠
하나 잡고 빠지면 지금 바텀과 뭐 미드 관리, 탑에서의 웨이브 관리가 다 안 되고 있기 때문에 여기서 KT 롤스터는 용을 먹어둔 거에 의미를 둬야 될 것 같아요.
KT가 불리한 상황 속에서 그래도 할 수 있는 최선의 플레이를 보여줬다라는 생각은 들고 여기서 이 드래곤 스택을 기반으로 경기를 좀 질질 끌고 가봐야겠죠. 약간
그럼요.
버티하게.
예, 한 명 잡고 그나마
네.
또 가보고 이번에 샌드위치 어떻게 되는 겁니까?
배티 정말
배티,
받았고.
배티 350원.
배티 잡아!
배티 350원.
배티 잡아!
파고들면서
네, KT.
그리고 한 번 더 바라볼 수 있나요? 지금
예.
정말 빠졌거든요.
연탄에 연결되는 아니야 되로.
그게 쪼이면서 알리가 전멸 있어요.
갑니까 영재?
아 근데
영재
요네가
전멸.
알리가 전멸이 있어가지고 이거 연계만 잘하면
연계가 안 되는
스탑
것
펀치.
같은데 그래도 잡아!
잡았고요. 받아. 화살.
그리고
화살.
그리고
화살. 화살.
와!
KT.
올라갑니다 KT!
반격의 KT.
정말 각이 없었는데요. 그걸 한 명 점사를
예.
잘했어요.
그걸 또 만들어내면서 아들 체력이 올라가자. 감옥.
변수를 줘야 되거든요.
네, 또 싸워요. 또
어,
싸워요.
이거 한 번 더, 한 번 더.
배티 전면
또
없으니까
잡아.
배티 전면
나
없으니까
잡겠네. 바닥.
그리고 피터
예. 시작하자마자 10분 안쪽에 몇 천 차이가 났었는데요.
특히나 드래곤
모텔.
스택을 두개 쌓아놨다는 게 정말 다행인 것
진이
같고요.
전멸 빠졌거든요 공개처럼 들어갔고요
깔끔하게 손절.
이게-
이게 메이플이
진이가 살짝 저 칼날부리 쪽에 제어하기 설치하면서 상대를 노려보려고 했던 것 같은데 타이페이 올스타가 노련하게 또 눈치를 챈 것 같죠.
네.
노련미와 또 신의 요것도 그 맛 차이가 나네요. 간다 가사.
그리고 예.
빵.
잘못해서 챔피언으로
그리고 이거 미드 1차 지키는 거 맞나요?
근데
잘해야 될 것 같아요. 그래도
분명 많다 보니까 같이 싸우고 있긴 하거든요. 최대한. 근데 메이커가
타워 터지면 타이페이 올스타.
타이페이 올스타.
이쪽 정신 차렸어요. 먼저 선타.
이런 상황에서
아직 저렇게
중요한
빠져나가
거는
버리면 김기어.
물긴 물되 상대방의 앙코르 각을 피하면서 물어야 됩니다.
그리고 또 지금 타이베이 올스타가 노련하게 요네가 탑쪽 밀면서 너네가 급하지? 라고 얘기하고 있거든요.
네. 그리고 텔로 합류하는 모습이고요. 할 거 하고.
이거 KT로서 일자로 다 서 있으면 좀
화살!
위험할 수 있어요. 일단 한번 잘 피고.
그리고 안배사가 뒤로 오나요? 그래서 앞으로
끌어! 아예 끌어버렸다!
요네 잡았고요.
일단 먹긴 먹었어요.
그리고 안배사가 오고 있긴 한데 이미 본대가 좀 밀려났어요.
네,
타이베이 올스타.
조금만.
이게 순간적인
조금만
4대5
배티
그림이라서
잡아.
KT로서 그림이 너무 좋은데요?
그리고 안배사 점사하면
이거
KT가
시작이
그림이
좋고.
괜찮죠?
예. 생으로
와.
제대로 잡았습니다. KT.
그런 부분에서 피터의 전멸과 아까처럼 또 캐스팅의 전멸도 중요할 것 같고요.
자, 비터가 138로 잘해주고 있습니다. 킬건은 100%.
계속 배치하면서
또 다시 예.
이거 끊겼으면 카사도 전멸이 없던 건데
그럼요.
빠져나갔고요.
예,
일단.
그나마 평 넘은 게 다행입니다.
상대가 사이드가 약하다고
배티!
생각해서 이제
공개처럼
와
피했어요.
바로 무빙 진짜 좋았는데요.
아니 그리고 배티
네. 그리고 어쨌든 이거 비비면서
일단
이거
파닥
아직
지켜.
물어볼 수
파닥
있잖아요.
파닥.
와!
KT
KT.
한타를 KT로 주고 본인들이 갖고 있는 조합은 돌진 형태의 한타 조합이기 때문에 상대 위치 보면서 이거 걸 필요 있습니다.
그렇죠. 안배사 위치가 좀 매섭긴 한데 그래서 일단 좀 찾아주는 포지션을
그렇죠.
취하고 있고요.
누가 찾겠습니까? 피터가 그래도 아주 주시하고 있습니다. 뒤쪽.
싸우기 전에 화덕 선수 저 벤시 벗겨주는 것도 중요해요.
예.
안배사랑 요네 궁에 위협이 좀 들어올 수 있거든요.
그리고 KT는 진이 전멸 없는 것도 잘 생각해야 됩니다.
네. 그래서 큰 전투 남았는데 누가 먼저 여나요 이거?
대충 위치 맞겠죠?
여기
피터
먼저
포지션은
확인.
꽤 괜찮은 것 같아요.
네.
알리스타 포지션. 그러면서 본대 쪽은 뭐 알리스타가 공격이긴 하지만 영재
반응이 되는데
근데 영재가
피터가 반응해가지고 어쨌든 한번 끌어들였거든요.
그러면서
자, 맞대 캐스팅이 앞장섭니다. 나를 따르라.
해집고 있는데.
예.
그리고
여기 맞대.
날라가
이거
넥슨
그리고
더블 캐.
분명히 나옵니다 캐릭터에서.
한번 뒤에도
근데 요네
요네
돌아가는
돌아오는 거야.
그리고 캐스팅이 다시 한번 위쳤고요.
KT 올라갑니다.
제대로 올라갑니다. KT.
결국 바롤링 속도가 좀 채워져야지만 상대방이 바로 나방을 느끼는 거거든요.
자,
세주하게 보다면서
자.
카사가 전면이 없으니까
그럼 공격.
카사. 근데
근데
안코르가
좀
들어갔어요.
깔끔하게 들어가긴 했어요.
그리고
앙코르가
공개처럼 잘 들어갔고.
그러면
잠시만요.
이거 배트가 좀 오래 때리는데요.
할때 이거가 나쁘지 않아
이게
보이는데.
진영이 예뻐가지고 진영 쪽이 편합니다.
그래도 요네
한 명씩
잡아냈고요.
바꿔보자.
그리고
오늘 바닥 잘 쏘고 있고.
진이가 한 번 더
팩스
날아가기에는
들어가면서
이게 베티 우디가 포지셔닝이 너무 매섭다 보니까 일단 2대2 교환이 나왔고요.
예. 그나마 2대2도 이거 저 선방한 거 아닙니까? 초반 분위기가 심상치 않았거든요, KT.
확실히 애쉬랑 세라핀이 받는 구도에서 앙코르랑 이게 슬로우로 한 번씩 발을 묶다 보니까 나가는 과정에서 손해가 좀 발생해요 KT 롤스터가.
근데 아직 안 끝났다.
혼자서 근처에 누구 있겠죠? 캐티.
캐스팅이
내가
들어가서.
붙잡을게.
잠깐 쓰면서
넥스.
아까
넥스.
들어가서
베티
바로
베티!
캐스 왔다.
성격 성공.
그리고
아직.
선배님
그리고 한 발
이리
더!
오세요. 선배님.
야, 잡았습니다. KT.
그리고 이러면
끝났어요.
들어.
그리고 한 번 더.
아이고, 예.
좀 멀었죠.
근데 이 정도만 하더라도 사실 나쁜 건 없습니다. 못 잡았지만 한타하는 과정에서 요네프는 너무 중요하거든요.
그리고 이제는 사이드 운영 압박이 많이 안 되는 게 장로는 무조건 와야 되거든요. 타이페이가. 장로 벌써 3초, 2초밖에 안 남았어요.
네.
저 위쪽에서 아직 배치돼 있고
네.
장로
쳐야 돼요.
칩니다.
그리고 신경 써야 되는 게 강타 싸움 가면 변수가 있을 수 있기 때문에
그렇죠.
피터가 카사를 밀어내서 못 붙게 만들어야 됩니다.
진 포지션이.
근데 아까 요네프 쏘던데요? 요네 앞서
날라가고 메이콘이 일단
메이플!
근데
메이플!
요네가 메이플!
메이플은 같이 갔어요.
그래도
그래도
지금
안
다음 어떻게 되는 거예요?
요네 잡았고.
왜 한 명 많아요, KT가?
그렇죠.
KT가 많아요.
전면 공격하면서
캐티.
파덕에게
그리고
여유가 있기
파덕!
때문에
베티도.
KT
베티도.
롤스터가 무너뜨리는
가자.
KT!
파덕이 꿰뚫는 화살로 제대로 꿰뚫었는데요. 방금도.
그렇습니다. KT 말 그대로 지금 대진상 다음 단계로 올라갑니다.
그때 이렇게 당했습니다.
그렇죠.
예, 라고 되갚아주고 있어요.
그리고 장로 사냥은 계속되고 있고요. 다시 한번 칩니까? 요거만 먹으면 뭐 거의 가는 거거든요.
이제는 타이페이 올스타가 무릎 꿇기 일보 직전 같은데.
이거 살짝 위험해요.
진이
갑자기
잘 걸렸는데요?
진 터졌어요.
심지어에서 언덕 아래 있기 때문에 지원이 안 되는
잠시만요.
상황이고. 갑자기
롤러코스터.
KT 로스터.
아 이거 롤러코스터
하고 있는데요.
설마 장로만 안 주면
이게
버텨보자 버텨보자.
근데 전면이 자.
자 여기다 오히려 메이플을 잡고
근데 빠지면서 이거
받아.
먹으면 전세 역전인데요?
영재 패션쇼예요.
예.
바닥 속에 바닥 속에
바닥 빠졌고요.
영재가
전멸로
아
가면서
밀어.
영재.
아
그리고 다시 한번
그리고
오카이
펜스이
볼.
넘어와서 CC를 너무 잘 걸었습니다.
그리고 영재가 전장을 해집고 있습니다.
예 쫓아가면서
그리고 한 번
영재
잠시만요.
멘토리 나살.
아 요게
또 살짝 아쉽고.
요게
아, 이게
쏘지마 장로
쏘지 마.
쏘지마
네.
장로 쏘지마 장로 샷다 마우스 치사하게 쐈어 예.
장도 멈춰.
예.
아 이게
장로 쪽에서 일단 부활이 늦다 보니까
맞아요.
KT 로스터가 오는데 시간이 좀 걸리거든요.
디에고 레넥톤 이제 뛰고 있습니다. 이거 장로 줘야 될 것
전
같아요.
줘야 될 것 같아. 줘야 될 것 같은데. 근데 못 비고 멀거든요. 비고 멀거든요.
아 잠깐 뺄때 빼고
다행히 방금 맞아가지고 이거 안 죽은 거지.
예.
위험할 뻔했어.
아 장로가
정말
나가니까
좋아.
불고
일단 무조건 빠져야 되고 미드
예.
라인 관리는 그 와중에 또 KT가 잘해놓긴 했어요.
아 타고 날아갔고 쌍둥이
아 그리고 이게
딜롤입니까 설마
타이페이 울스가 잘하고 있는 게 상대방 조합을 뭉쳐야 힘이 나오거든요. 안 뭉쳐지고 있어요.
그래서 결단 내려. 결단 내려.
지금이다
지시하면서
그리고
와
안배사
팩스 들어갔고
안
안배사
뺏어.
누르는데요?
아니 근데 안배사 안 들어갔어요.
안배사 돌리면서
그리고
이거 드림을
들어갔어요.
됐고 이러면 KT 로스터 입장에서 어쨌든 앞라인이
예.
살아납니다.
아 근데 지속 싸움이 타이페이가 좀 더 괜찮거든요.
아니 안배사
아니
그래도
안배사
앞에서 잡았고요
그리고 패션쇼가 되나요?
네.
아니 근데 애쉬 세라핀 지속 싸움이 너무 좋아요.
네 명.
라인 클리어가 좀 부족해요.
KT가 힘이 좀 빠집니다 이러면.
그래 역대 살긴 했는데 다 먹었거든요
이러면은 KT 로스터 조금 위험한데요.
캐스팅 위험 지리드 위험
타이페이 올스타가 올라가는 것 같은데요.
그렇습니다 3점 갈것 같죠
울스에서 또 맞았고
넥서스 깨면서
제제.
타이페이
와.
울스터 다음 라운드로 진출합니다 이제 디플러스 기아랑 맞짱 뜨는 거죠
맞습니다.
이 경기다 캐스파컵 자 오늘의 세 번째 매치 KT와 하나생명과 KT의 대결 바로 가겠습니다
계속 강조드리지만 양 팀은 이제 물러설 곳이 없습니다.
예,
네.
단도대 매치입니다
그러니까 KT가 이번엔 우리가 라인업 한다. 포지셔닝을 취하고
네.
있죠.
그리고 뭔가 한번 노려보는 것도
예, 생각을
네.
많이 해야 돼요.
오, 둘러싸여 있네요,
위험한데요.
제카!
잠시만 이거
찔러 불질
킬각까지
근데 이거
나올 것
데미지가
같은데요?
잡는 데미지인데요?
막타
KT!
버틴 겁니까? 어떻게 될 거죠 이거? 4명?
한 번 더 진행시켜 보나요?
한
근데
번
이게
더?
체력 상황이 레오나가 타워
네.
탱킹을 해야 되는데 좀 불안해요.
맞아요. 그냥 레오나가 붙어서 큐 박는 거 아니면 이거 다이브가 안 되는 그림이라서
그렇죠. 그래도
이번엔 가자 자꾸 데미지 먹고 있어요
그래도 진행시켜.
뽀삐가 더블
해보자.
그림 찍었을 텐데
저들입니다 타워
근데 교환 그림
일단 1대1 교환. 그리고
네.
뽕까지 다이브
근데 이거
보나요?
뽀삐가
짝돌.
교환 빠졌어요. 그래서
그래서
타워으로
뽀삐까지.
받아주면서
와.
헌어
생명.
생명 그리고 바이퍼에게 킬이 2개 갔죠?
그게 끝자락에 안 걸렸던 것 같아요.
네. 자 그레질리가 좀 찔리긴 합니다만 이쪽에서 파도
근데-
글로 가면 빨리 가야
다
돼
있긴
파도
한데 기가 너무 안 좋게 잡혔어요.
잡혔어요
이러면은 써도 잡힐 것
그렇죠.
같아서
KT 왜 연달아 흔들립니까?
헌어 생명.
예. 근데 둘이서 결국 정글 체력 빼놨기 때문에 어쨌든 그리즐리 입장에서는 회복할 만한 시간을 번 거라 좋은 득점 나왔습니다.
맞습니다. 그리고 일단 하나생명이 초반 바로 이렇게
카이사가
싸울
세니까 그냥 막 들어가는 거예요. 카이사가 세니까.
히터 쪽에 스턴 들어가면
네.
위험해요. 그래서 오히려 앞으로
먼저
들어가.
그래서
더!
땡기면서
화이팅!
화이퍼 노스펠인데
와!
KT! 자
일단
빈타만
레오나가
나도 잡아냈고요. 근데 이건 순간적으로 캐스팅의 엔토포 타격 3타 장전한 이후에 토스했던 게 또 기가 막혔네요.
예, 그게 바이퍼의 데스로 연결이 됐습니다 뛰터!
그리고 진이 와
전면
1인거 한번더 병사
찔러!
찔러
와! 진이! 지금은 2대1로 하나 더 먹은 쪽은 한화생명이고요 사냥 들어갑니다 KT
KT가 먼저 치고 있고 탈리아는 바텀 라인 관리하고 순간적으로
네.
합류할 생각이에요.
네, 지금 옵니다. 달리야.
밀어놨고 어쨌든 사이드에서 재미 볼 수 있는 조합이기 때문에 유충을 다 주는 거는 본인 입장에서도 기분 나쁘기 때문에 최대한 지각 변동 이용하면서 상대 끊어보겠다는 생각이 있죠, 하나생명?
그렇죠.
그렇죠.
그리고 루스터 지금 메가 타이밍 빠져요 이제. 이 타이밍까지 기다리고 있던 거고요.
그러면
KT는 지금이다.
오, 파고들고
그리고 퍼펙트
근데
잘
아예
됐어요.
빌런 쪽으로 지금도 들어갔고
바이퍼 포지셔닝이 좋은데요?
와, 진이가 잡혔어요.
그리고 패션쇼 그리즐리가.
근데 앞쪽에서 지금 테스텍이 너무 많이 긁거든요?
근데 그리즐리가 패션쇼 하는 것 같은데요.
네,
그래서
깔고.
그리즐리가
그리즐리,
와.
와, 다음 피터까지.
하나
다
생명이
뺏어 먹었어요. 하나 생명.
그리즐리가 잡히긴 했지만 안쪽에서 파고들어서 했던 게 플레이가 너무 좋았고
예.
하나생명이 완전 대승하는 그림이죠. 사이드 운영 당하기 전에 차라리 오브젝트에서 싸우는 게 좀 나은 상황 같거든요.
지금 오브젝트가 나왔잖아요.
그렇죠. 게다가 대치 구도에서 던질 바로 제 궁극기가 있기 때문에 모습 걸면서 걸 생각하고 있습니다.
색깔 있죠?
뭉쳤을
길 한번.
그리고 공사도
요, 캐로 막았고요.
근데 오히려 한 바퀴 회전하면서
일단
딜라인
레오나
죽고
터뜨리긴 했어요.
짱돌.
오늘
근데
세
근데
명이
바이퍼가 좀 되기
바이퍼가-
때문에
예.
이거 표식 빨려 있으면 날아갈 수도 있어요.
다 선생님이 지금 대차게 온내서 한번 밀려났고 그래도 탈리아 쪽을 쓸
아직
수
싸우는
있다.
좋은데
근데
달려
이거
잡고.
먹고 기분 나쁠 수 있겠는데요?
추가 싸움은 하나생명이 이제 빠지겠죠.
네.
뭐 빨리 가서 풀로 막거나 크사트
예,
붙여가지고
대전에
막아야죠.
가서 한번 물어보겠다. 간다.
딱 걸렸다.
갑자기
아,
딱
전체
걸렸어.
전체
전체
뜨거.
딱 걸려가지고.
근데 이거
네, 막아
살아나가요.
막아줘.
와. 그러면 이쪽은 뚫려야겠죠.
예. 위쪽에 킬이 안 나오니까 안
터널
나오잖아.
썼으니까.
예.
그래서 위쪽도 뚫고자 하는 움직임이 나오는 것 같은데
근데 이거 이 차를 한 번에
한
뚫을
번에
수가
이기는
있나요?
좀 어려울 수 있어서
그러니까요.
수비도 있는데요.
그러니까.
이거 좀 너무 잘 걸렸는데요.
거의 다
이거
갔어요.
페이트를 또 지금 억지로
옷 갈아입고?
하다가 좀 손에 많이 볼 수 있습니다.
아니 이거 떼쓰는 것 같은데요.
네.
하나생명 입장에서.
심지어 바이퍼가 뒤를 돌고 있어서 이거 빨리 빠져야 돼요.
네, 길게 돌죠.
그래서 눈 떠보니까 이제는 골드 차이도 3,000 이상 나고 질러진 상황 봤을 때 지금 하나생명이 질러지는 아이템이 너무 잘 나와 있고 특히 바이퍼 아이템이 2코 반까지 나와 있어요.
네, 와. 그래서 이게 운영 돌리는 싸움으로 가면은 결국 카이사 잡기가 좀 어려워서 더 힘들 수 있으니까 KT 롤스터 어차피 사이드 안 되는 거 뭉쳐가지고
여기서
아까
먼저
보였던 한타 해야죠.
성공이 아니고 앞에 딜라이트.
네.
딜라이트가 뭐?
근데 딜라이트가
레전드
잘 버텨요.
빨고, 예.
일단 터트리긴
예,
했고 그 다음
끊어줬고 그 다음 어떻게 됩니까?
스킬이
어떻게
좀
되는
많이
겁니까?
소진되긴 했거든요. 대전의
예.
마스나 부패사서.
맞습니다. 그리고 다시 한번 묘모 깔면서 서포터 오기 전에 이거 작업한다면은 시야 없어가지고 하나생명도 그냥 얼굴 내밀기 좀 무서울 수 있어요.
근데 저는 하나생명이 왜 이렇게 각을 볼 것 같죠? 교정각을.
예, 지금 루스터 메가 일보 직전.
그리고 여기서 드래곤 교정각을 안 봐도 상대가 턴을 좀 더 소모하게
네.
하는 것 자체가
네.
하나생명
예.
입장에서 기분이 좋을 수 있는
그거
거예요.
싸우는 겁니까 하나생명?
근데 이거 호응이 안 되는 위치면 그냥 스킬
날리고
날라갔습니다.
하지만 제카는 또
그래도
찔러.
아까 전멸 썼잖아.
박진이
토스 잘했고요 진이가.
2명 잡았습니다.
그래서 하나생명이 턴을 좀 소모하게 하려고 하는 와중에 KT가 또 응징이 됐습니다.
예, 걸리면 안 되는 거였는데 제카가 지금 5번째 됐어요.
맞습니다. 그러니까 KT 롤스터가 결과값은 저희가 좀 지켜봐야겠지만 한 번 열 때는 그냥 진짜 시원하긴 해요.
루스터를 잡아라.
근데
루-
메가 타이밍이 좀
예.
매서워요.
옆에 동료도 있고요. 부패사들 맞춰놓고
근데 지금 싸우고 싶은 거는
들어갔어요.
토스 앞전멸
아니
썼고요.
싸우고 싶은 건 KT 롤스터거든요.
또 잡아줍니다.
싸움을 좀 응해주는 감이 있습니다.
하라 생명 왜 이렇게 1대1 이렇게 키죠?
그리고 KT가
바이퍼는 안 됩니다.
차근차근 올라가고 있는데요.
예,
이거는.
그렇죠.
힘적으로 크게 밀리지 않는다는 판단을 할 수도 있는 거고요.
그러면 다음 싸움 각각 어떤 판단을 이미 내렸을까요?
근데
달리아는
이거
이쪽, 예.
캐스파컵 특성 흐름상 KT는 싸움을 선택할 것 같거든요.
그렇죠. 뭐라도 할 것 같아요.
네.
뭐라도. 근데
싸움을 통해서
그
포인트도
전에
많이 얻었고요. 예.
사이드 쪽에서 체력
어,
바꿔놓을 수 있는
그만
게
좀
사실
때려,
나리가
부메랑,
보여줄 수 있는
레이저,
가장 좋은
부메랑.
플레이인데
아,
레이요! 루스터가!
이거 스테라
루스터가!
뚫었다.
승전보가 제대로 올리는데요, 루스터!
뚫었다.
그러면 KT 본대 비상 걸렸습니다,
예.
이제.
어떻게 되는 겁니까, KT 그러면?
이거 바텀 박아야 돼? 아니, 바론 박아야 돼?
예.
아니, 뭐 어떻게 해야 돼?
아무도 없어요. 아무도 없어요. 메가다리
어떻게 해야 돼?
있는데.
누군가.
가짜 타워.
그래서 왜 잘렸어? 라고 말하기에도 캐스팅이 어쩔 수 없어요, 상성이.
예, 성격차가
그러니까요.
많이 났거든요.
그러세요.
날아갔는데 와! 원딜의 신 바이퍼.
바이퍼.
사냥 본능 공원 추적자 진짜 카이사의 낭만 콤보가 제대로 나왔고 이러면
그렇군요.
바로 나가겠는데요.
정글로도 없고 캐스팅도 없는데요. 싸움의 변수.
예. 운영상 가면은 그냥 뭐 10대 0으로 밀리는 상황이니까
그렇죠.
불리하지만 한 4대 6 정도에서 만들어 보자는 생각이죠.
우리는
그렇죠.
뭉쳤을 때 힘이 나오는
예.
조합이다라고 얘기하고 싶은 거예요.
운영보다 싸움의 격차가 더
네.
좋습니다. KT 입장에서요.
이거 픽터가 망치 돌리는 거 봐야
그리고
됩니다.
루스터
네,
메가
루스터,
메가
루스터,
좋아요.
길막 바이퍼.
근데 지각 변동은 잘 안 들어갔고요.
그래서 제카가 살짝 빨려 들어갔다
일단
엉망성이 됐고
끊었고.
반격했고요.
루스터는 메가 끝났어요.
네. 그래서 영재가 물어가지고 이거
물었어요.
싸움 연결시킬 수만 있으면 근데 이게 튕겨서
영재가 죽으면
그리고 옷 갈아입었거든요.
네.
마오카이 배신했어요 지금.
그리고 뒤에서 루스터가
일로
깔짝대는
와.
게 너무 껄끄러워.
뒤로 밀어내기.
일로 와.
막타.
그리즐리 앞으로 들어가면서
그래도 아지르가 살기는 했는데.
근데 바이퍼가
바이퍼가
너무
왔습니다.
편해요.
원드레신 바이퍼. 그리고
너도 일로 와.
메가네는 짠.
여기서 돌멩이
짱. 짱.
돌멩이
아야.
그렇지만
네.
시간 끌리면 미드 밀립니다.
그렇죠.
그게 문제죠. 예명 아웃됐고요. 어제는 이겼는데 오늘은 이거 어떡합니까 KT.
하나생명이 진짜 화가 단단히 난 것 같아요 이번 경기에서.
생명.
네. 와 방금 전투에서 서로 간의 그 정말 칼 같은 거리 조절이 하나생명에게 너무 좋았고 숨바꼭질 머리카락 보였다. 머리카락 보였다.
그래서
그리고 달리아 합류합니다.
이거 3용 먹는 게 KT는 제가 볼 때 중요한 게 아닌 것 같아서 바론으로
그렇죠.
가긴 가야 돼요. 이거 체력이 없지만
제카가 옆에 얘기죠.
그래도 아지르가 지금 궁이랑 전멸 다 들고 있어서 진이 해줘 제발.
네, 때리고
해줘.
있거든요.
그래도
그러면
제카 근데 바이퍼가 그러니까 진입해서 뽑기 잡았고요.
영재까지 죽고
근데 이거 바이크 먹고 나왔고 이거
네.
오히려 루스터?
그리고 목숨 두
진이
개고요.
봐야 될
근데
것
이거
같은데요.
진이가 때리는 상황이면 좀
네.
다릅니다 얘기가.
진이 봐야 될 것 같아요. 지금 일단 KT가 두 명이 다운이어서 여기서 끝나면 이후적이 하나생명이 좋거든요.
목적자 아파요.
그리고
다시
한
하고 빨리 근데 진이 와! 아니 근데 딜라이트가 날아가서 와!
이걸 왜안 죽어?
그리고 아지르가 배신했고요.
갈아입기 하나생명.
에이스.
네, KT.
와 진짜 진이가 결단을 내렸는데 이게 또 바루스가 바로 호응이 되는 상황이 아니다 보니까
네.
너무 좋은 각처럼 보였지만 이렇게 됐네요.
KT의 전투 의지는 인정해주마. 하지만 싹 다 죽여주마.
맞습니다. 와,
그리고
마지막 한 각이 있었는데
너는-
이걸 딜라이트가 CC에 너무 잘 걸었어요.
너네 어제 우리 때렸잖아.
예.
집도 우리가 보내줄게. 이미 숙소긴 하겠지만.
오늘 더 중요한데요.
네.
상대팀 입장에서 진짜 환중하겠네요.
그럼 빨리 보내줄게.
네.
마오카이도 막을 수 있는 힘이 없고 다시 한번 에이스 띄우면 하나생명이 끝낼 것 같죠 이러면.
네, 이렇게 넥서스가 정리될 것으로 보입니다.
GG.
하나생명.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. We have another semi-final for you, another best of 3 between 2 teams that have done this one before. Gen.G versus DK, this is a matchup that we talk about all the time, be it domestic or international. This matchup is generally a banger. In our best of 1 that we saw earlier, wasn't necessarily, it was just kind of systematic destruction of DK. But we'll see whether that is what is going to follow this time.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I think you and I were talking about this a lot during the break about how these 2 teams do play each other very close oftentimes, and it's usually D+ who's kind of overperforming on the day. They come in with sometimes some unique drafting strategies, which they definitely could bring out today. Speaking of Gen.G, they're going to come out here first. But yeah, I think what this series is really going to be based upon, and we do have Chemist starting over Chovy, so that's another element here, is whether or not D+ really show up and hit their stride. Because I think we kind of know what to expect from this Gen.G roster. It's been very strong. You know, Chemist and About have really, I think, surprised a lot of people with how consistently they've played. And this team, it kind of feels like you know what you're going to get. Whereas D+, the consistency level is sometimes it's like, wow, this team might be the best team in the tournament. And then sometimes you're like, wow, is this the same team I watched yesterday? You know, it really just depends on their form today, their current condition. And I think anyone could take this series, but I think I have to give myself a big edge to Gen.G.
I would agree. I think, you know, Gen.G hasn't lost yet. So we're yet to really prove that they can even be defeated at all. And we know that DK, you never know. Like you say, I mean, this is just like flipping a coin. And I want to see a heads, honestly, because I think that that's when we get a competitive series between these 2 teams. I think there's a chance we get a close one, or it's a Gen.G blowout, and they just perfect record their way towards a final against Bro, a rematch, if you will. As DK, we'll just have to see whether they're in high spirits, because if they are, that's when they're dangerous. You know, if you've got Showmaker on stage having a giggle, if, you know, you've got Beryl there, like, in the background, just laughing, cackling like a hag, perhaps, then that's when things can be dangerous. And we'll see whether that is what is going to happen here, because this is a well-oiled machine, even though 2 of the parts are spares.
Yeah, it is a very, very competitive roster. And the fact that this is the main roster, if Gen.G crush again and win this, like with a potentially like a one-sided 2-0, it says a lot about and Chemish and Duro, who's also, you know, really not technically a rookie for 2025, but practically, just because he doesn't have that much LCK experience under his belt. It says a lot about these really young players. And it may also set off some alarm bells, I think, for some D+ fans. But I think that's not something that you should really take too much. Like, this tournament is a great judge of what these teams could look like, but not necessarily what they will look like. So I wouldn't panic too much. You did already make top 4, and some of the games we saw from D+ were incredibly dominant, especially Showmaker on the Swain, LeBlanc. So look out for those picks in this upcoming pick and ban, because I think those are ones that Gen.G will definitely have their eye on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the same issues are plaguing D+, and that is sort of they get decision paralysis if things start to go wrong. I thought that Beryl coming into the roster might be a way of sort of mitigating that, just because he is good at sort of turning on a dime and just making things happen, but it hasn't really been the case. Having a look now, D+ actually only losing on red side so far. A lot of our teams have been only losing on blue, but not to be said for D+. They do tend to favor the blue side in this tournament. I think, and yeah, the team stats not looking too bad as well. Average win time definitely low.
Yeah, I think D+ has technically had more one-sided games than Gen.G has. And like, not to say Gen.G isn't having dominant one-sided games, but D+ has just been like a little bit more hard winning early. And you know, you see the kills per game stat for both was really high. Gio's average CS difference at 15 being 0.
That's pretty even.
That's like pretty impressive. That's hard to actually hit.
Yeah.
Keen having a lot better laning stats here, also having the much better gold difference at 15, despite, I mean, she was sitting at 340 at 15, despite his team having a massive gold difference at 15 stat, which means that he isn't really the one that's getting all the resources. He's often kind of like sitting up there on Ambessa in the side lane, is kind of on an island, and playing a lot more through Showmaker and through the bottom lane.
Yeah. The 4 solo kills, though, is pretty impressive for a guy who's, you know, the remainder of the stats aren't necessarily all that crazy. So definitely one to look out for. And Xiu was a big sort of newcomer to Challenger this year, and someone to watch out for next year as well. I think, like, as far as getting some rookies of the year, certainly an opportunity for D+ to find a couple, perhaps, this time around. As, of course, the LCK Award's going to be coming up soon, and we'll see whether Lucid can actually claim that one. Getting ahead of ourselves, though, is Gen.G, 81% of the prediction, DK with 19, and I don't think anyone's too surprised about that, as even Lucid having a laugh at it. I don't know whether they can actually see the graphic, but him and Showmaker definitely having a good time, as the only one that seems like he's always a bit grumpy is aiming.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the barrel is my support syndrome.
I think it's maybe just that he really wants to accomplish a tournament win. Like, he's been on these rosters that have been top 4, you know, sometimes top 5, and he's been a star standout. Like, he's the Gold King. He's been given a lot of resources, but he can't get it all. He's done on his own. And he's been an incredibly consistent player. Although there have been games, of course, where he is punished. There have been games where he's been very greedy and has lost his team games because he's positioned too aggressively or Arcane shifted forward and stuff like that. But I feel like he's the type of player who feels like out of all the 5 players on this roster, when aiming shows up, you feel like you pretty much know what you're going to get. Like, he's going to do his job well. On his worst day, he's like an 8 out of 10, you know? And I think that that not translating to a title here in Korea is probably a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, and I think, like, aiming, especially, you know, last year, that was... sorry, well, I mean, it's this year, but it feels like it was last year.
Sure, 2024.
As French coming out, it's actually super cool. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy the show. As Gen.G fans, I was just in France, and there are a lot of Gen.G fans there as well. Coming from all over the world, of course, but, man, a French audience, absolutely extraordinary. You can see Coach Kim and Helper standing behind, so it is the full force of the Gen.G coaching staff. Let's do it. Let's dive into pick and ban.
Here's that LeBlanc.
Yep, game number 1, and like these are the pretty like standard bans against Showmaker and Lucid. It is just get rid of LeBlanc and the Vi. Just don't let them play it, and you might be okay.
Sejuani also kind of follows in what Lucid was playing most of this year. Is a strong pick in general. Let's take a look at LoL KeSPA here. So they actually do take away Nidalee from the Canyon. They banned the Aurora early as well, so no availability for that for Chemist to play, because he's proven himself to be quite the capable Aurora player throughout this one. And the same as about on this Ashe. Picking it over the Varus and over the Ambessa, the 2 other first pickable champions here, I'd say, in this setup. Now, if you pick Ambessa here, Rumble is open.
Oh, yeah,
and we might see Keen. I mean, Keen's one of those players you trust. He should be able to eke out those advantages. And we'll get the Varus here as well, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the Varus to be locked in yet. We know that Viego really has been rocketing up the priority list, so I was thinking that maybe they'd go for something like that for Lucid. Lucid does tend to like champions like that, but not going to opt into it. Going to keep that one a little bit ambiguous for now. As Canyon, what are we playing, my friend? He could also decide to go down the Zyra route. We have seen a lot of Zyra bans and some decent Zyra performances, kind of excluding what we saw from Grizzly earlier on. So that is the Keen Sante. That is something that anyone would be frightened of, and he's going to be the one playing into shoes. And Bessa most likely, unless they do some fancy swapping.
Yeah,
or
I don't
something
think
like that.
without Chovy on this roster that the Cassante goes mid, because Chovy is the iconic mid Cassante player. I mean, Faker did it a few times as well.
Why did I feel it? I felt it in my waters.
Because they ban it against him like every time, and this time was left up. They banned the Nidalee, and he wants to play AP jungle. He just does it. He gets what he wants. Interesting to see the Nocturne come through though without the Aurora to pair with it.
Yeah, what's the mid lane plan here for Showmaker? That's my question.
He always likes to keep it a bit of a secret, doesn't he? And I think he's been the mid laner who's got the most red side counter picks out of all mid laners in this tournament, be it the Swain. We've seen the Azir come out. I don't think he's played the Orianna yet, if I'm not mistaken, but that's another one that they're definitely considering with the Nocturne that's already locked in. So I think that Gen.G should probably toss a ban over that one just to be safe. There it is.
Yep, Orianna going to be taken away. Yeah, the ball delivery system's pretty good when your jungler just dive bombs the enemy team. Speaking of bombs, the Corki going to be banned away. Kind of surprising that it makes it all the way to the second round of bans, at the very end of which
Yeah, if you go Corki here with double 80 carry, then they can ban away the remaining AP jungle that you want, in this case the Zyra. So they lock the Zyra first, then the Corki gets taken away. But there's still other picks in the mid lane that can be played AD, and it doesn't have to play an AD mid pick. It's just most likely because of the damage profile. Bard is locked out here for Barrel. He did win a world championship playing said champion.
Yeah, and also had a pretty decent game on it a few days ago. It wasn't too bad. I can understand it. That being said, Barrel's champion pool is a tough one to tackle, as he has just generally been pretty good. Showmaker thinking about heading towards an Azir. They do need a lot of magic damage if they want to have a decent damage profile.
Yeah,
they're already representing a lot of physical.
I think Azir is one of the safest blind picks you can have in League of Legends, and kind of always has been. Showmaker's been a player that isn't as iconic of a Azir player as like BDD or Faker, but or even Chovy for that matter, who's not playing in this best of 3. But let's see what the answer is going to be, because Talia is the one like air quotes counter pick that's really in this meta right now. But looking for the Ahri, and this is an interesting one considering the Zyra already is locked in.
Yeah, Duro actually going to go back to the Braum that he's found so much success on. I was almost thinking like maybe we could flex into a Zyra support just because Zyra Ashe has been strong in the past, but not actually a thing that they're going to do. It's just going to be the Freljordi on bottom side of the map, and Chemish back on some comfort here in this Ahri. Does mean that, you know, magic resist is going to be king. See whether About can actually get a few items together, but magic resist will be very, very powerful into this as Beryl locks away his Rakan. He's been pretty good on this in the past, but the main thing is that it works very well with the Nocturne. So we'll see whether this is going to be enough here for D+ to be able to find a good performance against Gen.G. Thing that I'm really scared about, Wolf, is Canyon Zyra.
Yeah.
He was so good at it when he debuted it in the LCK. I think it was that against D+? It was,
yeah,
right?
it was.
With Deft in the bottom lane a couple of years ago.
The good old Keen Sante
Yeah.
as well. I think when I look at these drafts, the two big standout things are that D+ Kia does not have a really robust front line. They have a lot of poke, they have a lot of engage, but they don't have a strong front line, and they're playing against an Ashe. So, you know, Ashe is obviously going to be able to slow some of these champions that are trying to get on top of her. She has the Braum to help protect. She has the appeal that's going to be there from Zyra. It's really difficult to punish About with D+ Kia's composition into what Gen.G has. Like, if you look at just, okay, it's Ashe versus all of these other champions on the other side, it's like, oh, it's pretty scary to be Ashe. But they have the right tools, I think, to make sure that About can be protected in these team fights. So I think D+ Kia need to really choose their battles wisely. And this may be a situation where we actually don't see the lethality Varus, which has been the more common variant. Maybe it's just on hit this time around from aiming.
It could potentially be. I think it'd be really hard to play on hit, but it would do a lot of consistent damage alongside the Azir if they can actually land some autos. Just don't know whether there's enough hard CC for it. Still, I mean, there's a lot of explosive damage here with the Ambessa Azir Varus combination. Not to mention Nocturne, who also adds a fair bit there. So blowing up a squishy target could be an option. It's just whether Keen and Duro allow that to happen, because there's a lot of peel as well up and available here for this Gen.G roster. Feels a lot more like well-rounded as far as the draft is concerned. Frontline is there, Engage is there, options are there. Summoner's Rift is here. Hey, 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 Beryl, hey. That's enough of that.
Sorry, I didn't hail with you because I was looking at aiming's keystone.
Aha, what was it?
Well, he went Hail of Blades.
Hail of Blades.
Yep, there you go.
I see what you did there.
And this is
Support
level 1
combat.
versus Braum, but I don't think it's going to matter too much.
Yep.
But yeah, it looks like it's going to be lethality, which is kind of, when you look at the prio targets here, the squishy jungler, makes sense, and it's very strong right now, very good range when you want to try to build some space or follow up on like the Nocturne engage. But I was curious if aiming would be willing to go for lethal tempo, because we have seen him do it in the past.
Yep, it is fun. As Canyon starting off on a Raptor camp, Lucid just trying to be annoying, trying to break some seeds if he can. You're going to go wide, as Canyon will be able to start this one off. Possibly will have a couple of plants that he would prefer to have that are now not there, but won't slow him down by too much. As here in the mid lane, Showmaker and Chemish already starting to fight. Showmaker has often been a relatively prideful player, I guess you could say, as far as like how he treats newcomers, and often does go pretty hard. Speaking of going hard and newcomers, Shiu is doing some fierce battle with Keen towards his top side.
If there's one thing that Showmaker is, it's proud. Like, I feel like he's like one of those players who knows his legacy, knows his history, and will not shy away from doing something that's extremely risky and sometimes unnecessary, because that's just who he is. I mean, it's in his name, right? He's the Showmaker. And it's stuff like picking Kassadin in a finals and hindering your draft significantly that he's done in the past that you associate with this player, and sometimes he pulls it off. In this game, playing a more standard Azir into this Ahri, as we're really checking out this top lane aggression.
Yeah, I mean, they are just perpetually sitting at extremely low health. Canyon going to come on over and steal away some Raptors. And Lucid, a little bit sad that they're missing, but not going to trip him up too much as he heads up towards the top side. We'll be able to beat that. Shield is playing against King. Shields coming up and pressing buttons, dashing around. They're the same champion.
Has the limiting factor of his mana here, but really wants to push this wave in and crash it because he will not be able to get back and get that mana. Biscuit doesn't give mana anymore. He's got in his inventory, sadly for him.
A little bit of a shame.
Yeah. Although probably a good change for the game, to be honest.
Yep. Didn't lead to Biscuits then not being taken by everyone, which is probably going to cause a little bit of frustration to some, but not me. I like Biscuits. I mean, they're delicious.
Yeah. It is interesting to see Keen play against Shiu, right? In that, I would say Keen is considered by most to be LCK's best top laner and most consistent top laner. Maybe Zayas eclipses him sometimes, right, in terms of his best performance, but Keen has just been so damn consistent. And Shiu is kind of like the new, most hype top prospect for the LCK. So cool that we get to see this matchup. It's not the kind of thing that you would have been able to have, obviously, until Shiu got promoted. So, especially in a matchup like this that is so contentious between them, I get why the observers are a little zoomed in.
Yeah, I appreciate it, in fact. As we're going to check it out one more time, Keen had already teleported back, Shiu had not. So, you can see here, everything that Shiu gets from this point is just gravy. And he's going to be able to clear out this wave, try and get that shove, and then go for a back of his own. Chemish has already made it back into the mid lane, but so has Showmaker. Both of them with just a small buy. As you can see, Null Magic Mantle now done. Showmaker probably going to be building towards Merc Treads as the first item.
Conqueror picked up here for Showmaker as well. Showmaker kind of known for going for Grasp Azir.
Yep, he was that guy.
Playing the tank Azir, but in this draft just really wants to have that extra oomph and power because he is really going to be that big damage threat outside of the folks that we're going to have here for aiming. And kind of like similarly to the Aurora game we had earlier, where Pike played Zeri and cleaned up the kills after the Aurora dropped the damage down. It's kind of in reverse here in terms of positions, and that aiming will layer a lot of damage in early, and then Showmaker will have to stay on the edge of the fight, but then will offer a ton of consistent damage. Not that Varus will stop doing damage, but like they work together in tandem so incredibly well. And that's kind of going to be the difference in roles here for this composition. And so the Conqueror does make a lot of sense.
Yep. Not to mention, I think that DK want to stay in Fog of War for as much time as they possibly can. They're not exactly the most durable. She will be able to like build a bunch of health because the itemization that you have access to on Ambassador is kind of silly, with these bruiser items being pretty strong at this point in time. But otherwise, like Nocturne, not a tank. Neither is Rakan. So there is a whole lot of squish. And so DK can have to navigate that one pretty carefully. Speaking of navigating things, that's an all-out being thrown down. And Keen, this is right after a teleport from Q, as aiming down extraordinarily low. Beryl going to get stunned up as Lucid's coming down towards his bottom lane, only level 5, but might be able to find this one. Let's just see. One more auto comes in, but that is just the kill onto Duro, I'm pretty sure. He flashes, but the flash is going to follow. And About will be allowed to live for the moment because Chemish is coming down. He's still pushing forward. And Chemish, let's see whether he can actually weave this one through that conga line of minions. He flashes, tries to get onto the turret, but it's not quite enough. Beryl able to get himself out with the help of his flash. And DK, they're limping, but they're still alive.
They're still alive. They walk away with a kill. It's onto the Nocturne. It's not onto aiming. Aiming also doesn't go for the flash to get the kill secure. It's actually the flash from Lucid. So very valuable that Varus gets to keep his flash. Lucid doesn't have level 6, so he kind of has to take the long way down here. He'll end up getting a kill onto, of course, Duro after he flashes for that additional auto. But because of the roam of the Ahri, there's nothing they can do here. It's actually really smart here from Gen.G because About knows he can set up these slows and try to lock people in place. And Chemist, the placement of this charm and the flash is fantastic. The barrel just outplays him. It's actually really well done. If he gets knocked up under the turret there too, he probably dies. So really good play from Barrel.
Yeah, nicely done. Good reaction. Make sure that he gets out. Still had to invest the summoner spell, and of course you are the Rakan, so you're not as likely to have things like Hex Flash to have fun with later on. So that is a little bit of a shame. I don't think he's going to be too punished for it though. It feels like Rakan, like half of Rakan can get to the flash. So
yeah,
he should be all right. CS very, very even though between both About and aiming. And same can be said for top side. It's just mid lane. Kamish getting punished a little bit for that ward as aiming. That flash you were talking about is now going to be on cooldown.
Yeah, he didn't have cleanse back, so we'll have to be flashing that one.
I thought he could have walked down, but didn't want to risk it.
I think it's like, I don't know, you've played it enough League of Legends to know, like when the Ash arrow comes at you, you're like, you have to do a little judgment in your head. You're like, how big is the hitbox really?
I'm the kind of guy that panics and then flashes backwards and gets hit anyway.
I'm the kind of guy who goes, I think I can walk back, and then I get hit by the edge of the arrow that's actually a big blocky square, and I'm like, oh, and then I die.
Yeah, I feel like that's the same as a lot of LCK players that it just would prefer not to flash in any case ever.
You could see aiming like he thought he could walk it, then he judged, I don't think I can walk it, and he flashed. It was like you could see like the wheels turning in his brain. He's like, am I good?
No,
not chancing
I think
it.
he was like, I'm good, and then he's like, oh no, spaghetti hitbox, and then he flashed.
Yeah.
That's what I assume it was.
Yeah, I think exactly that's what's going on. So fun to see we're all aware of the fact that Ash Arrow quite looks like it is. Says Shield might be in trouble here.
Yeah, another all-out going to come through here as the Q is going to connect. Public execution not really doing too much here on the top side of the map. There's now Showmaker looking to wrap around. Emperor's Divide going to catch that one. Spirit Rush not necessarily working, but that charm certainly is. As the Arise comes on through, Keen fighting once again, and this time he gets the flash out. First the ult, then the flash. And Keen feeling pretty good about how this top lane is going, at least for now.
Yeah, Shield really struggling up here. Being oldest now, Keen going to try to abuse him a little bit more. Keen also has teleport advantage, so pushing any advantage he can here is pretty massive. Lucid is level 7, does have his paranoia available of Keen. I mean, Keen might be stepping a little bit too far over the line here. There's no ult for Shield though, and Keen knows that even if the Nocturne ults him, it's going to be really hard to follow up.
Yep.
So they don't commit any further. Showmaker with a really nice Emperor's Divide earlier, but doesn't have damage items yet. Like he only had the Null Magic Mantle and a Amp Tome in his inventory, so couldn't actually quite get that damage done, but it was a really nice punish of the lack of flash from Chemist there. So almost setting something up. And you know, D+ right now, it's a small lead, but it's a really nice position considering how this composition scales later on.
Yeah. And Canyon now moving into the river. Going to be some Shellfish first. We'll see whether anyone goes towards a dragon. We'll have some grubs coming up pretty shortly. As Lucid comes over, spots that the dragon is not being taken for the moment, but I think knows that there is a canyon in the area, given the presence of plants.
Yep, Canyon pretty significant ahead in terms of farm. But the same could be said of Showmaker. I think that's part of where this gold lead really is for D+. Again, a small one. Lead is there. And it's a Hextech Dragon to start. They've had neither team take any objectives here as we approach 11 minutes.
Oh, nice sidestep there from Barrel. Still going to take a boatload of damage. Does have to use that W in order to get out. And you can see About now moving down. The arrow going to connect onto Barrel. Glacial Fish are going to land as well. He's in a lot of trouble. Likely to survive, but I don't think that... Oh, never mind!
It's the Ignite.
Oh, that was the last tick. That's got to be. I thought that he was going to be able to live through that.
Yeah, me too. It felt like the longest Ignite of all time. But that's a pick that's big enough to, with the damage that was layered on the Barrel moments before, they then punished with a follow-up there, chaining that CC together, even Canyons all getting tossed into the mix, and that's 3 grubs to Gen.G. And unfortunately for E+, they weren't like set up on the bottom side of the map while this was a delay or anything like that. They're not even necessarily going to be able to make this cross map happen. Barrel is back up and alive though. And they are the first to this dragon, and with About up here with no teleport, they should be able to get it. But it wasn't, you know, like a snap grab on the other side. Chemist is going to come over here and annoy Lucid.
Yeah, successfully too. As Lucid might just have to back away here. Yeah, really good space and time bought here by the mid laner from Gen.G. Information is king. Shu here going to be able to clear out this wave before it even makes it to the turret. He should be A-okay. As there's an ulti. Okay, public execution coming on down. Can they hold them in place as this teleport comes in? As Beryl wants to find about. Showmaker might just flash for it. Doesn't even have to. That's the kill under the Ash. Some more Sand Soldiers might be required, or an Ambessa. What about a Noxy in general? Yep, Shu going to be able to fly in, pick up the kill, and that is 2 more on the floor here for DK.
This is massive, you know, for D+. I mean, wiping out the AD carry, taking them off the map, taking them away from farming here. They didn't get the dragon, but they were able to successfully make a play there topside, grab some additional plate gold. Actually, no, they didn't quite get a plate there, in fact, so my bad on that one. I thought they were able to get that before backing. This is just Shu having a ward here in this brush and deciding to go for this ult. And this is also going to be, if I'm not mistaken, both flashes going down here of the bottom duo here. And there's one there from Duro as well. So now down both flashes, both players. Canyon can only look on because unfortunately just a little bit too late to impact the play. And Showmaker having some good Emperor's Divides here to start off the night.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy's Azir is, he's got his eye in. I think maybe putting a few extra, hours of practice time into the Azir, given how popular it was last week. Has played it once so far this tournament, I'm pretty sure. It wasn't necessarily the greatest game of Showmaker. I think his Swain certainly takes that one, probably still does, regardless of the performance here. But he's very, very close to picking up his first full item. Nash's Tooth, pretty quick to be done. As Ghostblade also completed here, but you did have some Yun tiles on the Ash, going for that version of the build. Is now Showmaker going to get pulled back. Keen not going to be able to find too much more though, as the Conqueror does activate. Showmaker is going to be able to say goodbye to his Shuriman friend.
Indeed. Shu here just kind of catching waves. This has kind of been his job for a lot of these D+ games, is just to absorb a little bit of pressure on the other side of the map. That's kind of continued to be the case here, although he was able to turn said pressure into a turnaround onto about Duro moments ago. As we have put the AD carry in the mid lane here, aiming is Varusing away. Lucid is going to start up this Herald here, and Keen is in position on the top side to potentially get involved with this, but he's laning into Showmaker's Azir, so it's really hard for him to actually pull that one away. And there will just put the focus on that first dragon. Finally going down here, 14.5 minutes into the game, so very late. Let's see what this next dragon is. Okay, so we got Hextech off the table, Cloud off the table. I think maybe at least this is the Chemtech soul game.
Yeah, I think it might be. Could be Infernal, that'd be a little bit of fun. It also could be a Mountain, which would really help DK.
Yeah, they really
alleviate those tankiness issues that they have.
Assuming they get it, because if it's on the other side, it's really not going to help them.
In fact, it does very much the opposite. Down here towards the bottom side, 2 versus 3, make it 4. As Kamish is making his way in, his turret is going down extraordinarily low, aiming, trying to make his way forward. There's the paranoia to knock up. The Shu does make it through, but that's going to be the kill on Kamish to start this one off. Oh my god, they are tearing them to shreds!
Oh, this TP
3 down already, and this is not what Keen wanted. He might be able to take one with him, as the all-out is honestly just out of gas. Just doesn't work. And that is going to be 4 now. And in the meantime, Showmaker is taking a turret?
Yeah, so Showmaker, Keen teleported away from Showmaker late to the fight to die. And Showmaker's just like, you guys got that? Yeah? Okay, cool. I'm going to keep pushing the turret. This was a little bit optimistic here. Now, the key thing, and I think part of why D+ don't teleport Showmaker in here too, is that there's no minions to teleport to, and they know the turret can be focused down. And then it's just a late teleport here. I mean, the engage was really, really sloppy, or rather the setup there was super sloppy, and it gave Beryl the opportunity to really pop off in this fight, not to mention the damage there from aiming is just absurd.
And Beryl even managed to survive there. He was like alcove gaming, and then just danced his way out. Really gorgeously done. The ultimate to start it off from Gio, though, really was an absolute game changer to pair alongside the Nocturne. And we were talking about this already, and I'm sorry to cut you off from your point, but the fact that we have the coordination required to make this squishy composition work this well is a pretty good sign.
It really is.
This early in the season.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like we're finding out some of these teams have really built up synergy so quickly. And because of the changes to LCK next year and with the LCK Cup, by the time the LCK actually rolls around, these teams are really going to be quite experienced with each other, which is awesome to see. And teams who are bold enough to bring their whole LCK roster to KeSPA Cup, I think will be rewarded, and D+ is one of those teams. So very fun to see.
Yep, any opportunities on stage, especially when your main roster does have some of these newer players. I think even for Duro, who is not, you know, as new as Shu, right, who's making his LCK debut, Duro wanting to mesh as a younger player with some of these veterans is certainly going to be important. As Showmaker doesn't like getting hit by abilities, and Kemish is going to get that message. Now D+, Chains of Corruption going to connect there as right into the back line goes Lucid. Looks for Canyon. Doesn't quite get too much done here. And they are just going to get themselves away. Summoner spells, no real change outside of, you know, the flash that was already down from Canyon. So no harm, no foul, I guess.
I think they wanted to get an elim there because it's not going to be able to lead to an objective. Ooh, arrow.
Yeah, Flash actually immediately going to be invested there. Showmaker just not wanting to risk it. Done a little bit of risking it in over the last couple of days. Not this time. Here towards the top side, going to continue adding pressure. He probably will be able to take down that turret.
Yeah, I mean, even though they don't get that kill, they get a little bit of a health lead, and then this arrow play fails, and then you're taking so much damage here. Showmaker doesn't even have his Leandries done yet, but he's really ripping through with the Nashor's Tooth. This is kind of, right now in this meta, I feel like Nashor's Tooth is such a big spike. I feel like it's one of the biggest spikes you can have on a mid laner. Like, if you compare it to Malignant, which is going to give you ults, it's going to do a little bit of burn damage. Like, Ari's Malignant's damage isn't really going to be that strong, obviously, compared to, like, an Annie or, you know, like an Aurora, for example, it's more commonly seen. Whereas Nashor's Tooth is like, I'm hitting you like a truck nonstop. I'm hitting turrets like a truck nonstop. Azir kind of just becomes unlocked. And once he gets Leandries, he can also just then rip through Keen's health bar as well. So Showmaker's in a good spot. Gen.G behind 2,000 gold. There's definitely some ways back into this one. I'm not saying it's done by any means. They have a really strong composition that has a fantastic front line. We've seen what Keen can do in the late game, even if he's just sitting there on like 0-1 or 0-0-0 on the Cassante. It doesn't matter how accelerated he is. If he's not accelerated at all, he still shows up in the late game.
Let's see whether Kemish is going to be able to show up here as Shu taking a fair bit of damage there from the Foxfire. As Canyon, oh wow. That was an aggressive ultimate, as Keen, speaking of aggressive, is going to take a whole bunch of damage. Chains of Corruption not really doing too much here, as very, very close, as there is the ultimate. Lucid actually is going to kill him straight up with the Paranoia on hit damage. And here towards the top lane, Shu's going to try and come back as another mini wave is surely about to get there. About in the mid lane. Some free time with this outer turret.
Yeah, it looks like he's actually going to get the
he
whole
might
thing.
actually be able to get it, unless he gets a little bit frightened. Got a bit of a zoom out. Shu on a ward there, as we can see. The arrow going to come through. That means that they buy enough space, but they don't get the turret. Oh, never mind, they do get the turret.
Yeah. Should be able to pick up that gold.
Speaking of gold.
Yeah, I think Aiming is also happy to say, well, you got your AD carry got the mid turret, but I got the inner turret. So significantly more gold for the stock, and it's also going to lead to the drag down. So I do think despite getting the turret there, it was a huge trade down for Gen.G. Was pushed off there, and they had so much more control over the map at that moment.
It's Infernal Solo as well.
Yeah, it really is. So back-to-back on that one.
This is high value. We haven't had one Tech soul so far today.
Even the Ocean Drake we had earlier ended up being like pretty valuable for the competition. This is a Canyon Zyra Baron take. He's looking for the 20-minute. We saw this in LPL. We saw this coming to the LCK. D+, I think, aware of the possibility, but they do not have vision.
Well, Lucid should be able to come over and spot this one out. Gets a control ward in, and Gen.G say, well, it was worth a shot. And you know what? It absolutely was. Zyra is so fast, you may as well just give it a crack.
I mean, if you look at the rest of the map too, like they pulled a lot of D+ members towards this Baron. It's not like there's a, you know, Azir hitting an inner turret because you failed this, and now like Showmaker got a bunch of money. It didn't really cost them anything on the map. They had enough control, and that the timing of doing this was actually basically perfect for Gen.G, where it was kind of win-win. If they come over and rotate, you lose nothing. If they don't realize, then you get a Baron for free. So when you're behind like this, you're not so far behind. The game is not playable, but you can try to sneak a Baron. And if you were successful, you'd be like right back in the game. So much gold on the map to take off.
Yeah, feels really good. Not going to be able to figure it out this time around. And it's a disheartening look to the top of the screen for Gen.G fans. 8 kills to 1. Feel fantastic. Not really able to find too much so far this game. Is now Keen Going to play pretty defensively here as Shu diving on forward. Bit of extra damage, sort of 1.5 items here, as a lot of armor is already being built. But look at this, Keen is sort of being followed as the ulti once again going to go wide this time. Oh, there is no inner turret. And so therefore, this can get a little bit dangerous. But for who, says Keen. Who wants to go in? Can he find it? Yes, he can. There's the solo kill for the master of the the master of the Kazante on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and you know, we really hyped up this match. I really hold up. Bit of a fight here.
Yeah.
Not fight.
You're all good.
Yeah, we really hyped this up earlier about, you know, Keen versus Shu and like the veteran versus the rookie. But the veteran is winning out, you know, the master is still the master.
Ooh, Arrow going to connect here in the mid lane as well. It doesn't rain, but it pours, I guess, as About is going to fall down. That will be followed immediately by Showmaker. Lucid just trying to float away, but it does not work out. And Aiming going to turn up way too late, was addressing a side lane. And now Gen.G with a freshly re-healthed tank should be able to really take down this Baron.
Yeah, they don't need the Zyra ult to take this one. Although we are going to see a teleport here from Shu, whose ultimate is coming online fairly soon. I don't know if they can stop this, though. I mean, with just the two of them, Rakan up but not actually here yet, Beryl isn't going to be able to impact this. We're just trying to hope for a bit of damage here for Aiming first.
Yep, Elevera is coming in there. He does, of course, have the Chains of Corruption. Shu dancing around the battle as best he can. Chains of Corruption are going to go wide. As now, Piercing Arrow going to be charged up. The door is delivered to Aiming. They all dive in, but it is going to be Showmaker actually grabbing that first kill onto Kemet. Canyon going to get sniped by the hail of arrows. And DK may have just found their angle. Duro going to run out a door and then get shot in the head. About has respawned, so he is back in the mid lane, and I think he's the only one with a Baron.
Honestly, Atlas, I didn't believe that D+ could stop that Baron. I knew they had the tools, but it's just good. Everything has to go just so right, and it absolutely did. Even with the Chains of Corruption missing, they're all in the back of this Baron pit, right? And then Aiming is just layering in damage. I mean, not yet. He misses Chains of Corruption first, but this is when he starts to really hit the mark here. Duro blocks the first arrow, but Shu is so difficult to kill. Canyon is so squishy. I mean, if the Nocturne is here, it would have been just a straight up 50-50. There's just so much damage on this part. Bars is so strong right now.
About is dead.
He's
so
dead.
There goes all the Barons. So that 2 minutes of Baron that theoretically is available, that's 100% worth because now it's just gone.
Yeah, no, I mean, even if Beryl gives a kill over to Chemish here, this is still feeling really good. And Gen.G here, I mean, they trade a kill back, but the Baron now completely worthless.
Yeah, it was some money. I guess it was some money.
Yeah, pick up 1,500, I guess.
Yep.
D+ will have the opportunity to group now for this Dragon.
Oh, true. So, first one to get an Infernal Drake. Cinder's currently being collected by everyone, which is a whole lot of fun, but 13 seconds until this Dragon is up and available. And with one Drake apiece, it's not like end of the world no matter what happens.
Sure.
But you do want to start stacking these.
Showmaker is going to get a lot of value out of every Infernal Dragon. How much damage he can do consistently with his AP. And he's sitting on 2 items and a arm guard. So like he's got his Leandri's done now. He's a pretty big threat. It's really hard for Keen to actually sit there and take the Azir damage for longer than just a few seconds there. Showmaker is going to get so much out of that. Ooh, that was a close call.
Yeah. Lucid looking for a potential angle here as everyone has peeled off the Dragon barrel. Oh, didn't really want to face check there, but he's going to be out of Mikhail's himself at least. He's going to get in a little bit of a window of safety. Got Grasping Roots is going to connect. He's going to land as well, but not too much else to come out from Canyon. Now Showmaker gets the first task with this wave. Does finally give DK enough tempo to actually move towards this Dragon Pit and try and start something up themselves. Beryl not going to get hit by that one, but this poke from Aiming is actually hitting. Sometimes Aiming is just aiming, but this time he's aiming and hitting, and that's the best version of him. As that one doesn't, so never mind. Cast Curse is pretty effective as the arrow is going to connect everything, in fact, landing onto Shu. He does absolutely nothing to start this one off as the Dragon going to be the prize here for Gen.G. I don't think DK can do anything about it as the arrow was very close, but not quite close enough.
Chain CC in this composition is just so incredibly powerful, but especially arrow into charm can just really wreck your chances.
And taking the Ambessa out, she's not that tanky. Obviously, she has a shield if she's able to use it, if she's not CC'd. And she can do a lot in a fight. And part of that's due to the fact that like when she is able to get into a fight, like there's a lot of disruption there. She's gonna have a lot of support. But if she's just stunned and kind of like left out to dry by this arrow, then you just there's no survivability. There's no way to actually kind of weather the storm there. She's not as tanky as a Cassante. She's no Orin, right? Like she will die if caught. So sometimes you don't see that with the Ambessa because she's spending so much time flanking. She's often not the first target. She's not the front to back. Let's walk towards the enemies, but in this case is caught by a really nice arrow from about and is focused down. So this game is still very playable for Gen.G. You know, they get the dragon. They have a lot of elements of scaling in their composition as well. And every time I feel like, I'm like, D+ really got this one locked up. There's always an opportunity. There's always an angle with a comp like this that's so easy to execute.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing whether it works. But right now, DK is still with a slight gold advantage. And by slight, I mean under 1,000. And there is an extra dragon on Gen.G. So maybe it's actually just kind of worth entirely. As we reach, once again, a very, very close game state. Looking at items, 4 being completed for aiming in comparison to the 3 for about. A little bit more expensive for the items that aiming has purchased. However, he's still pretty far ahead, 5-0-5 right now. As Shiu dancing around the battlefield here towards the bottom side as there goes the Paranoia. Finally, an ultimate is going to land as the arrow is going to be spell shielded gorgeously. Aiming should be able to help lock this one down. And Keen surviving for a long time, but ultimately will fall. And it is aiming going to 6 kills here in this game.
Yeah, big win here for D+. No objective up to take just now. Baron is going to be up in 50 seconds, so instead of trying to go over there and fight for vision, it looks like they want to try to maybe push their advantages here, grab some deep vision, and maybe threaten an inhibitor turret, but I don't think they're quite going to be able to get anything out of this. So it's a big win, but it isn't like backbreaking. Gen.G will have the respawn. 25 seconds here for Keen. He has teleport, so he can join. He'll be up in time for this Baron. So that's really the consolation here for Gen.G is that the timing of this pick couldn't have really been better for them. If you're going to lose somebody, lose them right there. They've got teleport. Now we're going to start to contest some some Baron vision. Gen.G and D+ kind of just letting him do it at the moment.
Yeah, a bit of milling about happening at this point in time. There's 5 seconds until that Baron, like you were talking about. Canyon going to be able to secure this camp and then just go home as if there was no bad guys in the area. We know that there definitely was, and so did he, but just wasn't really phased. As now finally Lucid's going to come on over and make sure that this Baron is going to be at least observable. Without the mid lane needs to be able to clear out that wave. So Banana Brush control, Baron vision, DK have done some of their homework. Skirmish not going to find that charm.
Yep, not quite. And they have cleaned up a lot of this vision. Shio does have teleport, so continue to push that inhibitor turret. Remember, that's an inhibitor turret. If that goes down, then the inhibitor is under threat. So Gen.G will have to respond to this. And if D+ have Ivaris on their team, so they could stall this Baron takeout for so long. You can see now Keen is going to go down and answer Shio in the bottom lane. It's going to be kind of a 4v4 battle until then, or until they really start flashing and those teleports come through from the bottom side. But I really like how D+ are playing this. They set up the vision second, so they had the more residual, like the more relevant, I should say, vision here for the Baron. Force Gen.G over there. Shio goes to the bottom side. And they're continuing to kind of put Gen.G in this uncomfortable position where if Gen.G are trying to slowly contest vision, that's when aiming really starts to land that poke.
We'll see whether he actually can, because he's not doing it really doing too much at the minute. I think staying safe is also going to be a really important one because he has a 700 gold bounty. Like the swing, if aiming dies, is going to be just huge between these two teams. I think it's instantly Gen.G picking up a gold lead. So aiming with a big target on his back. In fact, he's no stranger to that. Kind of was just a man with a big target on his back all year this year. But that is changing right now. Showmaker just telling his Sand Soldier to get mad at Baron, and the Baron's a bit confused about where everyone went. So Gen.G doing the same sort of thing, where it is just like, let's chill and find some vision if we can.
This is such a legacy Gen.G D+ game where both teams are like, I could do something risky, but we better not.
Yep,
and
better play it safe.
And in Gen.G's case, it's because they often do just try to make the most optimal play, and sometimes the most optimal play is to clear vision and walk away. In the D+'s case, it might be more about the shot calling issue.
That could have something to do with it.
But now they're going to split off here and do the dragon while trying to slow Gen.G. So D+ are the ones who make the first move. 5,000 health on this Infernal Dragon. The time window here is very, very thin for D+. They need to rotate over ASAP.
Yep, and Bessa just going to get to work on this dragon. It will be taken down now as the paranoia comes in. Let's see where the loser... He does! He steals it away! And now Gen.G, can they find the fight as the immediate Mikhails is there from barrel onto Showmaker. Duro just limping away, but they didn't even get the prize, and maybe they won't make it out because Emperor's Divide is up and available. That charm just amazing here from Kemish. As he will get slowed down just a little bit. She really saw red there, but actually with a bit of patience just walks away. And now 5 Barons at the ready, and DK say thanks for the leash.
Yeah, Shiu may have seen red, but I think Gen.G is seeing purple right now.
Oh dear. Well, Shiu did see red, and then he was dead. That didn't mean to rhyme. That was, yeah, a little bit silly. DK going to keep the rest of them alive, so that's going to be all right. Teleport towards the top side of the map here. Immediately from Kemish as Chains of Corruption are going to land. It's a trade of top laners as Aiming takes that kill against his former teammate. In goes Duro looking for an opportunity now as Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing. Kemish playing like a god, but you cannot outplay being gold. And Showmaker is going to be able to grab that kill. It was a solo kill in the end, actually, as well. Actually, kind of surprising that the rest of his friends weren't actually able to assist there. But let's have a look at the replay.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this fight here, the timing of the, look at this, 1100. Okay, 1107, so just really fast hands there, but also going in, threatening the backline, keeping Gen.G occupied. We're going to watch the rest of the fight, but really well played.
Aiming, pressing some buttons here. The
People
control is going to go down. Duro is going to get discovered. And Blast Cone may separate him for the moment. Has to throw out an ultimate, though, so I don't know about that. Showmaker has just visited and will once again tank an arrow.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his Verdant Barrier, so he's like, whatever, you know, I don't care. You got your arrow, I'll just tank it, and we'll continue to put the pressure on in mid. I mean, the Baron buff, only a minute left, but that should be enough time to at least crack this mid inhibitor.
Yeah.
Unless Gen.G can find an angle, there's no real flank wards here, except one very deep, way too far away.
Oh, another Chains of Corruption going to go wide. Man, that has a low cooldown at the moment.
Yeah, it's very low right now on this patch. Level 16, it's just like,
oh yeah,
it's non-stop.
Aiming's legendary and almost has 6 items.
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
probably why it's slow.
It's definitely helping him out. He's level 17.
All right, Aiming almost just blows up though. As you can see, they just dive underneath this turret. There's the Nocturne turning up. Beryl not going to be able to survive this one, but neither is the inhibitor turret as Emperor's Divide is going to throw Peen away. And now Showmaker just seems like the tankiest member of his team, which is kind of insane. The charm not really doing too much as Ambessa is just that lady. And now DK moving further forward. Only a few members able to try and keep these Nexus turrets alive. I don't know whether DK can actually win the game right here.
Yeah, I think they should play back out.
Might be a little optimistic. As Baron going to be up in 3 minutes time. That means it's just worn out.
They just don't have enough. They don't have a stacked wave or anything like that. Like, it's just too thin. And they don't have the tools to actually dive those turrets right now. So probably wait until, like, with the composition of D+ and how fragile it is, because they have the Ambessa, they don't have the Cassante. There's not a really strong tank. In the situation, Lucio doesn't have his ultimate. They need like 2 lanes worth of minions probably to end, or at least like more people dead on the side of Gen.G. Yeah, this is just a bit of a tragedy here for Coral Canyon. Just gets ulted there by the Ambessa, and on goes the inhibitor turret. One is getting the inhibitor, of course, off from display. Really careful and safe play from Aiming. Does go for the flash there to make sure that he does not get Sante, Keen Sante.
Yeah, that was a bit scary
I'm like,
for
wait a
me.
second.
I'm like, why are we walking forward here, Aiming? I'm a little bit frightened, but he picks up a Mercurial Scimitar. They've already got Mikhails as well from Beryl. There is a lot of pit CC mitigation here on the side of DK. Like you mentioned already, the Verdant Barrier already done for Showmaker as well. So, yeah, having a look at the damage, yeah, a lot more for aiming and for Showmaker.
A lot more money for aiming as well. The gold.
Yeah, would you
1,000
say
gold
that
ahead.
he tends to make a fair bit of gold?
Yeah, he generally gets paid.
Yeah.
You know, Boris and him have a very good relationship, let's say.
Well acquainted. Often, and he definitely does sample his wares. That is very true. As here on the bottom side of the map, it is a turret under fire. Keen making his way down there. As Kamish should be able to help clear this one out, but Ari not necessarily known for her ability to clear minions. So therefore, 50% of the health bar. Not too much of a response here from Gen.G as we can see. And I think it's this dragon that DK want to lock down. That will be their third soul point available for both teams, but DK with a big advantage right now. 4,000 gold in the lead and full map control. And I think the map control issue is the biggest one.
It's the biggest one because the mid inhibitor being down means that not only do you have a Varus here who's just chipping away at health bars, but it means you have to always kind of be grouped up in mid to compete with the super minion push. And that means that Gen.G are always going to struggle to control and maintain vision on these massive objectives, like the next one, the next dragon to spawn being that Infernal Soul for D+, but even before that, the Baron, which could be what wins the game for D+, if they're able to secure that one. Last time they got it with a steal, but imagine if they actually are the ones who get to dictate the pace. They have an insane turn. They've got Peel with this Azir. They've got Mbessa, the Nocturne ultimate. They can flip off of that Baron and just go straight into the backline onto a Bout or onto Kemish. At really the drop of a hat. They could even just focus down Canyon because he's so squishy and then guarantee there's no smite on the other side of Gen.G. It's all going to come down to who's the most vulnerable target, but everyone's going to be vulnerable if you don't have vision and you have to kind of trickle your way through these narrow choke points. D+ getting over there will clear the rest of this vision. Even the Scuttle is going to expire here for Gen.G. This is where things get really tough for Gen now.
Yeah, Charm is going to connect, but what is the result going to be? Some Foxfire damage, I guess. As Canyon moving over. Beryl healing himself back up. Here's the Paranoia. They think that they're split enough. Let's see whether the angle is going to be good because Beryl has already exploded. Arrows are flying in, but aiming damage is not really doing anything, and the real arrows are about. There is the cleanse, but I don't know whether there's the moves. And aiming, you're just dead. That's going to be Kemish locking that one down, and Gen.G in the blink of an eye just walking up mid lane, and what is DK going to do about it?
Yeah, there's not that many minions here just yet, and they will have to push through, of course, the super wave, but I think they have an opportunity here to actually look for the end. 45 seconds on aiming, 35 seconds on Showmaker. They have the damage. I think they have the numbers. I think they are going to end this game right now, Atlas.
Oh, God. This would be heartbreaking for DK.
So close, but they couldn't get it done in the end.
Well, they're going to start sieging these turrets. Let's see whether DK can actually get rid of some minions. The ulti is going to not work at all here from Chiu, but he is still Ambessa. They start to get through here as there is the charm onto many members of Gen.G, but these Nexus turrets, they're just being wiped out. There is Lucid with the Paranoia, but the Nexus is just dead. And DK, they were winning until they lost.
It's crazy how the entire game kind of came down to one overextension, one poor fight for the side of D+. Remember, everything we were talking about before that, like clear the vision, go over and start a Baron, your turn is fantastic. They could have gone that way, and they made an uncharacteristically non-DK move to make an insanely decisive call to dive deep in the mid lane instead of actually playing around the objective. They saw blood in the water. They thought, okay, these targets are overextended. Like you said, in the play-by-play, they feel like they're split enough that they can actually get that damage done quickly enough and then win the fight. But it was a fantastic turnaround there by the side of D+ and Canyon in particular. And suddenly, you know, ends up being tossing all those advantages away. I mean, look at the gold graph.
Yeah, the gold graph is saying that DK probably should have been okay, but that little blip at the end is the real problem here. We'll see whether DK can have a better performance as we move to game number 2, but honestly, that is a grueling way to lose.
Yeah, in a 40-minute game where you were in control really for the last 20 minutes of it, and even before then you had a lot of elements of success, right? You were doing well. It wasn't like you weren't winning the early game, but things were fairly even until you got a massive amount of control, and then you still couldn't actually stick at the landing there. That's the kind of game where you need a really strong coaching staff that's going to come and tell the players, especially young players like Shu, who are extremely dominant, of course, in challengers, like, hey, you played well, we made a mistake, it happens, let's just play like we did for majority of this game, and then we can actually win this one. Like, it's definitely winnable. We can definitely win this series. We went close to Gen.G toe-to-toe with this awesome roster.
Yeah, and Canyon getting top damage on his team as well. Pretty impressive, 31k in that game. Not too bad at all. But Gen.G snatching victory from the jaws of defeat in that one. We'll see whether they can do it again. If they do, they stay undefeated, and then they go and meet Bro tomorrow. Getting ahead of ourselves, though. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. I am Atlas, joined by Wolf, and we are ready for what could be the final game of the night. Gen.G just managed to swindle DK out of a victory by stealing it at the very end. It was a clincher, and it was exactly how these two teams tend to fight one another, and that is with extraordinarily close games that tend to go down to the wire. So looking forward to what the next one is going to bring. That is if DK's mental can handle the pressure.
That's the question everybody has on their minds right now. D+, I think it's one of the most frustrating ways you could ever lose is to have that level of control, play a grueling, long game, and then it all fall apart at the end. I saw a wry smile out of Showmaker there, but it's hard to know for sure. You can see he's not looking too rough around the edges here, but I know inside there's definitely not a happy feeling here for D+. They played really well the last game, though. If they can feel confident, they could draft a similar composition here moving into Game 2 and play as well around the early game as they did. There's certainly it should be a belief that they could actually, repeat this performance and bring us to a Game 3.
Yeah, I think that there could be some opportunities here. And you can see they're not really feeling too beat up by it either. As you can see there wasn't necessarily the glum looks on everyone's face. Just mainly Aiming, who just doesn't seem to be having the greatest times today. There is certainly a look of a little bit more pressure than there was in the past, but actually, never mind. There is a slight giggle in Aiming. Maybe it's all just like transferred. Maybe that's how it goes. But here we are into the draft for game number 2. And D+ once again on the blue side. Or this time, sorry, on the blue side, as the LeBlanc going to be taken away once again, as well as the Nidalee and K'Sante this time. So Keen Sante not going to be a thing, and I don't blame them for that ban.
Yeah, especially because Shu really struggled into Keen Sante. You see the Aurora banned on blue side here by D+, and Skarner, Vi, and LeBlanc, so dropping the Sejuani in favor of the Skarner this time. And that's just going to be the first pick, Ambessa.
Yeah.
So, bypassing a lot of the other picks that we've seen. But I think this is kind of where we are now, like even over the Varus.
Yeah, and Gen.G going for the Ashe makes a lot of sense. We've seen that priority very, very high. That being said, it doesn't really instill that, like, oh, they got the 1-2 punch on the red side. Hovering it for the moment, we'll see whether it is actually going to be locked in the end. I don't know whether there's anything necessarily better that you could see there as Canyon hovering a Darius. Keen has been known to Darius before, so this isn't necessarily
it's definitely,
just trolling.
Definitely could be real. It's a pretty good matchup, too, into the Ambessa, because you kind of bypass her shield because you just keep bleeding her out over time. But they will opt into the Renekton instead. This also can be a strong matchup, and Renekton is very strong at the moment.
Yep. Does Lucid go for something that could play into the potential Zyra a little bit better? The answer is probably not, as this is a bit more of a pick for comp and for just adding that extra layer of engage. We've seen the Sejuani be very, very consistent. Outside of some ultimates going the wrong direction, which may be referring to our previous series. But I prefer not to go there. As Showmaker, let's see what he's going to be playing. Is this going to be a lock-in of his choice, or are we going to see something else?
I think it's going to be Varus here. I think you can't let that one go to the second phase, although based on Showmaker's face here, might be looking for the Azir. I'd prefer the Varus myself, just because I think it's incredibly strong at the moment. It was piloted well, but it's going to be Aiming's Ezreal.
I don't mind this. I don't mind. I feel like they do like to leave him by himself, and the Varus, if you do leave a Varus alone, he just kind of gets eaten by a crocodile. So
True.
I'm all right with this. Aiming as well is a very confident Ezreal player. We have a lot of Ezreal players, as the Zyra going to come in once again. So Canyon once more going to be terrorizing the jungle, and I think that this is a really dangerous thing for DK to leave up and available, just because they do just get so much more agency if Canyon can get to things faster.
Yeah. And now the question becomes, do you just ban that Corki again? I think the answer is probably yes. Take that off the potential cards for Chemist to play.
even though they already have the Ashe locked in, mid Corki is still relevant. Poppy taken away here in response to the Rakan ban, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, the Poppy ban is actually quite curious because it is only a Poppy support ban.
Yeah.
And I think Poppy could have been a top lane answer to the Ambessa, but
now they just ban Leona, I think, and they're like, well, you clearly wanted to play Leona here because you banned Poppy, and Leona Ezreal's a strong lane. I think that's likely what we'll see here as D+. No, they're going to opt for the Azir, which I think is also a fair and strong ban with how well this composition would scale with the Azir Ezreal if it was left available.
Yep. Ashe Leona is also not bad either, so you can also protect a potential. You can also use that Poppy ban to protect your own Leona. As Braum going to be taken away through a great Braum, to be honest.
Yeah, he was super good. We were saying like maybe this guy might be the first iconic Braum player, but it's a little bit early to be saying that in his career, but still, at least made me a believer. The Corki gets left up, so that one came through. And maybe Showmaker has a pick prepared for the Corki, and that's perhaps why they left it open.
Yeah, what is it going to be, though? What is the Corki answer? Not sure. Leona, like we were talking about, is certainly coming in, but...
Yone is up.
Oh, God, yeah, you're right.
I didn't really think about it until now, but yeah, it just completely went through this draft, and they had the Sejuani earlier, so...
Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. We are fighting fire with fire, quite literally, except one of them is going to be fire later, and the other one is going to be fire earlier. This is the first time we've seen the Smolder. We've seen it hovered a few times, but not necessarily locked in, as Duro is hovering Zac, but I don't know whether that is going to be the support lock-in for this game.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it is more likely to be something like a Nautilus. Yep.
Yep, there it is. So Nautilus Ashe towards that bottom side. Plenty of lockdown opportunity here for Gen.G and so much firepower. Like the damage of this composition is kind of absurd. But D+ certainly with a lot more late game insurance. And honestly, after what happened in game number 1, I think you kind of want that.
I was going to say the same thing. It's not to say that there's not a front line for this Smolder, but it's not an insanely strong one. When you consider how much damage and pick potential there is in this composition for Gen.G, Ashe, can work very well into this, and we saw a pretty good performance from About in the previous game on the pick. Some really nice arrows to set things up, so something to be wary of. I do think that the early game here for Gen.G is incredibly strong, given what they're up against, and early fights over Herald, over Grubs, over first, second Dragon can be very difficult to win here for D+ until they hit that 2-item spike for the Ezreal, 2-item spike for Smolder, and then the stack breaking point that he's going to need to hit, by like mid 20 minutes, and then he'll be able to be a champion and actually be a huge threat. And the Renekton is going to fall off a cliff in this game, frankly, with how much damage there is and how much mobility, because Smolder can fly over walls. Ezreal has his arcane shift. There's a lot of peel here.
Yeah, % health damage as well from the Smolder is not great. So, yep, you're right. I think Renekton could certainly have a bit of a use-by date, but if King gets to a good start, then you can really utilize the rest of this composition pretty beautifully to enable him to continue to be good. So I think there is some possibilities, but you're right. I don't think they can rest on their laurels this game. I think DK, certainly with enough in order to carry them through to a late game that does have good front line as well as so much damage, especially consistent damage through this Smolder, raining hellfire down on his opposition. So some interesting drafts, some change-ups moving into game 2. Let's dive into it with some dubstep. Hey, Shiwu, what are you doing? Not a whole lot. It's Chemish riding on his corgi and hanging out around his outer turret. There's an arcane shift that has to be taken early as Showmaker already has to flash. My goodness! There's first blood, and it's going to be connecting onto Lucid. Showmaker also going to die as, okay, well, the last game, it took Gen.G a long time to find a big advantage, and now they're 1,000 gold ahead at 1 minute.
Yeah. Did both of those kills go to About? I hope for D+'s sake that the first one did not. I actually didn't see who got the first one. About got the second one.
Just so you know, they got 2 flashes, so maybe it's worth it.
Logitech, I love you. Thanks for sponsoring, but I'm gonna need you to step aside.
Same with USK Telecom AI Tennis Center. Thank you for your sponsorship. I think that ad's very funny. But I need to know who got that first kill.
Yeah, we're gonna let you finish, but we need to see what the numbers say.
Yeah. Anyway, once we find out, we'll know how bad the damage really is. But it's bad. I'm telling you guys right now. All I could think the whole time too.
Okay, so he didn't get both.
No. But they covered it again as soon as I tried to see who got the second one. So I actually still didn't see. I think it might have been Keen.
Well, that'd be very good for Keen.
Yeah.
As he
Okay,
moves down
no,
towards
it's
the bottom
just
side.
it's a Duro.
Okay. So Duro got one with an Ignite or something like that.
Yeah.
And so not the end of the world. Showmaker pretty happy about this lane swap scenario because he does get to stack a little bit faster. Still, I mean, he's not happy about anything because that early game was a disaster. So,
I mean,
yeah,
there's like some things to consider. Like things could have been worse even. But like the fact that the kills didn't go to Kemich was really big is.
Yeah, Barrel
at least not yet. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Showmaker, like you said, he can stack more aggressively here with his sneezes, his achus.
Yep.
And now he has level 3, so he can even use his E to stack. Oh, gets a double there. That's what you want to see. Once he gets that first, oh no.
Yep, that's another hook going to connect onto Showmaker here, who's just flapping around trying to get some damage where he can. Kemich with not very much mana, so can't really be relied upon to do too much more than auto attack. But still, Duro waiting off to the side, seeing whether they're going to overextend for something. It looks like the answer is no. By the way, if Smolder's mum became a champion, would Smolder's mum's version of a chew be called a sneeze?
Maybe.
Because I know from Men in Tights, a chew's mom was, a chew's dad was a sneeze.
Ah.
So I think that's how like the parent-son relationship works.
Okay.
We might need to talk to Dave Chappelle about it though. We'll see. Oh, I wonder whether he's made a comment.
Trouble potentially, but Barrel's coming down. He's got a window of time to make it in here.
Yep, does have level 3 now as well as he makes his way in. It is just going to be a bit of a gank on some plates as it turns out. So not going to be going for anything. Gen.G not going to push their advantage too far.
So a lot of this game is kind of pushed off the rails by D+ trying to group and get some additional stacks for Showmaker and get some additional control over the jungle early on. And now they're really paying the price of that failed level 1. Gio is going to be able to pick up all of these minions though, and that's really good news for him. Not too far behind or anything like that. Over here, Keen for a trade.
Yep, Lucid is coming up as well as the Arcane Shift forward comes in from aiming. Landing a few of these autos here is Lucid with the Winter's Wrath. Good sidestep there from Keen, but still has to flash. Get out of the way of the Sejuani. Still does mean that Gen.G now know that there is no Sejuani on the top side of the map, and so therefore some of this jungle can be torn away and potentially a little bit more. As you can see, Canyon with the timer is able to get over here and take this one down. Crow Camp going to be there for Lucid though, so it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. And in fact, Lucid has got more farm.
Yeah, but I think that will potentially it's going to be even out for now. Once those Krugs do finish up here for Lucid. I'm mostly curious now about what happens with these first few fights, because we've seen so many different iterations of Smolder, and they kind of keep nerfing some of his scaling, some of his damage burn and stuff like that, but he still becomes such a big menace in the late game. But will he be able to actually, for example, use the first few dragon fights to actually get an ult that stacks him, plus 4 more, and then he drops down a sneeze, and then he drops down a Q, and then suddenly it's like, okay, well, I made 15 stacks off of this extended fight, even if they don't end up winning the fight or they don't get kills necessarily, those types of things, because that's how you can usually get very accelerated as a Smolder. And if you're solo lane Smolder, obviously you're going to have more minions in general that come through faster in mid, so you should be able to stack faster than 80 carry Smolder on paper, in theory, because that's really the benchmark that we'll be looking for. He's at 47 now, and it's 125. It becomes a bit of an annoyance in the team fight, starts stacking very quickly, and then when you hit that 225, you're actually just, basically the god of damage. And it just gets better and better from there. Like, can Gen.G keep this Smolder down? Because so far, obviously, it's a great start, but it was so early into the game that he was able to, of course, just go back to lane and farm normally. So it's not that 2 kills is an auto win or anything like that by any means here for Gen.G. We're going to keep an eye on Showmaker and how well he's able to keep himself farmed up. The observers keep showing us he's at 52 now.
Yeah.
Gets the triple there with the exploding Q, 55, you know.
We're getting closer and closer to the next evolution as well, which is certainly nice. First dragon yet to be touched, as the Void Grub's going down. Does mean that Gen.G can actually fight for a Drake if it ever does get started up. Lucid actually going to begin it here, but you can see the Canyon is moving down, aiming on a control ward. Does manage to get a ward into that Tri-Brush here, so we'll get the information if... oh, never mind, he won't, because Duro's going to come and turn the lights off. Dragon taking a long time as Duro just going to walk in there. Arrow going to connect immediately. True Shot Barrage comes down. That is going to be the Dragon stolen by Canyon. Beryl down incredibly low and will be taken out. Lucid lucky to get away with his life, but now Gen.G 3-0 and a massive gold lead still there 7.5 minutes in.
And it's the kill that goes again to the Ashe. You can see this arrow coming through here. Beryl tanks it. Is actually very tanky himself, but the smite fight goes the way of Canyon, and aiming can offer very little damage over the Dragon Pit wall there, trying to actually, you know, help peel and help his teammates escape, but it's just a kill that goes over. Beryl, you know, unfortunately not really going to be able to do anything there to turn that one around, and 2,000 gold in the hands of Gen.G. And Showmaker, he's still scaling. He's up at 60 now. You know, he's probably going to hit 62 in just a second with that next Q. He's getting his way towards that 125 to where he can stack fast, but there are limits to how much control you can lose in the early game because eventually you just don't scale, actually. You just don't make it out.
Yeah. Are we gonna hit 225 or is the Nexus going to explode? I think that's what the question is right now. And it's a tough one for DK because I think that this composition had legs, but it's not quite working here. As you can see, King going to grab another kill, going to look to transition that into Lucid as well. But Permafrost does come down. Mom steals away the kill, and Showmaker going to be very happy about that. First kill here for DK, and it going over to the Smolder is best news, best case scenario here for the squad.
No, yeah, it absolutely is. Showmaker just trying to stack up, get this last wave. Chemist trying to push in and grab some more plate gold. But he gets the kill. That's really huge, using the fact that he has, you know, basically it's like a semi-global ultimate that can make a huge impact elsewhere. They let the kill go over to him, and really no risk involved in that play there for Shomek, because if he misses, they just get the kill over elsewhere. It's a scary moment.
Yeah, Hook going to connect onto Beryl, who does manage to get that Eclipse running. Aiming shoots Beryl with his ultimate. Maybe that's saying something. It's about moving the wrong direction. It just goes through the corpse of Beryl, and Aiming gonna have to flash away the Hook, just barely missing. Almost caught exactly where that flash Arcane Shift was going as Duro and About just going to continue walking it down. And that's a BF sword in About's back pocket as Glacial Prison just going to get flashed immediately. Kemish knew it was coming and was ready.
I mean, this is a really huge moment here for Gen.G. Another plate going to go over to About, but I think had that True Shot Barrage hit, you know, maybe there's enough damage here to fight this back, because it looked pretty good for aiming at the initial part of that fight, but he just doesn't quite have enough. And with everything whiffing and the damage output of this already accelerated Ashe, things became very disastrous very quickly here. Now a second death for Beryl. And Showmaker, you know, again, we're stacking, we're getting there, but like this map just becomes so difficult to play out if About gets this many kills this early, because you're still dealing with that 2-item spike for the Corki as well before this Smolder is well and truly online. The Renekton's power in the early mid, Canyon's farm lead. These things are things that D+ can't solve right now. They just need to buy time, and the more kills they give over, the thinner that timing window is for them. Or how difficult it is to survive past the timing window, I should say, of Gen.G when they're at their strongest.
Well, PK going to be able to at least get a couple of these grubs. I don't know whether they can get another one, though, so will be Void Mites available here for Gen.G. Duro just walked his way forward. Aiming going to come down to the bottom side to see that his tower is lying in shambles. And Keen just going to walk this one out. So About now moving back towards the top side, looking for some plates up there as the Arrow going to swim down the river. And Showmaker was moving somewhat towards it as Beryl's like, what the heck? And he's just going to decide to go back home. So DK, I mean, there's a semblance of stability here, but we are pretty close to a 3,000 gold lead at 11 minutes. I mean, catastrophe is probably the right word.
Yeah. I mean, starting from level 1, this really ended up being a disaster for D+. And remember, they were in so much control in game 1.
Yeah.
If you guys weren't watching, if you didn't tune in, they basically had that one on lock. And then they
botched one team fight in mid. Gen.G took that one away, and then they botched a level 1 here, and then Gen.G had a massive advantage, 2 kills early. And now the gold lead is 3,000 here. And we're a little bit over it after this turret does go down. That is first brick.
Yeah, now DK actually looking for an opportunity. Phenomenal double knock up here underneath the turret as the dive is not necessarily working out. It is once again a kill for the Smolder though, as Shield trying to dive on in. That's going to be a double here as now Kemish under the turret, but Showmaker's going to have to flash still. Aiming's there to pick up the kill even if he is going to die. And I think that DK just kind of wanted to go down swinging because this is not going to be an even trade.
No, not even close, especially with the push there on the top side. About is so far ahead, and he's getting even more gold. And Inner going to go down in the top lane. This is a disaster for the side of D+. And with the teleports coming over here, it's really difficult to make a dive like this work. And even with this ult being about as good as you could ask for here for the Smolder, he just isn't online. You can see these Qs just aren't hitting that hard. They have the Ezreal damage, they have the range, but I mean, this is just so messy. The turret taking, doing the majority of the damage there.
Well, we're going to be one dragon apiece. As Lucid realizes that there are bad guys everywhere. It's going to be an Infernal Soul. It's about as on fire as DK's chances in this series. And it's nice when the Rift mirrors how we're feeling. As now Aiming, going to get hit by that hook. Nice buffer of the Arcane Shift. Also excellent aim by Duro, even if it doesn't necessarily matter.
He's been having a really good game today.
Yeah.
And, we're going to end up getting the bottom turret here with the group up of Canyon as well to kind of protect and shadow Chemist so that he can freely take this turret out without any risk. Showmaker coming over here, trying to stack his Q off of these Krugs. Sometimes that's a very satisfying feeling for the Smolder. You grab the Krugs, you can come over here, you Q a few minions. It's already hit the 125. He's at 156, I believe that was, I saw.
Yeah, something like that.
If it was 136, I'm like, that's more what I expect. If it's 156, he's suddenly really rocketing ahead in terms of the stacking.
Now I'm doubting myself because I saw one of those numbers, just can't quite remember which.
Yeah, I think it was 136, but I'm like, it looked like 156 to me. Either way, he's had some pretty big ults, and obviously that extended fight bottom got him a bunch of extra stacks as well. But we're still looking at, he's only on one item. We're still looking at Ezreal is a bit farther away in this game state from his second item. And, I mean, even the tier stacking is superior here for Chemish.
Yeah, Lucid going to find Chemish, like we were talking about. He's just having a good time looking for that item number 2. And now Gen.G going to head over towards the Rift Herald, look to grab that one. And Showmaker flapping his way towards the inner turret on the bottom side of the map. Chemish going to be there to meet him. And I think that 1v1 is going to be something Chemish is totally comfortable in. As Aiming just trying to hold this mid lane against about. His Trinity Force is done. So at least there's that. But the Untals are completed here at the same time. So Canyon picks up the Rift Herald, and we'll see whether he goes driving already, or whether they are going to be a bit patient with it. The Arcane Shift forward is there for Aiming. Going to get a bit done. Teleport actually looking to try and find them as we are playing the aggressive game again as the public execution comes in, but onto Keen. He's able to tank it up. Xenoblade gets barrel into the backline. I don't know whether he necessarily wants to be there, as the Stranglethorns are just going to strangle Leona. And Aiming now just rushing forward. Panish not quite there, but in a 4 versus 5, I think Gen.G's wallets are still getting enough work done.
Yeah, it's a pretty disastrous situation here for D+ with the engage there from Barrel onto the wrong target. The ult from Shield hitting the Renekton, not a backline target. Nice buffer from Aiming, but that's another turret down. That's another bit of gold into the pockets of Gen.G. Almost 6,000 gold ahead here at 15.5 minutes. They're certainly going to do some numbers for their final stats tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
If in fact they do make it there. They'll take a bigger mistake, a bigger colossal whiff, a bigger colossal mistake, like a, I don't know, I didn't want to use the word, but throw. It'll take a bigger throw than what we saw from D+ in Game 1, I think, to get them a win here in Game 2. As Gen.G are so much further ahead, so much faster. And I think this Smolder has really been smothered, in fact, in this game. Because, yeah, 3 kills. Showmaker is basically the most relevant gold on his team, but it's just too little, too late against an Ashe that's fed, against the Zyra that's got such great clear already. It's an Infernal Soul, which is going to be great for either team, right? But I just don't think we get to the Soul. I think Gen.G will end the game before then.
That's what it's sort of feeling like, Wolf. I think you're exactly right. So 5,000 gold the lead. Shiu just trying to do his best to get whatever he can. Spotted by Canyon here is now Lucid looking for a bit of a flank angle. There is the public execution. Canyon going to be the one taking a lot of damage. Stranglethorns now on cooldown as well. as there's a sneeze from this Smolder. Arrow did slow him down. Duro is making his way in now, aiming, just trying to get whatever shots he can get across the bow, as Beryl will finally join the fight. Down goes the Renekton to start this one off, as Lucid just looking to kite his way out of this. So far he's doing well, but in he goes again. About able to grab that kill, and now it's the Showmaker show. Is it a pentakill? That would be absolutely insane. There's a Quadra, and down he goes. Aiming steals the Penta, and Canyon is somehow still alive. Then the Cleanse Arcane Shift is going to get aiming forward. DK just got an ace.
Yep, that's the bigger throw, Atlas. It was right there. It was right before our eyes. More than a throw, though I think it was a really heavy capitalization by D+ on an overextension down here. And a lot of this is Shiwu starting this engage off against a squishy target like Canyon. And you can see on the map, Dindir is so split and they're so deep onto D+'s territory. And that damage for Showmaker is starting to stack up.
This is absolute insanity. Keen's the one that starts it off, but I actually thought this was kind of fine that he sacrifices himself, because as soon as you're into a fight, theoretically, Gen.G are just so much richer.
Watch all the AoE, because when you hit the sneeze across multiple targets, it creates like an AoE bubble. Even that adds extra damage. It's not the strongest ability for Smolder, not by any means, but I see it just kind of ended up being the perfect situation there for Showmaker. Now with 6 kills, so he's stacking up, but he also has the gold to get the Shojin.
Yeah, he's got a Spear of Shojin as well as a Zeal.
Yeah.
I think he went back with like the makings of a Phage and his Essence Reaver. Like,
he has 3 stacks away from actually completing his execute threshold, so where he can actually start doing really big damage.
Yeah, is this going to be like the actual Showmaker hard carry? Is aiming? That was not the way you really want to do that. Unless he's baiting as Shiu gets excited, but that is going to be a massive Stranglepoints to buy some space. Still, About is so much of the damage here for Gen.G. That is the perfect target to pick off. And DK find another little advantage.
Yeah. Showmaker, 228. I mean, the gold is now almost even. Like, all it's going to take is one more fight for D+, and they'll actually be back even. It was 6,000. Now it's 2,000.
And they were able to get that cheeky little dragon from earlier as well.
It's crazy. So, like, they're looking at, you know, it's already, you know, they'll need to get 3, but they're getting the first Infernal. No opposition, no resistance. And I think this is where things start to get scary now as Gen.G, because we talked about it, and I didn't think it was going to come to pass in this game because of the lead that there was, but that Renekton and Keen are going to fall off a cliff in this game because of the burn damage from the Corki, because of the fact that this composition is so difficult to actually get through and get access to these 2 high mobility 80 carries. You call Smolder an 80 carry if you want. It's, you know, he's a bit different than other carries, but you know what I mean. These 2 late game carries, these late game powerhouses that are so strong, and you know, the Ezreal will outrange the Ashe. The Smolder will just burn through the front line, and you know, Duro also is going to really struggle to get stuff done in the front line because of the speed at which he will be destroyed and burned to a crisp by the Smolder. It'll be super frustrating to deal with.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like we did see a throw, but we saw a miracle.
Speaking of throws, aiming is really dead, guys. No opportunity to do anything at all, and I've seen him die there multiple times this tournament. It's just the aiming spot. We had the ruler spot pretty close to that, a little bit further north.
This is the Baron opportunity for Gen.G.
And it's going to go down so incredibly fast. Zyric just obliterates Baron.
Oh, Showmaker, he needs to hard carry this fight. He needs to be given enough space.
Yeah, Mom's going to have to really get something done here. As, okay, Shiu's going to try and come forward. As there's Mom. She gets so much damage down. As Keen's in a little bit of trouble, but it's Shiwu and Bessa getting the work done. And Showmaker gets distracted by some shellfish for now. Kemish now going to be taking down these Raptors, and it's a 2 for 2. DK takes that, I reckon.
Yeah, I think they definitely do, considering the game state here. Look at how much damage Showmaker's able to do, even like starting to burn on the Georgia by utilizing this double trap here. The ultimate is fantastic.
Right onto About in the back line.
He was straight up exactly where he needs to be into that back line, so creating some space for Showmaker as well. Oh boy, that should be an interrupt.
Yeah, it is. So Kemish is not going to get hit by it. Wasn't going to die, I guess, but is going to have to start going back again. It's 3 items and a Vamp Scepter.
RFC is done. Vamp Scepter is done. And Showmaker is level 14. He is stacked up to 268. Once you start getting past 300, you know, you really... you really hit so hard that you only have to like Q 3 times in a team fight. The other team is like, well, I guess we lose. It's done. You know?
I guess we're kind of dead.
I guess we're cooked, quite literally. So at least the good news for Gen.G is that D+ weren't able to turn that Baron deny into a Baron of their own because it was an even trade. Uh-oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a battle here, but Beryl doesn't seem too worried about maybe now he's worried about it. Strangleborn's going to be used only onto a Leona, who lasts a while, but there is no one else to really find an angle there, so Beryl is dead.
Well.
Yeah.
That's typical traditional barrel activities here at 20+ minutes into the game. It feels like we went to supreme late game because we're looking at a 28 kill game at 22 minutes. It's also like a smolder that's fully stacked and was fully stacked with 320.
Arrow just going to get avoided. You mentioned the mobility on these 80 carries. They utilize it.
Good. But like it feels like we're 32 minutes into this game. You know what I mean? With all these kills, with all the swing of gold, with Showmaker being fully stacked. So the fact that they get an extra dragon means the smolder basically does scale indefinitely. Like he will get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and he'll start to get some more items that allow him more safety as well as more aggressive positioning. So if Gen.G can't get this next dragon, and even if they do, they only even it up. But if they give this dragon to D+, I mean, we're talking about maybe a smolder that is as much damage as he does already, plus the Infernal Soul proccing onto people, and the stats he's already picked up from the single dragon, but he'll have twice that if he grabs this one. So this next fight is really important here for Gen.G. If they lose the Baron as well, there's so much open gold to take. The map control is already so valuable for controlling these objectives.
Yeah, and as the game goes on, this 3,000 gold lead that has not changed since 7 minutes, might I remind everyone.
Yeah.
It means less and less and less as this game continues. And Gen.G might need to find more than just a dead Beryl. I think they might need to start making proactive plays on this Baron. I think that they are really slowing down because they feel like they're about to throw. As Canyon waiting for some Strangleborn, waiting for the right angle to get that E down. As Shiu, speaking of angles, the flank, a possibility here as Beryl able to get a control ward into this brush.
Here comes the flank.
Yeah,
He's got his ult.
Shiu's angle is absolutely absurd here.
This is the target.
Yeah. And I think they know that Keen is just not in the area. Showmaker is going to sneeze. There's the hook connecting. Shiu looking for that back line. Throws in the ult. He lands it onto Keen. Not exactly the optimal target, but they take down Canyon before anything's really happened. That is going to be so much work being done here as it's even Beryl getting it happening. That's another one. The execution, the double kill for the Smolder. Oh, man, I feel like I'm back at Worlds. People just complaining about this silly little dragon being completely overpowered.
I mean, this pick is just so difficult to stop once it starts rolling. I mean, you can see it in these moments here. If you want to get a real indicator of how much damage does, watch Showmaker here. His ultimate also getting a lot done, but every time he drops in a Q, even though he's low,
he was CC'd forever.
Yeah. But every time he drops in the Q, it hits so many targets here because of the bounce damage. And then the bounce, like, oh, I got out. Nope. Little bit of extra burn. He hits that threshold.
But did they just take a Baron?
Yep.
Are DK going to win this game?
I think so, Atlas. It's looking more and more likely. Like, I didn't think they could actually survive long enough to get the scaling. But because Showmaker was involved in so many skirmishes, like he was constantly stacking and then was really not missing the mark in terms of stacking in lane. He just got to basically, record pace, like the old Viper games when Smolder first came out. He hit a really fast stack, and then they won several team fights in a row. Now they actually have the gold lead. Now the Smolder just feels untouchable, and I mean, he really could do no wrong in this game because he doesn't even have to like be in range to hit like the backline targets. He can just shoot at Keen and bounce off of Keen and will hit everybody else. Or he can fire at minions or objectives. They're gonna get both the Baron and this dragon here, so Infernal Soul point. 4,400 gold the lead here, 4,500 the lead for Showmaker in the mid lane after dying at level 1.
Yeah,
he really turned this game around.
He really did, and we're saying it's just been almost all Showmaker. Outside of Shiu having some phenomenal ults to get into the backline, the Ambessa play is working out very well here for DK, but I just feel like Showmaker was just not perturbed. And we've been critical of this guy for, tilting and not being able to continue on with a performance after a difficult loss. This has been in his array of issues that he's had. But Not in this game. Not this year's Showmaker. This is the one that is now set up with the Young Gun towards the top side of the map. His young jungler as well that he's built this synergy with. And Beryl is back. And maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. I feel like it'd be maybe frustrating. However, not here. It's okay, that was really cute. The ulti dives into the backline as that confuses even the observers. There's Trusha Brush on everyone. And two of them just burn down in the blink of an eye. How many are dead? That's three.
Yeah,
Already
dead.
just on the floor, like in an instant.
I think D+ can just push to end here.
Oh
I mean,
my
At
God.
least they'll get the inhibitor, but they have so much power. They have so much siege with this composition. The wave clear is insane. A Baron empowered cannon minion here is going to help make quick work of these structures. And all Showmaker needs to do is to look towards the enemies, press Q on them, and look at Bean's health bar disappear.
Yeah, even aiming is doing way too much damage now. As yep, Keen, you are definitely going to die. As in goes aiming, just feels like they actually just have an Elder buff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With how much damage Smolder is doing. A whole bunch of health on him as well, and after losing a 1,001 minute gold lead for Gen.G, they lose the game. DK managed to stack their dragon. Maybe they trained it as well. Maybe this actually is the live action How to Train Your Dragon. We witnessed it in this game right here. Don't worry, DreamWorks, you do not need to release the movie. We have it right now. This is how you train it.
It's, two teams and two leads that seem, really like they just cannot be surmounted. They cannot be, they can't lose. They can't lose. We saw in game 1, D+ looking like they had it fully under control, and then in game 2, Gen.G looking like they had it fully under control. It just goes to show that anything can happen in a game of League of Legends. If you make one big mistake into a scaling comp, let them get back in with an oppressive pick like the Smolder, they will eventually catch up with you and get you. And weird games, Atlas, but look at the damage here, 30,000 in 27 minutes. It's actually one of our faster games of the day because once the Smolder came online, Gen.G just kind of fell over.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the goal
Q
gap,
towards him.
though. The goal gap,
Yeah.
it started immediately red and then got more red. And then by about, the 15-minute mark, we're like, well, this is doomed. Let's pack it up, ladies and gentlemen. And then all of a sudden, DK came alive. And yes, Smolder compositions do that. But if they fall behind, too far behind early, it can look entirely hopeless. This was not an example of that.
No.
This was ridiculous.
Actually, crazy game. I'm kind of at a loss for words here.
Yeah. Do you know what we need? I think maybe we'll just have one more.
Yeah, I think we could just do a third one to find out which one of these teams should go to the finals. What do you think?
Yeah, I reckon that probably sounds like a decent idea. As we are going to go to a short break, guys. When we get back, game number 3, who knows what's going to happen? But I think whoever's winning is probably going to lose. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the KeSPA Cup. This is the final game of the semi-finals. One of either Gen.G or DK will be making it further forward. But I was not expecting that Gen.G's only loss in the tournament so far was one where they got a 1,000 gold lead at 1 minute into the game.
And then subsequently went up to like 6,000 gold lead at like 20 minutes.
Yeah, that happened too. Canyon, an absolute, masterclass in the jungle earlier on. But then it all just fell apart. And Showmaker was a small dragon that then became a very big dragon. And they all kind of burnt to death. So let's see what happens here in game number 2 as we slowly just fall into madness. Firstly, we are going to have the Sejuani taken away as well as the Vi. Lucid getting targeted once again. As we can see, Keen, Sante, as well as Aurora will be the first bans. And Bessa and Skarner are going to be banned. And then we'll see what the first pick is going to be here from Gen.G.
Am I crazy? Am I remembering wrong? Has every game today been a blue side win?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. I'm pretty sure that is exactly how it has worked.
So Gen.G definitely feeling good about obviously having the advantage here going into game 3 in terms of draft. We'll see what they'll use with it in terms of that first pick, as we do have some AD carries open. The Ashe is going to be picked over some of the other picks that were available here.
Like
the Ambessa is gone.
I guess.
Yeah, the Ambessa is gone. The Aurora is gone. The Skarner is gone. The Kasante is gone again. But like Yone, Sejuani is gone this time around, but there are some other picks they could have gone for here.
LeBlanc is up.
Yeah, LeBlanc is up. That's an adaptation here in the draft for Gen.G. So that might be something Showmaker wants to lock in here.
Well, shoot, taking his time here. We're ticking down till the very last second. As that is a Ziggs
very
lock-in.
early Ziggs.
Yes, super early Ziggs.
I mean, they could
Lucid's just laughing.
They could go Smolder again.
Yeah, the Ziggs Smolder compositions. The compositions that made people that were watching the World Championship squirm and become very upset. Many of us included. That is, a possibility. We'll see what Lucid is actually going to be able to take away here. Maybe it's a priority jungle pick, as a Poppy would be a decent idea. Maybe the agreement is that we only pick Yordles.
There's a few left in the game to go through, you know?
Well, it's like you have Ziggs in the bottom lane with either Poppy support or you put Poppy in the jungle. You can then have Tristana or Corki in the mid lane. Top lane would be Nah.
Or Cannon.
Yeah, Cannon could be somewhere.
But probably not good for the damage profile.
Yep, maybe not.
Oh, and you know what? Cannon also gets an Italy for the first time.
Yeah, he does. And so now they've got so much pick potential as well.
Showmaker's not really happy about that.
Yeah, he's like, yes, I knew there was something we forgot.
So I think if you're looking at the Ziggs here in bottom lane, because it could be mid as well, but I'm assuming bottom lane, you need some sort of AD threat here in the mid lane. Looking for the jungle pick instead here first, which will lock the support to the bottom lane. And great into Leona, the Poppy, as a very common counter pick this year. So Lucid going back to an old favorite here and leaning on comfort a little bit into Canyons in Italy.
Yeah, I think he likes this matchup as well. I think we actually saw this exact matchup in their first match, I believe, in the group stage.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Lucid didn't actually have very much fun in the game, but I think everything around it was very different, as we see the Renekton taken away, and now probably some AD mid options are going to be banned. Likely, unless the LeBlanc issue is still one that they have to address.
I don't know if they really had to address it. I don't know if you can really run and feel comfortable with Ziggs and LeBlanc. I think one of your mid laner probably needs to have some consistent damage throughput because you have a Ziggs in the bottom lane. So LeBlanc wouldn't have fit the bill for me there. I'm not saying it's impossible to win with that, but I think it would have been pretty unlikely to play out that way because LeBlanc does burst. And you can, have the burst of Ziggs' damage and then hope to blow someone up, but then once your cooldowns are gone, the Ashe is just going to be doing way more damage, assuming she doesn't die.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a Smolder ban here. I think Smolder's still playable in this draft for D+.
I would very much agree. It doesn't necessarily follow the early game profile of Lee Sin, but still something that I imagine DK would be okay with picking. However, Gen.G this time are presenting with a whole lot of poke damage and early pressure that you can put on with things like a Nidalee. And Keen is going to take the Gnar into the Jax. Interesting, because Keen himself has been pretty outspoken saying that Jax does decently into the Gnar, but he also stated that it's only him that is capable of making that matchup work. So we'll see whether Shiu is going to be another one to join that list, as Chemish thinking about an Azir. So Azir Nidalee, not a personal favorite of mine as far as combinations of jungle mid, but the way Canyon plays it, it doesn't really matter what his lanes are. So we'll see how that one is going to go.
I think they could have pivoted here actually and put Ziggs into the Azir and played an 80 carry bottom with this Poppy. It's tough into the Ashe to play something like a Callista, even though that was open. So moving away from it here, swapping through a lot of things.
Yep, Yone could certainly work. They do have the Ziggs, so they may as well pick that one up as Beryl locks it in and has a bit of a laugh at the whole situation. Some stoic faces on the side of Gen.G, understanding that, you know, this is how losing feels.
Yeah.
They didn't know what that meant until the previous game.
I think the draft here for Gen.G it's a little bit strange because the Nidalee doesn't have much of a strong place here, but if you can just use the pressure of out-farming Lucid and trying to interact with him with the Prio, you're going to probably get with this Azir fairly early on. Then you can get a lot of map pressure early. And then later on in the game, like the Azir Gnar is basically his bread and butter, strong late game scaling combo. You have a little bit of a side lane threat with the Gnar, but the Azir is really going to be the big one. You have the Ashe to set up pick with the Leona. And for D+, I feel like there's just not a whole lot of consistent damage here in late game team fights. There's a lot of burst, there's a lot of engaged threat, but I feel like of the 3 games, this one is the one with the most one-sided draft gap for me, and it's Gen.G having a pretty big edge. And that's even with the Nidalee Azir that you and I aren't huge fans of in terms of the synergy there.
Yeah, and I agree with you if this game goes long enough. I think if DK are able to get off to the right start, they have enough pick options to be able to like just deny team fights ever existing. And we know that DK likes doing that if they just want to go home. I imagine Showmaker just wants to go home. That is kind of his way. Doesn't like 3-game series at all, ladies and gentlemen. That's just not really what he's into. And so they just want to blow him up. And they've got a Ziggs. Ziggs loves blowing him up. And they definitely have a lot of early game power. So now it's time to see whether they can put their money where their mouth is. Let's jump onto the Rift for the final game of the day to see who joins Pro in the finals. Hey, hey, hey. All right. Canyon already landing a spear, I believe, onto Lucid, but I believe a Q may have landed onto Canyon. So there we go. These spears, very frustrating. Nice and green. And it's very funny that Canyon is using his skin, which belongs to the team he's facing.
But he earned it.
He definitely did.
In said team. And we see a big group up here for D+, but it is not going to lead to any potential successful picks here. It's going to be kind of a win overall for the poke of of Gen.G. About dropped a deep ward just to verify that what he expected to happen was coming true and that it's going to be a lane swap. So he can confirm that there's no Ziggs coming down here. Nobody's coming to show up. We'll see. Of course, if Shiu wanted to come down, he wouldn't have been able to see that there, but that's not how this is normally being played right now. And so we'll see Ziggs try to clear his way to an early lead in the top side. Even with lane swap protection, Ziggs can get a lot of damage done if left unattended.
And the Teemo thumbs up starting to come out here for Showmaker as well, as he's getting zoned away from some minions. Boomerangs flying around, spears flying around. Some health bars are going to be perturbed in this game, as Canyon looking to come on over and grab his blue buff. Doesn't have information as to exactly where it is, but he is going to be immediately greeted by Lucid. And they will just trade. Some patience being lost here of the blue Sentinel. As Lucid, with that ward still in the brush, means that there might be an opportunity here as he just starts it up again.
Yeah, and look at the teleport now going topside here. Shiu and aiming, splitting experience as they push this as fast as they can. And I mean, Lucid and Beryl are nearby here. They could just look for a dive on the team potentially, but his Narbar's in a good spot. Use this hop though.
Yeah, Satchel actually going to be thrown in here as Beryl looking for an opportunity as well. Lucid, he's going to turn up, and the Nabbar is decent. There's a slam into the wall. No Mega Knife for you, Keen. Couldn't press a button because he was stunned, and even Beryl's able to walk away. Some plates in exchange, but First Blood this time will go to D+.
Yeah, we're going to see Shu just teleport down here to try to deny any further plates. So we'll get the second one here for sure.
But he gets the experience.
He's going to get experience. Yeah, this isn't even really a plate deny play. It's just a simply, I would like to get experience. I want to leave this Ziggs on the top side to try to continue to further get plate gold himself. He hasn't gotten any just yet with that in-swap protection. I think there's likely to get one before he does. In fact, back to a teleport because he's playing Ziggs.
Oh, but man.
Common, but again, a big lead here in the early game for one of our teams. This time it's D+.
Yeah, Beryl coming on over. And we'll be able to spot exactly where Canyon is and should be able to help any potential dive. He's level 2. As long as you've got Heroic Charge, dives become very, very difficult. And he's skilled at level 1. So should be absolutely fine here. Lucid now on his red buff. And not keeping up this time around. I mean, yes, Canyon is a phenomenal farmer on the Zyra. Zyra, the champion herself, is very, very fast. But Canyon's Nidalee eats jungle camps like no other.
Yeah.
No, so this time, I think Canyon will be able to get a pretty decent hit.
Yeah, this is really a situation where you could see the Nidalee, like the Zyra before her, the Canyon's already played, just absorb camps and then be able to try to translate that into some lane pressure. Potentially, once he starts getting those items online, he is going to get his first back of the game now. We'll see what he's going to be able to pick up here at 4.5 minutes. Okay, just will be the burn earn.
Yep.
But just some decent AP, and also every time a spear hits, a little bit of extra damage, but it helps him clear too. And I mean, this game otherwise is really just that one pick on the top side, 2 low eco top laners. And I like the scaling a lot more here for Gen.G. So if the game stays relatively even like this, even with some aggressive plays from D+, I'm liking what that means here for Gen.G at the moment. Still too early to call kind of who's going to really end up getting ahead there, but if you're Gen.G, you're not too upset about that pick that happened earlier.
Yeah, you might be upset about aiming, getting a house thrown at him. You can see this satchel charge not really going to work out as now Keen, as that mini-Gnar, will be able to at least get a bit of extra damage onto aiming, but didn't want to overextend without information as to where Lucid is. He hasn't been seen on the map for a little while, so didn't want to risk it. Looked a little bit weird from us because it seemed to me like aiming was just dead. And in fact, he may still be, as he does throw down another satchel charge. No teleport available, but this minion wave, oh god, it's pretty doomed. It's not great.
Not great. Aiming doesn't have teleport either.
Yeah.
It's going to have to be maybe a swap back here. Nope, they're going to put you back in the bottom lane. Thought perhaps he would just go back to the bottom lane and hope that he has enough cleared out to go toe-to-toe with the Ashe, but not going to happen.
Yep, not the case just yet. Having a look at some of the farm here, it's all about who is currently a decent margin ahead of both her lane opponent, but also the solo lanes that she is laning into. Too bad. You can see Chemish here just trying to keep up with Showmaker, doing so pretty well, as this spear is not going to connect. And Lucid still just prowling the area. Traps are down. Just going to safeguard his way over, and we'll see where the next port of call is going to be. Looks like the grubs for Gen.G, but with this kind of monopoly on the vision, I don't think DK are going to try and go for anything. Cloud Drake going to be up and available, and that is where Lucid is going to put himself. And Showmaker dashing in, just wants to clear out the minions and will be successful at doing so. So there goes 3 Void Grubs, 4 Canyon. Should be traded for this Drake, unless Duro is able to give the word out fast enough. You can see the kitty cat is pouncing over here very quickly.
A little slow.
Yeah, just not quite able to get in there. Oh my goodness, the spear almost enough. Oh man, that was a lot of clenching, but it is going to be successfully secured there by Lucid.
If that actually steals that away, it is such a disaster for D+.
So does it actually increase or decrease D+'s chances though, Wolf? Because,
yeah, I mean, that was,
you know, like the worse things have gone, the better they've looked, is what I've seen.
My next follow-up is I don't know what that necessarily means based on the trends we have been observing, not only in this series, but also in our previous series as well, with Bro kind of getting some advantages and then being unable to translate them into the late game in a few of those games. But I look at the setup here for late game for D+, and I think it has to be a late game where you have that extra element of control, the lead. Like ideally, Ziggs is accelerated, he gets a lot more plates than he's been able to pick up, which by the way is 0 so far. He's been in the top side, which has lane swap protection. He's lane assigned into a Gnar. So I think one of the strongest points of this Ziggs was what they needed to do in this composition has kind of already failed. You know, I mean, he picked up a kill. That's always going to feel nice. That's going to feel pretty good. But it's no plates. It's no early turret take. And it's really not a CS advantage or anything like that either. I mean, he's down over about here. So I'm a little bit worried about what that means for D+. I'm still favoring Gen.G's position in this game a little bit.
Yeah, I understand that. I think you've got until the plates drop to really make up your mind there, but right now, we're taking a fair bit of damage. The arrow is going to be there as, oh, Beryl went for it and didn't quite find that heroic charge to come back. Duro, in fact, not even needing to use his flash for that. And so, unfortunately, Beryl just got a little bit scammed. Did he press on a minion instead of Duro? Is that why that didn't work? I'm trying to figure it out.
I actually think he just, was him to grab onto either player there. It might have been a minion he did end up shoving. But it definitely wasn't a champion. So
yeah.
I'm gonna say yeah, it was a minion.
I liked the idea of the play. I feel like execution might have been the problem.
If you end up flashing behind and pulling the back, I mean that can be just a pick right away. Could actually just be insta kill basically, but doesn't quite hit the mark.
So, so far, not really anything as far as advantage is concerned. Like you mentioned before, though, it does tend to favor Gen.G in our minds. DK, if they can stack up some dragons, maybe that's a way to make something happen. Earth, Wind, and Fire could be fun. Hextech, if it's a Hextech and DK can get the soul point, something like that, then maybe we see a late game where they have, an okay time. Just because if you do get that Hextech, it does give that the added layer of CC that can really help you out.
Yeah, no, it's definitely really good if they end up being that. If it ends up being Ocean or Chemtech, they don't feel great at all.
Yeah, that's just it. Making his way in, but the Satchel Charge is going to completely ruin it for him. That's very depressing. So we'll see whether that gets tidied up as the synergy gets built here between the DK players.
Yeah, it's still early days.
All right, Ulti going to catch Canyon out of position. Now it's the Mega Inferno Bomb's turn to do absolutely nothing, but it doesn't matter because there is a kickback. And Showmaker able to dodge out of the way of these boomerangs from Keen, and we'll be able to rebind the soul in order to make everything all right. And you can see that is going to balloon the goal to about 500 here for DK, having taken down a priority target here.
Now aiming is starting to get to work on some of these plates. Get the empowered auto. Not going to be able to, with this wave, push this into satchel range or anything like that, but starting to actually get that extra gold that he needs so desperately. So this is, the step in the right direction that D+ needed to have with this composition. A second kill on the board now. About still a big threat, still a big problem, but doesn't have the CS lead that he had moments before. As we'll watch this one more time. Canyon just fiend on this ward in the red buff zone, the red buff spawn location where you unfortunately didn't have any idea that he was seen on vision.
Yeah.
There's this surprise jumped on. Perhaps there could have been some better communication there on Showmaker being missing. But it's hard to blame Canyon. The ward was very high value.
Yeah, and just really wanted to get his Raptors. It's understandable. That is kind of how he plays. And there is an ultimate. Immediately, Keen is just going to hop away. As now Shiu does have the Grandmaster's Might active, but now about with that Q really hurting. There's a flash forward from him on that top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, DK are going to lose their Lee Sin. It is going to be the first Turret Blood going down, so DK still trading up and trading okay in this moment. But look at aiming. He's got a short fuse, and he's not afraid to use it as the heroic charge comes in. Aiming's health bar is still pretty decent as Duro is likely to die. Yep, the minion's going to help out with that one, and even though the Eclipse came back up, he's able to grab the kill. So despite everything, DK still kind of winning in these exchanges.
Oh, it's a trade up for sure for D+. And Keen.
Oh, God. He's on a ward.
Almost bombed off the map.
That was a Mega Inferno Bomb, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He got pretty lucky there.
Yeah, he certainly did. If that Luden's companion is done when it hits, he definitely dies. It's really quite...
Wait, yeah, what happened top lane?
Yeah, I didn't actually know who... I think he just jumped away, rather. Shielded and didn't die, so... You see his flash level cool down, and he has a decent amount of distance between himself and the Ash. And I guess Canyon tries to spear, maybe. He doesn't actually have vision, so... Casting off the name up there. What?
Well, Chemish is no longer.
So killing spree.
Yeah, it's a big Ziggs. Big Zig, big and small.
Because I was kind of watching the Ziggs and I was like, you know, he's almost got one plate in the top lane. That's not really the Ziggs track. That's not really where your Ziggs guidance counselor is going to be. You know. But then having a few plates taken bottom side, very successful down there, and 3 kills. You know, sometimes the satchel into the charge into the wall.
That's a sick setup, actually. I didn't realize kind of how cool this Poppy Ziggs combo is.
It's very you know, creative, let's say. Like, it's not standard, it's not normal, but if you have that angle, and maybe you've been streaming this a lot, you're kind of ready to react well.
A very confident Poppy, that's very true.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Even when he shouldn't be.
The Ziggs normal, like, plates, turret plates track, you know, you don't always have to follow that, you know? For aiming, it's about the killing. That's how he gets his gold right now, and 3 kills stacked up already. His tier is getting stacked. We'll see if he completes the Seraphs. I have a feeling he will in this composition, which I'm not a huge fan of necessarily as Keen.
Yeah, Keen taking a lot of damage here from Showmaker. We're moving over. That is going to be Canyon securing his blue buff. Beryl didn't quite have his smite available just yet because he got it never. But it's going to be Rift Herald spawning. 6 scrubs were picked up here by Gen.G, so if they are ever given time with a turret, it's going to take a very short amount of time to take it down. You see so far, have been able to find it there as the Solar Plate is going to come on through onto Beryl. He is just dead. I don't know what his plan was. I think he had one.
Neither of the real damage dealers for Gen.G were there. You know, they didn't have their Ashe, they didn't have their Azir. And Keen is somewhat of a damage dealer, especially with the components he's got picked up here. He can do some damage, but it was just kind of bizarre in general for Beryl why winning like that.
Showmaker is just going to see what's going on over there. Will be Keen actually with the return of the Boomerang, able to lock down the Rift Herald. And now Chemish towards the bottom side is going to be able to set up the Sun Disc. So, as it stands now, I think Gen.G bought a lot of space back in this game. DK still with a slight gold advantage. They're going to have to put the pressure on him. There is a flash kick and a gorgeous combo into the sealed fate there. Gets a thumbs up from Showmaker, and I think gets a thumbs up from the majority of us as well watching that.
It's the second unusual set of combos we've seen. Showmaker's going in on the
Yeah,
Q3.
he's going super far in on this one as Canyon's still burning here as aiming's going to turn up. Mega Inferno Bomb will secure the kill. Just squishes the cat there as now aiming with his short fuse will be able to help take down another turret. This one outside of plate range, but I think pretty happy to be collecting some more local gold here as the Demolition Man is just wandering around the map, destroying things.
Yeah, it took a little while before we got to that point, but he is starting to make it happen now. This is just one of those beautiful combos where if you know how to react to this quickly and Showmaker knows the exact kick range, because he started channeling the ultimate before their target ended in terms of like where the kick finishes.
Oh, he's flashing forward about his death. Really very
Showmaker's
dead.
popping off.
He is going so handed. And the crazy thing is Showmaker is the same guy that didn't ult once on Yone in a game in the LCK this year. And we were like, whoa, what? Is this guy even very good at Yone? And we were asking questions like this.
Yeah.
As it turns out, pretty good at Yone.
We know.
He was very good at his brother earlier on, as now we're going to see something from the past. That's all the information I have. All right, the kitchen sink gets dodged with a wall.
Everything. He still dies.
And so they did manage to kill aiming. Then some revenge ensued.
I mean, the fact that he has Horizon focus second here so fast is skipping the Seraphs, which makes me feel good about what he's doing in this build, is just a testament to how much work he's been able to get done. All those kills, that turret up on the top side, he's just so incredibly large aiming at this point. And, you know, the play we're seeing from Showmaker, we know he's got the work ethic. I mean, I think he really probably was critical of himself in his last unit from Lucid on the flank.
Yep, I think he was spotted there as well, though. You can see About actually going to try and take his way out of here, but it's another combo! That seems targeted! as they just move Duro away from the rest of the team. And Showmaker, he could just back out at any time. Lucid now could be in trouble though, as there are a bunch of arrows being thrown into the Lee Sin. He falls, arrow connects, the leap strike was buffered pretty well, and there's a cleanse flash out from about. Continuing now the DPS. As the knockup is gorgeous, the three-man Gnar is huge. Into the backline goes Shu though, and he just empowers that auto attack and destroys the Ashe. There's the ace from DK, and I think they're going to the final.
I think so. I mean, it's only 18 minutes into this game. It's not like they're going to be able to end the game now. But the lead that they have now, I mean, in kills, 7 above their opponents, 5,000 gold to lead. We've seen some throws today. We have certainly seen the blue side team get some comeback wins, but this just feels insurmountable. And it's the second time we see the kick here into the Fate Unsealed, and you see that combo is working incredibly well. Showmaker has learned this combo. He knows the distance. He knows exactly how far that kick is going to send. Everyone who's played Lee Sin and played into Lee Sin, you know, has a general idea, but when you watch it and the timing, it's like not only does he know the distance, he knows the speed at which that body is going to travel. It's like, it's actually just like he's a physicist or something. Like his mind did the whole calculation.
And then that max range knockup there as well, just to make sure that there was no follow-up. Oh, man.
It's so incredibly fun to watch. Showmaker and Lucid at their best.
Well, there's another ulti. This one's going to go wide, so a bit of a caster curse there, Wolf. I appreciate that one. Beautiful.
That's okay. No, I mean, I'm trying to keep it more interesting.
I'm just really glad that the caster curse was actuated immediately.
Yeah.
You know, it's not one of those biding their time caster curses. Lucid is going to secure soul point here for DK.
Chemist is going to get this turret topside. He's been split pushing really well with this mattress too, so it's a bit of a nice consolation prize because they do have 6 grubs.
Yep.
So that's great usage of the map here by Gen.G. But remember, it's soul point for Infernal Soul. For D+, that is 4,000 gold ahead. They're going to need more than a few hits on these turrets. They're going to need to try to get a pick, and they might be picked themselves.
Yep, you can see Beryl. He just goes in, Duro presses that W button. Eclipse is pretty powerful here as the counter-strike not going to really do too much. Aiming coming on over as he is focusing on some minions for now, as there is the Keeper's verdict. Teleport now from Gen.G, though. This could be the turnaround. The Gnar just gets exploded. Aiming takes down his fellow Yordle. And oh dear for Gen.G. About is in the mid lane. He's not going to be able to help here. Duro nowhere to go. No taxi with that Zenith Blade, my friend. As Aiming collects another one. That was a satchel charge with glee. I haven't seen one of those in quite some time, but that's precisely what I heard. 8-1-3 now for this guy Ziggs.
Showmaker's going to grab a turret here as well as an inner turret, so a lot of money he gets off this play. Now, I do appreciate that Gen.G were able to get 2 outer turrets. They got the top turret there with Chemish, which caused them the kind of disaster we're living in now in terms of all that gold going over. But they also were able to get a turret for about in that bottom lane. He's still, by the way, 1,900 gold behind, but at least Gen.G are trying to get something back here on the map. They're never just completely losing, but it feels like it's 1 step forward, 3 steps backwards with how horrible the rest of these exchanges are going for them. And I just don't see the longevity in this composition. I know it is capable of scaling up and actually competing really well in terms of its damage here versus what D+ are running, but they need to buy, you know, about 8 minutes more time of surviving through here before D+ actually just start taking these turrets off the map. And they still have this incredible siege, even with no grubs, with this Ziggs.
Yep, Aiming just throwing a whole bunch of buttons at random directions and seeing whether anything will stick, as that spear is decent onto Lucid there. A little bit late on the safeguard shield. Another one almost connecting. He's able to move on over towards Aiming now as Shu here towards the bottom side of the map. And this is exactly how this composition is supposed to work as the game goes on. You mentioned already, we don't necessarily like the longevity, but if you are in a good position, the 1-3-1 on this bad boy is so good. Aiming should always be safe in that mid lane, being able to just clear out wave after wave, and then Jackson, Yone, yeah, you ain't 1v1ing either of those. And as soon as Lucid turns up, you know that we've got some Harlem Globetrotters between him and Showmaker, or even him and Shu. So Beryl going to be trying to clear out some vision here as Canyon has set up a trap alongside Keen, and Beryl does the walk strategy up the river. That is going to be enough to get them out of there.
Certainly will be. Shu going to get rid of this Sundisk turret. He's actually looking for more.
Yep, that's going to be the Grandmaster's Might coming down, Emperor's Divide, and Shu's going to say, I'm happy with that. It's going to be enough for him as he clears out yet another one.
I mean, once this Azir completes his back, like, You can just wait and let the minions spot that out and then go for more. As Barrel is going in.
Yeah, heroic charge does come on down there as Barrel just feels like he's got him close enough to where he needs to be. Keep his verdict just to hold him in place. Blast Cone doesn't do anything because of the steadfast presence. Arrow is not going to save him, and Duro goes down yet again. Keen looking for an angle here onto this Yordle as Barrel just wanting to make his way out. There's the Mega Knot, and Barrel is just going to escape. Not hit by that house, and now Canyon thrown around. Oh dear, like a ragdoll. Smashed into the wall is Lucid, though. He will be taken out as Canyon's almost dead. There it is. The Counter-Strike will do it. And now Keen versus Shu is the battle. The wallet not going to connect there, but he's able to crush his way out. Mega Inferno Bomb just to say, please leave us alone. And they acquiesce.
I mean, Canyon really was hell-bent on getting that kill on the Barrel just moments before. Almost like he was trying to relive a grudge or something from the old Dom 1 gaming days. I'm not sure what was going on with that one, but he flashes as well and still goes down. He's not going to be up for 15 seconds here. The Dragon spawns in 45. Now, they will be able to keep all their inhibitors alive. I mean, we're 23 minutes into this game, and yes, the Ziggs has great siege, even without the grubs. But still, inhibitors still up. We will see the respawn in Canyon.
Oh dear, there's the ulti. The flash out was decent there from Chemist to try and get him to safety, but I mean, you just don't actually invest anything outside of the ultimate. You're always going to be safe with that Unbound Soul.
Yeah.
Chemist now has to use his flash.
Showmaker won't have his ult for the fight, but nor will Chemist have his flash, which will be really useful for him to set up a game-changing Emperor Divide. I don't think Chemist is also going to have, he just left the fountain. He's not going to have an arm guard for this fight. This is D+ getting Infernal Soul for a 3-item Ziggs.
Yeah, and Shadow Flame second item here for Chemist.
It's like his way of saying, like, I am trying my best to be the carry here. My Ashe is also ready to be high damage. I just don't know if there's enough of a front line here because they're so far behind. Like, I do think this comp is well-rounded here and can frontline incredibly well if it's not a game state where there's 7,000 gold behind, 6,300 in this case. Trying to trade for Baron would be bold. Yeah. I don't think they will get away with it.
The thing is, I think aiming probably does more damage to Baron than Canyon's Smite with an ultimate, although it's on cooldown now. Does get them some information. The thing is, as soon as DK move on over and start this up, like, this is permanent. As Solar Flare going to connect onto Barrel, just start the Dragon, as now Lucid looking for that kick angle. The teleport comes in. Flash out from about is really nice, as the Keeper's Verdict doesn't do anything at all. Showmaker immediately has to go back to his soul, as now Lucid wants a safeguard target. You can see Gen.G, they're going to look to trade.
This is the angle, because they know there's no Ziggs ult. There is no real consistent damage here anymore. Showmaker down his flash here. Got his ultimate back on.
Very low.
Yeah. I think this is their window, though. I think this is the best chance they're ever going to get. It's not going to be easy. I don't know if it's even going to be successful, but they got to try something.
These health bars going down solo. Aiming may have been baited a little bit too far forward. Barrel, the first one to fall, as Duro almost just dead to the Baron, as we can see. The bouncing bombs, my goodness, have to play some pretty epic DDR for their lives. And that is going to be the Infernal Soul taken. Shu now looking for the angle here. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down and they both just explode. The kickback is sick there from Lucid. Looking like a highlight reel is now Keen fighting this Jax, but he presses Counter-Strike and he says that's an old ability, but it's a good one. And they're going to be able to grab that kill there as well. Canyon, the last man standing, and DK walking down with their Infernal Soul and a Dream, are looking to send Gen.G home. They just had their first loss in the previous game, and they are denied the finals as DK get to work on these Nexus turrets. It's theoretically not completely over just yet. That Solar Flare is decent, but they avoid the spears. They take down the structures. There goes the Nexus as Showmaker and the gang are able to destroy Gen.G and take themselves to the final for a date with Bro. It's beautiful. Two full LCK teams meeting at the end of the KeSPA Cup to see who is going to be the best.
It really does feel like it's 2021 again. It's a new D+ roster. It's not the same Dom 1 Gaming. It's not Dom 1 Kia that we saw back then, but a full roster of LCK players send D+ to the finals that they won in 2021 when Khan was on the roster.
Yeah.
And we saw that really, really dominant force of that year of Dom 1. And now, similarly to Notion back then in 2021, who had the other full roster, it's Bro that meet them in the finals. It feels like history is repeating itself a little bit here. But Gen.G, I think I would call this an upset. I wouldn't say it's a huge
100%.
upset, but it's an upset, you know?
Yeah.
And D Plus just they came back from basically winning game 1, getting their hearts ripped out by a huge mistake, a big misstep, having a crazy comeback win in game 2, and then the third time around, they did not trip over their shoelaces. They snowballed this win. You and I were saying, okay, with the Ziggs comp can work, but it needs to get ahead. I don't know if you can get more ahead than this.
No, I don't think so either. I just think the way they played it as well, with so much confidence, so much pizzazz, everything that you were saying about how these compositions work, 100% is true. Unless it goes full solo queue, right? And then you're just getting picks left, right, and center, and it's an 8-1 Ziggs that just presses any button ever, and you lose half of your health bar. It wasn't really the Gen.G we've been seeing in the other days of this competition, but you have to keep it up until the very end, unfortunately. And they got to take some time off, I guess, for the Swiss stage. Maybe playing all the way through is a benefit, but as we saw for Harmon Life eSports, that's not so much the case.
And we've had so many big games between D Plus and Bro. Like they got their nickname, the Kingslayers, from beating Dom 1 during their Dom 1 dominant era in 2021. We had Bro make playoffs by beating D Plus in a really important game in 2022. There's just so much storyline between the orgs here, but never in a finals, never in the end of a tournament.
Bro's never been here.
Yeah, no, they have never been here. They have never placed this high. And
This
it
is
is just
like-
incredible.
And the most amazing part about it for me is that finally Edgar gets to show them what it means, right? He has that experience, right? He went to the final in 2017. He allowed Samsung Galaxy to get there, and now he's going to try and show the Bros how to win a final here at the KeSPA Cup. But that final is going to be happening tomorrow, and so we will see you there. Bro versus DK. Who would have thought? It's absolute insanity. Thank you so much for watching this semi-final. We'll see you tomorrow for the grand final of the KeSPA Cup to see whether Bro can make history.
(2024) 리그 오브 레전드 캐스파컵 4강 두 번째 경기에서 디플러스 기아가 패승승으로 젠지를 꺾고 결승에 진출했습니다. 선수단 전원과 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 아직 에이밍 선수가 자리에 오지 않으셔서 좀 기다렸다가 지금 오고 계신다고 하거든요. 에이밍 선수 순서가 되시기 전까지는 오실 것 같습니다. 네, 에이밍 선수 반갑습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 와. 네, 시우 선수 먼저 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 승리 소감 들어볼까요?
오늘 오프라인 경기로 젠지의 기인 선수를 상대할 수 있어서 좋은 기회였던 것 같고,
네.
이렇게 1세트 끝나고 나서 마음 아팠는데 감독님이 잘 달래주셔서 2, 3세트도 이길 수 있었던 것 같아서 좋습니다.
온라인 경기만 치르시다가 오프라인으로 이렇게 팬분들 앞에 서셨잖아요. 좀 많이 떨리시나요 지금?
근데 이군 때도 인터뷰를 했었는데 지금도 살짝 떨리긴 해요. 오랜만에 해서.
아, 오랜만에 해서 1세트 끝나고 감독님께서 피드백을 주셨다고 말씀해 주셨는데 어떤 내용이었는지 들어볼 수 있을까요?
근데 피드백이라기보다 그냥 선수 멘탈 케어 느낌으로 갔던 것 같아요.
네, 좋습니다. 이 안배사에 대한 이야기를 좀 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 나온 지는 꽤 됐지만 대회에서는 처음 나오는 거잖아요. 캐스파컵에서. 경기에서 안배사 어떻게 보고 계신지 궁금합니다.
여기에서 안배사는 솔직히 더 잘할 습이 많았다 생각하는데 팀수가 초반만 넘기면은 사이드부터 리드하고 W 실드량 개수가 엄청 좋다 생각해서 좋은 챔피언 같습니다.
아, 굉장히 좋게 평가를 하고 계신 것 같습니다. 그럼 마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
오늘 이렇게 보러 와주셔서 감사드리고 앞으로도 많은 응원해 주셨으면 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다. 축하드리고요. 이어서 루시드 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 루시드 선수 승리 소감 먼저 들어볼게요.
오랜만에 오프라인 경기하는 거라서 이제 되게 떨리기도 하고 재밌기도 했는데 이겨서 되게 좋은 것 같습니다.
네, 오늘 경기 전체적으로 특히 좀 1세트에서는 더 드래곤을 양팀 모두 중요시하지 않는 것 같은 움직임을 봤습니다. 드래곤 어떻게 보고 계신지 궁금합니다.
드래곤보다는 요즘에 유충이 좀 더 중요한 편인 것 같고 그래서 아마 계속 경기마다 드래곤 평균 획득률이 조금 늦춰진 것 같아요.
네, 그런 변화가 있었군요. 어제 또 쉬는 날이었습니다. 어떤 훈련 과정이 있었는지 궁금한데요.
한 번만 더.
어제 쉬는 날이었는데 연습 과정이 궁금합니다.
이제 젠지라는 거 듣고 나서 어떻게 경기할지 쉬면서 잘 생각했던 것 같습니다.
네, 이제 결승에서 OK저축은행 브리온을 만나게 됐습니다. 결승 각오 한 말씀 부탁드립니다.
전에 브리온 경기 때 되게 아쉽게 져가지고 이번에는 깔끔하게 이기도록 하겠습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 이어서 쇼메이커 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단 월즈 이후에 이제 처음 팬분들 만나뵙는 오프라인 무대인데 승리로 장식할 수 있어서 기분 되게 좋습니다.
네, 오늘 경기 돌아보면 1세트는 막판에 한방 역전을 당하셨는데 2세트에는 마지막 후반 밸류로 다시 거꾸로 역전을 만들어내셨습니다. 3세트 앞두고 어떤 이야기 나누셨는지 궁금한데요.
뭐 일단 서로 되게 치고받고 이런 판들이 많았어서 그냥 최대한 재밌게 하자, 다양한 픽들 재밌게 잘 해보자 이런 얘기했던 것 같아요.
네, 캐스파컵이 이제 어느 정도 진행이 됐습니다. 시우 선수와의 합은 어떠신가요?
일단 시우가 목소리가 좀 작긴 한데 좀 집중해서 잘 들으면 좋은 콜들이 되게 많아가지고 앞으로 발전할 선수라고 생각하고 지금도 잘 맡고 있는 것 같아요.
네, 좋습니다. 결승 각오 마지막으로 부탁드립니다.
이제 앞에서 한번 졌었던 브리온이랑 다시 하게 되는데 잘 준비해서 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
네, 응원하겠습니다. 이어서 에이밍 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 소감 부탁드립니다.
일단 오랜만에 오프라인 경기였는데 그 경기 이긴 것 같아서 너무 좋고요. 그래도 결승전 가니까 되게 재미있을 것 같아요.
네, 1세트를 돌아보면 바루스가 딱 1데스 했거든요. 근데 그때 경기가 끝났어요. 경기 끝나고 어떻게 마음 다잡으셨는지 궁금합니다.
솔직히 그냥 되게 편하게 이제 게임을 했어가지고 뭐 솔직히 지면은 뭐 아쉽고 이기면은 이긴 대로 좋은 것 같다 하면서 좀 마음 편하게 준비했던 것 같아요.
오늘 첫 매치에 OK저축은행 브리온의 경기 보셨을까요?
네, 맞습니다.
어떻게 보셨는지 궁금합니다.
브리온이 저희를 이겼던 만큼 하나생명도 되게 잘 이기더라고요. 그래서 되게 잘하는 팀이라고 생각하고 잘 준비해야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 멋진 경기 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막으로 베릴 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 소감 부탁드립니다.
뭔가 1세트 되게 좀 아쉽게 졌던 것 같은데 그래도 2, 3세트 되게 화끈하게 이겨서 기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
디플러스 기아로 다시 돌아오셔서 이제 대회는 처음 겪으시는 건데요. 어떻게 새롭게 적응을 좀 잘 하셨나요?
연습실 환경 빼고는 뭐 다 똑같아가지고 그냥 시골집 온 그런 느낌 듭니다.
아, 시골집 온 느낌이 든다 말씀해 주셨는데요. 1세트 이후에 2세트 완벽하게 반격을 해내시더라고요. 1세트와 2세트 사이에 어떤 피드백이 오갔는지 궁금합니다.
엄청 길게 안 했던 것 같고 그냥 그 상태를 좀 많이 잘해가지고 되게 힘들었다고 하더라고요. 그래서 그 상태를 좀 중점으로 뒀던 것 같습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 그럼 마지막으로 내일 펼쳐질 결승에 대한 각오 부탁드립니다.
내일도 경기하게 돼서 되게 기쁘고 캐스파컵 우승컵을 다시 가져올 수 있도록 내일도 이기겠습니다. 감사합니다.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 지금까지 결승에 진출한 디플러스 기아 선수 전원과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 저는 윤수빈이었습니다.